Ah, ah. Hello? Hi. Oh, hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. eepy. Yeah, that's me. That's me. So I updated OBS and now there's like a control panel on my left side of my preview and I'm like, what is this for? It doesn't really do much. It just tells me like how many viewers there are, but it doesn't even do that. Oh, there it is. It updated. I thought it would like show me the chat as well. Maybe I can hold on. What if I like drag a chat window into it? Can I do that? Hi Alice, welcome. How do I how do I do this? Well, maybe I need to custom browser dock. Chat. Oh, I did it. Okay, now how do I... Your graphics card is becoming a stovetop? Oh no. Okay, I should be able to close that preview now. Okay, how how is everybody? Oh, and I'm not signed... Okay, I'm not signed in for some reason on this chat thing. Would I have to sign in every time? That would be annoying. Oh. What is it? What happened? Sorry, I shouldn't be... I'm like messing around with new features. Okay, pop out the chat. No, what the heck? Edit. Wait. Hope everyone here had an alright day. Yeah. It's been alright. I don't... Okay, I guess I'm not gonna get that to work today. Can I... Yeah, it's not working. It's not working. I'm gonna look into it later if I can... If I can get like a... Like an extension of something to put like... Put the chat in in my OBS window, so I won't have to, like, in case I need to like moderate something in chat. Because I can still see you, but I wouldn't be able to click on anyone. Oh, oops, whoops, that was an accident. Okay, well, I need to open that back up again. Jump scare. Sorry. Oh gosh, and the chat's too small. Give me a moment. There we go. Spooked the sleepiness out of me. I'm sorry, I don't know why. I don't know why I clicked that. I'm like half awake. Hold on, I need to open this again. There we go. You'll probably drift to sleep soon? Okay, that's fine. Alright. I wanted to watch this video. I think we watched something from this YouTuber last time. I can't remember when that stream was, but this is I made a spear gun to get twice as many fish. It sounds fun. And I have nothing better to do, so I'm gonna watch it. Oh. Oh yeah, the ballista on the car. It seems to be an expert on launching very pointy things.
How you going? I love spearfishing, and I've spent heaps on countless bits of gear. But despite my passion, I'm kinda crap.
No.
And my ratio of shots taken to fish hit
not the price
is at
tag.
best like 1 out of 3. And even when I do hit a fish, like this cobia, which I shot from the back of an eagle ray.
No, don't do it. Oh, he missed.
I lose them probably half the time. And that's a bad ratio. So today,
Did he
instead
miss?
of improving my aiming skills, I'm going to make a double-barreled spear gun that hopefully makes it impossible for me to miss, which will lead me into the gnarliest 3-day adventure of my life.
I mean, it still wouldn't be impossible. Whoa.
Where I face big ocean currents.
Pretty crazy current. Yeah. We're not moving.
Find some big fish.
This could be an ad for GoPro.
That's a monster!
And even bigger sharks.
Big shot.
Yeah, I just saw it. It was heading right at you. Did you see what it was? I couldn't tell from above.
It looked like a wave.
No wonder why
The first
GoPros
thing I
are
did
so
was buy a
expensive.
big piece of wood. And there's debates amongst men in the spearfishing community about their favourite wood to get wet. And most men suggest teak or mahogany as they are high in oils and the wood doesn't expand underwater. But they are both too expensive. So I ignored all the men on the internet and went for this stuff. Black mud, purely because I like the name. But I have no idea if it will be strong enough or go well underwater. And for the handle of the gun, I'm going to copy the design of my camera gun, as I like the feel in my hand, and I think it'll be hilarious to confuse beachgoers by looking like I'm bringing a shotgun in the water to shoot fish. So after I sketched out the handle, I started cutting the wood with the jigsaw. But I've already got a problem. Either I don't know how to use a jigsaw, or this wood is too tough. And I cut a random piece of wood to make sure.
Well, I think I've used one of these before. I used something like it to cut like to cut like a pipe.
It's definitely the wood, and this sucks. My whole body is
They're really
vibrating.
hard to
Worst
use.
of all, I already have my first crack. So to stop any more cracks from getting any ideas, I cut that one off and chucked it over the fence to disincentivize any others from appearing.
Oh.
So to avoid any more cracks, I decided to use my belt sander to just carve out the whole thing.
I
which is
wonder what his
incredibly
name-
wasteful, as I'm just
He must
hurting
have
the wood into
neighbors,
dust
right?
And won't have any usable offcuts. But at least I'm probably going to inhale
I'm sure they're cool at
half
this
the
point,
wood,
but-
so it's not all going to waste.
I imagine when he started like
And I
blowing
finished
things up
doing
in
the
his
profile,
garage was
but
probably
discovered
a
something else very embarrassing.
point of
that I'm going to show
contention.
you, since I know you won't tell any of my other subscribers. Another crack. And I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong, as I've never worked on wood that has cracked this much before. It could be from all the times I dropped the wood on the hard concrete floor. Or it could be that time I used it as a piñata stick at a kid's birthday.
I think maybe black butt isn't a very good wood then.
Rocks! You get rocks!
Maybe it's not a very good piece of wood.
But I think more likely the wood is the problem. But besides the cracks, I'm very happy with the shape of the gun. So I drew a line down the middle, which is where the barrels will go. And they're going to be made out of these carbon fiber tubes. But there's a problem. The spear doesn't fit into the tube. So I need to cut a dead straight notch down the whole tube. And to do that, I made this guide
The whole
so I can pass
tube.
the tube in front of this Dremel
The
tool.
tube.
And while cutting carbon fiber, it's extremely important to ignore the manufacturer's recommendation of eating and inhaling the dust. As I've done that a couple of times, and I find it really makes your asshole itch in the morning. Alright, in an attempt to hide the cracks I just created, I traced around this section where the trigger
I
is
don't
gonna
think it
go,
says to
as I
eat
want
the dust.
reinforce it with a steel outer plate. But more importantly, it's going to look cool. And after cutting out the metal, I decided
So
I didn't
isn't
want to use this
ca-
metal
like-
anymore, as it's
isn't,
shiny.
like-
So instead of cutting out a different kind of metal, I'm just
Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem safe cutting into carbon fiber. I don't know. Like all the. It's probably how
gonna
you get
stain
like.
it with the only
how you
gun-related
inhale
thing I was
microplastics
legally
or
allowed to
something.
bring back from the States. Cold blue. I'm also hoping it'll add a bit of protection from the rust. But after looking up if it does that, it actually does the opposite. But I've already done it, so
Oh.
we'll find out what happens. Okay, now comes the most stressful part, which is cutting the slot for the trigger mechanisms. And I'm pretty scared because my first attempts at making it the trigger hole on scrap wood didn't go that well. And because it's double barreled with 2 spears, I'll have 2
Oof.
triggers, which both have to be perfectly in line with
Where
each
did you get
other in
those?
order to shoot straight. But I've got another problem. The 2 identical triggers I ordered aren't the same.
Oh.
But I guess just like
He
identical
ordered them,
twins,
apparently.
parts of their bodies can be different lengths. And I don't know what else to do besides cutting off the trigger and then re-welding it.
Ooh.
And the welding industry wants you to think that
Oh,
you
no.
can't weld stainless steel with MIG, or that you need to buy special welding wire, but they're lying to you. And this seemed to come out fine, at least for now, until it rusts in the water. And somehow I got it pretty perfect. Okay, now
Whoa.
for the trigger slot. And
Yeah,
I
I
did that
can't
using a
even
router,
tell.
a tool I've always been way too scared to use, ever since my mate Rowan cut the tip of his
Yeah,
finger
what is
off.
that?
But
Oh,
my fingers are
why
shorter
would-
than Rowan's, so I should just miss the end of the cutting bit.
That's
I don't know
awful.
the correct method,
What is
but
this
I just
thing?
plunged it
Looks
into the
terrifying.
hole and gently moved it around, trying not to go out of my lines. Then I drilled some holes all the way through and tidied up the trigger slot, and put in the trigger mech. Alright, I've stuffed up again. If the spears are lying flat on the wood, they slide nicely into the triggers. But when I put the spears in the carbon fiber barrels, they don't fit.
Oh.
This is too high. So either I'm going to have to raise the triggers up or cut rails for the carbon fiber tubes in the wood, which I'm just going to pretend I wanted to do the whole time, as it will also give me more surface area for the glue that I'm going to use later. So I cut some grooves with the router, and now I think this is
Hi,
going to work.
hello. Welcome.
Next I cut some holes for the rubbers, and I want to use twin 16mm rubbers. And for the Americans, it's about the same thickness as your average Midwestern cock. Which will mean each spear has the power of a single 16mm rubber, which in my experience is more than enough. But I don't really know how thick the wood needs to be to support that much power, so that's another thing that could break. And this gun looks pretty nice, besides my dirty fingerprints all over it. So I sanded it
Yeah, it
all
looks
down,
pretty nice.
and also removed some more wood to hide the cracks that I had created, and then gave it a clear coat of epoxy, which will hopefully stop the water from getting in and making those cracks bigger, and also make it look prettier. And I picked this epoxy spray specifically because it was the only thing I had in this crack behind the shelf.
No,
in
I
the
feel like if
garage. That looks alright.
I don't know, like if the Australian government saw this in your garage, I think they would be thinking you're making you're making homemade guns or something. Which I mean,
Okay, after
you
letting
pretty
the
much.
epoxy dry nice and hard, I
Well,
then scraped
it's not a
the
gun if
epoxy
it doesn't
back off
fire
so that
bullets,
the glue
so
I'm going to use
should
will
be fine.
stick strongly to the wood. And some of you are probably thinking that I could have just put masking tape over these areas while spraying the epoxy so I don't have to do double the amount of work. And you'd be right. And for the glue for the barrels, I sampled a lot of different kinds.
Okay, number one, you ready? Open your mouth. Up there.
Hello, eepy. I'm eepy too, but I have class in 14 minutes. Oh no.
Right, number
Okay.
two. Number two. Yeah, go.
I hope your class goes well.
Oh, they're actually pretty good.
Glue.
You want to spit it out?
Yeah, I like that one.
That's the one.
I like that one. I
That's
like
the
that
one.
one.
And by far my favorite was this
Like
one,
the towel on his
69
wrist.
epoxy.
I don't know why they. I don't know why they do that because I've seen that as well. I've been to some pretty fancy restaurants, not often, but I definitely have, and they do that, that like towel on the arm thing. I don't know what it's for. I don't know why they do that.
That's the one.
Probably took me over an hour to get everything down and straight and in line with each other. And then I just waited for it to dry.
Please dry properly and in place. I'm not getting that off.
Next,
Trying
I'm
to
gonna do
stay
something
awake.
I've never seen on spear guns and put things
Yeah,
on
well,
the front, which I'm
now you
trademarked
can't.
for calling shark
Now you
focus,
definitely can't go
as
to
we
bed
quite often see sharks while spearing,
class in
and
15
sometimes
minutes
you have a nice
unless
sharp
you
spear
think you can get a
poking away with,
10-minute
but
power
most of
nap,
the time I find
but
the
I
sharks
wouldn't-
come
I
in
wouldn't
after
advise
you've
that.
shot the fish, and then you no longer have a spear. So this still gives me a way to poke them and always remain protected while in the water. And speaking of protection, let me tell you an even better way to protect yourself than shark pokers, Opera Browser, which is fully featured for privacy, security, and protects
No thanks.
anything also add
No thanks.
means you can
No thank you.
adjust the spear when you
I'm not
shoot
getting
it.
paid.
And most spear guns have a little hook on the side that the line wraps around, which will release when you shoot. However, I don't want to put one of these on each side of the gun, as it seems annoying and a tangle risk, and also the triggers I bought didn't come with them. So my next idea was to use some of these money clips that I have because I'm a rich YouTuber, which I
Whoa,
would
look at
attach
that
to
money.
the side, and then the line would clip into them like this, and when you shoot, it just releases. However, I reckon I've
so-
discovered a better way, and I'm
that's so
really
scuffed.
confused why no one in the spearfishing industry does this. I can just place one end of the line around this, and then loop it over the fin of the spear, which will release when I shoot. And this is so simple and removes so many moving parts. But the spear could also just tangle and bounce back and hit me. Okay, then I attach the rubbers. And if you watched my last video, you'll know that I'm not the best at tying spear gun rubbers. So this time, I'm going to tie exactly the same knot. And just before giving this a test
Yeah, that's
shot,
what happens
thought of
whenever I
something.
try to
When
take
I pull
a
the rubbers
a
back
nap.
and place it over the spears, they are most likely going
just
to be
turns into
forced
an
together like this,
eternal
and
slumber.
they might jam in the trigger mech. So to hopefully stop that, I just took out some rubber washers from my car engine
I don't think this does anything.
and then placed that in it,
alright.
which should keep the spears from pressing together. Alright, it's time for the first test
It's
shot.
probably safe.
Technically, it's not legal for me to shoot this while I'm not in the water, but I think I found a loophole.
Ah. Wait, there's actually a law against shooting spear guns outside of the water? Well, what if you're like right outside the water and you see a fish? Why do you need to be inside the water? Well, it's probably it's probably to like stop people from using it as a weapon, but also if somebody wants to use a spear gun as a weapon, they probably don't have the best of intentions. So like yeah, saying saying oh yeah, you're not allowed to shoot it outside of the water. Well, someone with the intention to do that isn't gonna listen to your law. Oh, that seems so dangerous. Oh,
And after retying all the rubbers, I had another go.
do you have to do that every time? Or if they bring a bucket of water and stand in it, they can still get tried for murder. Oh my gosh. Yeah, speaking of, look at that.
Wow.
I'm glad I put the rubbers on the end.
Yeah.
That would have been nasty.
Like that could have like got into the garage.
wall.
And I'm very happy with that shot. Both the spears came out at exactly the same time, and the lines
Jeez.
also didn't tangle, and the power seemed
that
to
was...
keep. And that was only with one rubber. But the spears will be moving a lot slower in the water. Also, the cracks could get bigger. The triggers might not go off at the same time, and then the spears will unlodge in a catastrophic way. Oh, and the wood might be too heavy or too buoyant underwater.
Buoyant.
All of which I'll only find out once I get in the
Oh
water.
yeah, you didn't even test the buoyancy of the wood? That seems like an issue. Oh, what's he
To the town of Agua Fria rode a stranger one fine day. Hardly spoke to folks around him, didn't have too much to say.
Why is he gonna do that on camera? Also, the guy's ripped. Holy god. Oh my god.
Came a whisper from each lip, and he's here to do some business with a big iron on his hip.
For free?
On his hip.
Apparently.
Now, I want my spearing spots to remain secret so you guys don't just come there and mass
The guy just like tinkers around with heavy objects for a living, so obviously he's like super ripped.
kill every single fish, which is why I'm going to try and not show any recognizable locations.
The gym workout routine? I don't know, like all the crazy stuff he does? Probably. What is it? Just not even the water. Oh no.
And after meeting up with my other mate, we headed out to get some fish. And obviously, as this is a video about me making a spear gun, I am going to be shooting fish. But don't worry, all the fish I shot were pedophiles.
The pork.
We're on a pretty remote island chain, 6
The
hours
for
south of
Qatar,
Sydney.
yeah.
And we've been here before and know that the area can be pretty rough. And with big swells forecast,
Although, what do you
I
think
decided
about
to
the
stick
fish?
in the shallows, which would give me the opportunity to test out the gun and get my aim in on some smaller fish.
I'll see you at the water.
Oh. Not the turtle. Is he just holding his breath? That's
And I'm
crazy.
not sure what this turtle was doing. At first I thought it was just dead, as it wasn't moving and its head was squished under the rock. But I think it was just sleeping or trying to get a feed or something.
Oh, he's
So
eepy.
after waking it up, I got on the hunt for some fish. And here I'm doing a shallow dive to around 3 meters, 10 feet, as I saw a school of Luderick in the distance. And Luderick are usually
I mean, I would
pretty
never
easy
do
to
this, but
hunt,
this seems really cool,
sometimes they
honestly.
can get skittish, and that's probably what happened as they saw me dive down, and then I couldn't get close enough to get a shot off.
And maybe it isn't so bad with like full gear on. But this actually seems really cool.
So I went out a little deeper and dove to around 7 meters or 22 feet and found a big group of red morwongs. And red morwongs are just one of those fish you almost feel bad for shooting, as they are a super easy shot and they just sit there staring at you with their big eyes. And in the background, I spotted one that looked around 40 centimeters, the
Oh.
perfect eating size.
It looked okay. You're just gonna guess, I suppose.
But I still missed. And then I found out the first problem with this gun. There's twice as many spears to tangle on stuff.
Oh.
And another problem I'm feeling is that the gun is super heavy in the water and it sinks really fast, which is making it really awkward to move around.
At least it
so I
doesn't
reset
float.
the spears, which probably takes 4 times longer than a normal gun, and took another dive. And on the way down,
I wonder if
found a
that's
hole
harder
that I thought an octopus
or
would be.
easier in the water. Pulling it back like that.
But no one was home. But I did find this big school of blackfish, which are delicious.
Mm. Oh.
And I missed again. And for some reason, us Australians always have the most racist names for fish. We got blackfish, Jewfish, Chinaman leather jacket. And if you think those fish have
What
racist
is that
names,
last
you
one?
should look up what Luderick used to be called. And this gun is really hard to aim in the water. I can't turn it at all. And at this point,
The last shiny. That's so silly. What is? Okay, now, they've made me curious. My leather jacket. Okay, I'm gonna. What was it? What did they say the fish was called? Previous name. Oh, it's just another name for the blackfish. Oh, bye, Axel. Good luck in class. Don't fall asleep.
after missing so many times,
So if you
I was
fall
desperate
asleep
to
in
get
class, it's
something
fine,
for dinner,
'cause
and even decided I was
I
happy
do
with something
that.
small. So I dove again with the plan. Of
Actually, I
shooting
haven't
a
done that
swordtail.
since high school, but
And I'm making these grunting noises in a poor attempt to attract fish closer, as hopefully they'll think I'm drowning and come over to save me.
well,
And I missed again.
No.
Now looking back at the footage, I wasn't even pointing at the fish.
all
I'm
these fish seem
definitely having
way too
trouble
tiny
lining up
to
the gun.
like
All right, so I
shoot
had
with
scared a
spears.
lot of
To be
fish in
honest,
this spot, so we moved into different water and did some deeper, longer dives at around 12 meters or 40 feet. Now for this dive, I want you to hold your
this
breath
is making me
and
want
see how far you
seafood.
make it. Okay?
I actually
10,
got sushi on
9,
Friday.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
I said
1.
the
Hold.
oh, I said the other day, sea urchins. The other day I was talking about how like I wanted sushi, but the place was closed. Now, I managed to go there on Friday because I had to go out and make up a test that I missed. So I had to drive all the way out on to my school on a day that I didn't even have school. But at least I got sushi. Oh, and also that. Also, is it too loud? I think it's fine. But that same night, that Friday night, I had completely forgotten about an assignment I needed to do. Well, I didn't know when it was going to be due, but I just knew that there was like a big, like a pretty sizable project that I needed to do at some point. I didn't know it was due so early though, and I didn't even start on it, and it was due Friday at midnight. And I didn't realize this until like 8 p.m. that night. And I just sat there
breathe.
looking like, oh no, I'm
And
screwed.
if you managed to hold your breath for that long, good work. And if you didn't, and you've now blacked out in front of your computer, even better. Please remain that way for the rest of the video, and then let my other videos keep autoplaying after.
But I did manage to finish it though.
And on this
I
dive,
did
I'm
finish it,
attempting
just
to go full
barely.
stealth mode and made
I
my
had
body
to
as flat as
I had to
possible
be
on the
a
bottom,
couple.
and then
I had to
used
be like
rollers as
an
cover,
hour and a
and then
half
used my
late to work
hands
because I was
crawl
just
along trying to get closer
trying
to the
to.
School of Lettering.
And I don't think I did very well. But then again, this class was stupid. It's like some stupid class that I have to take in order to get my associates, even though it's like
So I missed
kind of
again.
useless. It's like a
And
class all about like
And there are a lot of problems with this gun. The biggest one being how hard it is to move
it
around.
was a class
underwater.
all
And I
about
need
like
to press it
choosing
up against my
your
shoulder to
classes
move
at
it
community
properly,
college,
which makes
but
it
I had
incredibly
already
hard to aim. And after missing this much, the weather turned to shit.
You're supposed to
so we
take this
called it a
class like
day.
as soon as you join the college, but I procrastinated on it until now. So then I'm taking this class all about college like 2 years into college. And it's just like, well, this is completely useless to me at this point. But I guess like if I did get a good grade on it, then free.
And day 2, we woke
GPA
up early,
boost, I
and
guess.
the swell was looking super flat, and even before we got in the water, we could see a shark from the house on the drone. So I ran down to the water and jumped in, and it was a big nurse shark just cruising for some food.
Yeah, I had like an
And
87.
after taking the drone back up, we also spotted a hammerhead shark,
And
a pot of dolphins chilling in the shallows.
And the project was
big
worth
schools
like
of
30%
rays,
of my
and these
grade, so
mysterious
I
fast-moving
think I probably did
objects,
fine.
which
Like
were
as long
either
as I
big
didn't
fish
absolutely
or
bomb it,
sharks. And we hoped this meant it would be a fishy day.
I feel like as long as I got like a
Today we decided to head
50%,
out a
then
kilometre
it should be
offshore to the
alright, right?
islands, as the swell was
Right.
lower, and we know
Maybe.
from last
I don't
time
know.
when we were here
I
that
can't
it's
math.
where the bigger fish hang out. But as soon as we got the boat past the headlands into more open water, the weather got worse, and the water was looking eerie and dark, and no
Oh.
part of me wanted to hop in. So my mate got in first.
Alright, you're in the water first this time. I did it first last time.
yeah, maybe. I think it's also like an agreement
Is it? Fuck.
between like
And
the.
water was disgusting, and we were in about 20 meters of water, but
It's probably like an agreement between the community colleges and like the universities that have to accept like transfer students as well, because a lot of it
barely
was
see
about
3 meters
transferring,
in front of us. So we moved closer to one of the islands, and I made a dive.
and it was probably like a state governed,
Sadly,
like
my
you have to
GoPro
have
was
this
broken
class
as I was
in
diving
your
past 10 meters,
curriculum,
but I
blah,
didn't
blah, blah.
realize. So I
Whatever.
was just swimming around like an idiot trying to film stuff. But luckily we have my mate's perspective that barely captures what happens. I managed to get my first fish, a massive black drummer.
Ooh. I'm like, there's so many. There's no way you could not miss. Whoa. Oh, I thought that was a fish. That was just him.
I'm so sorry, I turned my head because I saw something.
And I guess I could be lying as you didn't actually see the shot, and I could have just shot an already dead fish that we planted there earlier, but I was ecstatic to get a fish with the gun for dinner. And it was big as well, weighing in at
Oh.
3.5 kilos.
Oh, geez, that is kind of heavy.
So after putting the fish in the boat, we jumped back in
Ooh,
a slightly
let's
different
clean
spot,
through.
and the visibility got increasingly worse, and so did the current. But even with the worst conditions and being barely able to stay in one spot, my mate managed to shoot a leather jacket with the most unnecessary gangster grip I've ever seen.
Look at that grip.
But while he was getting the fish on the float line, we
Hmm.
were unknowingly being pushed by the current.
Whoa.
And when we did finally look up, the boat was like 300 meters away.
Uh-oh. That's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, we're gonna head back that way.
That's so
It's
dangerous.
so hard to know how strong the currents are pulling you when the visibility is bad, as we don't have an underwater reference point. So I thought we were floating in one spot as I was watching a school of fish and keeping up with them. But it turns out those fish were also moving in the current.
It's pretty crazy current.
Yeah.
We're not moving. I think let's just try to swim hard to it.
And we swam against the current for like 10 minutes, but it barely moved. And I don't know if you
Jeez.
can tell from this footage, but this current was ripping.
Why not get on those rocks on the left? It's probably a safer bet.
Just when I turned to Jilly and realized we were in a bit of trouble,
We're not moving.
We have a bit. We'll be behind that rock before.
our knight in shining armor arrived.
We didn't realise how strong
Whoa.
the current is.
Random guy at a jet ski. Fog. Not the church music.
This beautiful bloke named Michael
He's probably so
picked me up on his
confused.
jet ski and took me back to the boat.
Like,
You know
what are these
I'm very
guys
glad I
doing?
didn't drown, as I'm pretty sure drowning and dying is against YouTube's monetization policy, and I really don't want this video to be demonetized.
True.
But my mate was still in the water.
Oh.
But luckily my mate was calm about the whole being swept out to sea thing, and decided to make the best of it and reload his gun and shoot some
Really?
fish while waiting to be picked up.
Oh my gosh.
But unfortunately for him, before he could reload, this school of kingfish, probably around the 85 centimeter mark, came in and had a good look at him before disappearing into the gloom. And even though he didn't shoot one, it's really good to know they were in the area.
Oh.
Then Michael came just in time before he was swept in between the two islands and took him back to the boat. Michael, if you're watching, we love you. All right, after that sketchy experience, we decided to call it a day and had some delicious black drummer ceviche for dinner.
Oh.
And I woke up determined to get some
They made
fish.
sushi out of it.
Not just for the video, but just to eat, as we had been living off rations for the last 2 days. So we headed out on the boat to the
Rations?
calm
What were
spot
they
from the
eating?
first day.
What are
and just decided
rations?
to stay in the water until we got something good.
It's like saltine crackers and peanut
on
butter.
my first dive, I dove to around 27 feet and spotted a nice sized sweet lips.
I really want
And it didn't
seafood
want to
now.
get close, and it also seemed to be hiding behind a big blue groper,
I really shouldn't
which
be
we aren't
spending
allowed to
that
shoot.
much,
So I
you know?
waited for the blue groper to move out of the way, and then missed. And that's it. I'm done. I'm missing even more with this gun than my normal one, and it's so frustrating to use. So now I'm just going to focus on catching dinner and having a nice
Like,
time.
eating out at
So I
all is
grabbed
so
my
much
old
money.
gun.
I think he's coming back.
Oh, here he is.
Right on the sea edge.
And because I broke my GoPro, I don't have my point of view of what happened next, but luckily my mate still recorded enough of it. I was breathing up on the surface and around 6
Rip
meters
$300.
of water while
I
my
hope they
mate
have a
was
warranty on it.
untangling his gun. And in comes a 3 meter or 10-foot shark. And my
Whoa.
mate does the right thing and stays calm and just watches it. But for some reason, he doesn't tell me it's nearby and lets me dive to the bottom right next to it. Then when I get to the bottom, I only spot the shark when it's like 4 feet away from me at eye level. And I got the fright of my life and then
Shoot
did
it.
what you're not meant to do and freak out and immediately swam to the surface.
Aw. I just got about to get into a fight with it.
Yeah, I just saw it. It was heading right at you. Did you see what it was? I couldn't tell from above.
It looks like a white.
A white, you reckon? Fuck.
And at the time, I thought it was a great white. It was in the murk, and I
Oh,
could
a white,
just
you
see
reckon.
grey
It goes
and
back
then
into the
white
water.
on the bottom of the shark. But after seeing this footage, I think it's more likely a dusky whaler. Still a
doesn't
big
look-
shark, though. So
I don't think it
after
looks
seeing
like
the
a great
shark,
white.
we did a couple more dives, and my mate took this sleeping morwong
Just a sleeping fish. Come on. He's sleeping. He's a sleepy guy. Don't do that to him.
and some other fish. And then as we were swimming back to the boat, the third greatest thing that's ever happened to me in the water happened. We were both on the surface, and I saw these little fish dart away, so I knew something big was coming in.
Big fish. What is that?
And then in came 2 massive kingfish. And without even thinking, I took a top-down shot directly into the spine of the fish.
Oh,
and then my
dang.
mate dove down to shoot the other one, but in his excitement, knocked his goggles half off, letting water into his eyes.
Uh-oh.
Or at least that's the excuse he told me, and he missed. But my fish was on, and it seemed to be a good holding shot. And I knew this fish was big, but I didn't realize how big it was until I tried to pull it to the surface, and I couldn't. And I was very lucky
Ooh.
that my shot must have nicked its spine.
I'll get it in for you.
As kingfish this size have more than enough power to pull all your gear down and tangle up on the bottom. But luckily I was managing to control the fish and stop it from doing that. But while I was doing this, I then began to think about the big shark we just saw and worried it was going to come in and eat the fish.
I didn't even think
before I
about it.
could. But there was nothing else I could do.
I didn't think about
but
that.
Wait until my mate had reloaded for a second shot. And if you've ever gone spearfishing, you'll know that there is no slower feeling in the world than trying to reload your gun while there's good fish around. And it took him a whole 1 minute 30 to do.
Dang.
Also, the other kingy he just missed was still swimming around, taunting him.
I would
But
think, like,
eventually he reloaded and dove
Like the
down for a
blood from
second
like getting
shot.
shot and stuff would
You want me to
attract
take
a
the shot? I'll go
shark.
for the other one.
Probably just second shot.
That's what I'm supposed to do.
I'm gonna shoot it twice. That is a huge. Wait, that's a huge fish. Did he get it? It looked like it.
That's a monster!
It's a monster. It does look huge. I thought it was a
The
shark
whole idea
the
of
first
me
time I
making
saw
a
it.
double-barreled gun was to
Like a
not
baby
have
shark.
to need a second person or a second shot in situations like this. But you know what? I am very glad I didn't have the double-barreled spear gun on me, as I definitely would have
manster.
missed this fish. And eventually the fish
Manster.
got tired enough and we managed to pull it up.
It just got
And
sleepy.
only now, when I tried getting my arms around the fish, did I realize how big it was.
Ooh.
It was almost the length of my mate.
Oh my gosh. Dude, that must be worth
And this
so much
doesn't
money.
feel real. I've never seen a fish this big before.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Fucking giant. My shot
That's
wasn't
crazy.
And this is definitely going to be enough fish for dinner. So we headed in. And on
Yeah,
the way,
you
we
think-
grabbed some abalone, or as I call them, vaginas of the sea,
Oh,
and then weighed the kingfish. And it came in at 22 kilos and 136
Whoa.
centimeters, which is 4'4" or 50 pounds.
you can't even fit in the
How
cooler.
big it was already after you just pulled it out again.
Oh wow. You can serve a whole party with that.
I'd like to say grace.
What?
There are big ships, there are small ships. There are ones that sail the sea. But the best ships are friendships, like the ones between you and me.
Supposed to be a prayer.
And after
Oh,
the
yeah, that
success
one.
of this double-barreled spear gun,
I shall
I
know,
decided
please.
I don't want it, and whoever finds it first
I
gets
shall know,
it.
pleasure
Just
myself
please
with this
don't
fish.
shoot yourself or anyone with it. The coordinates to its location are hidden somewhere in this video.
Wait, what? He's just hiding it away. Is that even legal? Oh, that's him coming up with the guitar.
One claims
Oh, oh yeah, this is another video that I wanted to watch. Cause I was recently I've been watching a lot of like videos by a guy called Defunct Land, who like talks about like amusement parks and attractions and stuff like that, and like the history of them and stuff like that. And it made me think about Chuck E. Cheese, and also the conversations we had about Chuck E. Cheese pizza that one time. It made me actually look into what happened to it. I didn't fully I still don't fully know, but someone did say that they were getting rid of the animatronics, and I was like, no, really? But then, yeah, apparently it was like a very recent thing too. Like around the time the FNAF movie came out, they announced that they were removing all the animatronics from almost all the restaurants, which is crazy. That's sad. That was like not my favorite part of them, but I just like them, even if they are creepy. It's like cool, you know, because you don't really see stuff like that all too often. So I would hope they would keep them around, but I bet they are
the
really
company's
expensive
only chance
to
for
like maintain.
survival.
Atari has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The 31-year-old
AWA presents the difference. Kodak is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
Cool. I also learned that the founder of Chuck E. Cheese was like the co-founder of Atari, which is kind of crazy. I had no idea. It explains the arcade aspect. Bankrupt.
What's up, guys? My name is Jake, and
What's up,
welcome to
guys?
the 19th episode of Bankrupt.
Oh man.
For those who grew
There's
up
a lot
over
of
the last
bankruptcies.
20, 30, or 40 years, or those who were parents during that time, then you'll probably look back on the family entertainment
Oh,
giant
look, I'm scratching
Chuck
that
E.
pizza.
Cheese with a rosy sense
Awesome.
of nostalgia. It was the place
Also,
where a kid could
How Chuck E. Cheese used to look. Also, I don't like this new design, by the way. But how it used to look was like so creepy. Like the first iteration, like it looked like his face was melting off. It was awful.
Be a kid with their endless games, sky tubes, pizza, and
Well, that's-
slightly off-putting animatronics.
Okay, the sky tubes were kind of hype though. The sky tubes were kind of hype though. I was all about them. They were actually kind of fire.
It was the quintessential indoor entertainment brand that reached across the world and occupied a presence.
When I was
in over
really little, that was like my
700
favorite part of it,
locations.
definitely.
But it's also been a company that has struggled for decades, born from a love of themed entertainment, which ultimately spawned copycats and
Look at that.
fierce
Look at this
competition.
guy.
They fought
He's so
hard
scary.
in the 1980s through an animatronic war
Oh,
and were
Willa.
eventually the subject of a corporate buyout and 2 separate bankruptcies. The latest being in 2020.
2?
So today, join me as we discover where Chuck E. Cheese came from.
Also, oh, what's this? What's going on here? I'm scared. No, don't be scared. Okay, so actually, all right. What do you think of any arcade goers out there? Also, I think I have like the same pop filter. Anyways, what do you think about what was I gonna say? What do you think about arcades moving from coins to like moving from coins to like those like RF chip like card thingies? At first it was like, you know, it would be cards that you swipe, but I think now they're moving into like the what are they called? Are they called like the RF chips, like the kind of like the same chips in like your credit card that you can just like tap it on stuff? I actually haven't gone to an arcade very recently, so I don't know if that's like very if that's like implemented very well into like all this stuff. Also, this guy is a mega weeb. Look at this. He's just got a giant poster of Asuka from Sword Art Online. What kind of this was living in 2014?
Hear from those who knew the company best, and find out how, despite its very troubled past, it's still chugging along today. This episode of Bankrupt is sponsored by Nebula. Get 40% off an annual subscription
Nebulous.
by going to nebula.tv/brightsunfilms. It all started in the mid-1970s with a man named Nolan Bushnell. He was
Pong.
the co-founder
Oh my
of
gosh.
the video game company
That
Atari,
was- that
which had
was-
seen a great deal of
that was my
success in
jam.
the early
No, it
70s.
wasn't.
Nolan had a
I don't think I've ever
fascination
played
in
the
robotics
original
and all
Pong.
things engineering, right alongside his obvious passion for video games. He saw the massive revenue video arcades were making during this time, a direct offshoot of how
No,
successful.
it's funny. It's funny to to think about that. People just saw like two little rectangles and a ball, and they were like, "Whoa, this is like the future, man!" Like, and apparently that wasn't even the. I thought that was like the first video game, but apparently there was one before that. But it was way too complicated, so like people didn't care about it. So but then they just dumbed it down. They were just like, okay, what about like ball go direction, rectangles go other direction, and then that actually took off. Like the first video game was like super complicated. It was like almost like a spaceship simulation. That's what it looked like, at least. Like the controls seemed very. I just dropped internet for a second, but hello, I'm still here. No, let's just keep watching.
Atari had become. So, Bushnell came up with the idea to add in a restaurant element to the arcade
Look at him-
formula,
look at how fast he's tapping those
conceptualizing
buttons.
A pizza establishment that merges both a restaurant and an arcade, a place
A
where
restaurant and an arcade. Also, oh my god, the shorts are so short. A restaurant and an arcade? No way. No way. That's way too ambitious.
people can burn
Not like that
through
hasn't been
quarters
done a
while they wait
million-
for their food.
more
But
billion
it wouldn't
times.
just be any generic arcade or pizza place. This would be a family-friendly dining experience and would be the instrument for Nolan to build out an amusement park-like atmosphere, harnessing the engineering magic of animatronics.
And sometimes, okay, sometimes I wish I'm not one of those, I was born in the wrong generation kinds of people. But sometimes I do wish that I got to experience some of that, like, I don't know, like actual like 80s kind of, just like, I don't know. There's probably a bunch of bad stuff about it as well, but it also, everyone, anytime you see like videos or pictures from the 80s, it always seems so happy. It's like everyone's so carefree. And I think it's partially true. I think like maybe they had a lot less to worry about than now. But also, I think modern like some modern things are like a real like
Like
real
he loved in
helpful, you know.
Disneyland. This
I don't
was
know.
all essentially a passion project for him, something he kept on the sidelines while waiting for the right time to execute his vision. That time came when the Atari company was purchased by Warner Communications in 1976. In that acquisition, they also purchased the restaurant concept Nolan had been
Warner
developing.
Communications?
Warner ultimately
Is that
agreed
like
to
Warner
build out
Bros,
this
or is that a
restaurant
different
concept.
Warner?
And in 1977, using the rat mascot
Look at this thing. Look at this thing. It's actually just a
character
rat.
the company had already been testing out, Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time Theater had opened in San Jose, California. The restaurant opened as a large...
Oh yeah, I think at first they tried to call it Ricky Rat. And then they tried to call it something else, but it was like blocked by copyrights, and then they're just like, okay, let's call it Chuck E. Cheese. Or Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza Time Theater, because you can't just have a... you can't just have something be named something. It has to... You have to have like the... you have to have what it is in the name.
large wood panel lined space, able to sit a few hundred...
I guess if you're in like a new restaurant, you probably need to put what it actually is in the name, or else people won't know.
people, and was filled with the latest and greatest Atari game machines.
Like, this is
A few
this is
hundred
also
people.
incredibly, like, look at the flags that are up here. You got like the Californian Republic flag, you have the Italian flag, and you just have like the Confederate flag. It's like, what is this?
And was filled with
mix
the
up?
latest and greatest Atari game machines. The numerous long tables with upholstered picnic benches occupied most of the center floor space. But the headliner
Oh, that
here
pizza looks
was the
disgusting.
show space, where Chuck E.
not look
Cheese
good.
and his animatronic friends would perform shows out of frames recessed in the walls. It was kind of like a jankier version of Country Bear Jamboree in Disney. Except, while this was still intended to be for families, Chuck E. Cheese himself would be smoking a cigar and talking in a New Jersey accent, all while looking
Yeah.
ever so slightly threatening.
Very Italian. Oh, hi Sato, welcome.
Regardless, Bushnell's business model paid off.
That haunts me in my nightmares.
Children loved the space, and families packed in the large restaurants, using the 20 minutes it took for pizzas to be made by
Also, is the volume okay? Is it too loud? Do I need to turn it down a little bit?
spending the tokens at the many arcade machines. Ultimately, a year after opening, Bushnell would
I also
leave
don't want to
town,
speak too
but
loudly
he still
because it's
saw
3
a
a.m.
ton of promise in the Pizza Time brand, especially given its early success just
Oh, you know what? I should probably put on subtitles as well.
year in. He believed in it so much that he bought the name and the rights from Warner Communications for $500,000. Nolan then set his sights on expansion, and he figured he can do that by franchising the restaurant formula, where he knew a few people were already interested. Robert Brock was one of them. He was the owner of the Brock Hotel Corporation, a successful hospitality management company which was also looking to expand. Chuck E. Cheese Pizza
Very
Time
successful.
Theater
That's probably why I've never heard of it before.
was Brock's perfect business venture to pursue, and he became very interested in building out these restaurants all across the markets
Okay, wait.
he was familiar
Let's read
with.
this.
So the
Whoa.
two men signed out these restaurants.
Let's read this. I thought those were like... Apparently those are just like structural pipes. I thought that was like they were planning out the sky little pipes that the children go in. You get a Chuck E. Cheese costume. You get a genuine Chuck E. Cheese costume for promotions, entertainment, and all special occasions. I actually forgot, but there was also a person that would just walk around in a Chuck E. Cheese outfit. I completely forgot about that. Okay. You'll receive 5,000 free tokens attempted with your what? Specially designed uniforms are available for all your employees. Is this okay, this is a brochure for I guess people who want to open their own Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time Theater? But then why is part of it you receive free tokens? Why would a manager of a Chuck E. Cheese want free tokens? What?
All across the markets he was familiar with. So the two men signed a co-development agreement to build over 200 Pizza Time restaurants across the country. At this point, the restaurant chain only
Does that mean maybe they have to buy any additional tokens from the head corporation or get them ordered themselves somehow? I don't know.
occupied 6 locations in California and 1 in Nevada. But Robert Brock's enthusiasm
Franchises are weird. The fact that even though McDonald's is everywhere, each individual location is run by its own. It basically has its own management, and the management usually opened it themselves just with with permission from McDonald's, and also also paying dividends and stuff or royalties or whatever.
Enthusiasm for the company began to wane as he discovered what he thought was a better bet to hedge his money on. In late 1979, he was introduced to an engineer named Aaron Fetchter, who had just displayed his animatronic character show at IAAPA. Brock was now thinking that Fechtter's work in animatronics was far more advanced than Bushnell's. Fetchter was also working on something that he called the Rockafire Explosion, a fully life-sized animatronic character band. Brock was so impressed by this that he envisioned his own family entertainment restaurant, utilizing Fechtter's highly advanced animatronics. So, Brock wanted out of his Pizza Time contract. Following a 2-year-long legal battle, Brock eventually got his way, agreeing to breach their contract with the intent to build his own restaurants. The settlement they agreed on only stipulated that Brock would have to pay fees based on annual gross revenue for the use of the restaurant concept for a predetermined number of locations. So Brock and Fechter went out and built their own restaurant in 1980 called ShowBiz Pizza Place. Their mascot was named Billy Bob, a large country
Billy
bear
Bob.
that I think is
Okay, I can see why this one maybe wasn't very successful. Look at that thing. Look at its sunken eyes. That's horrifying.
probably equally as threatening. But despite being
Yeah, it's
nearly
threatening, all right.
a carbon copy of Pizza Time's
It's threatening,
business
all right.
model, ShowBiz was a hit. The full-sized, fully programmable Rockafire Explosion Band was a crowd pleaser and dwarfed the framed animatronics Pizza Time was still featuring. With the immense success of their first location and a ton of
Spooky,
capital
yeah.
from Brock's Hotel
I
Corporation,
mean, it's kind of hard to make these
within
things
just a
not look
year,
kind of
over
creepy.
80 new locations had been opened. All of these introducing this new entertainment
I have
concept
nightmares
to new
now?
parts of the
No, they're
country,
friendly,
and
though.
thus quickly capturing and dominating that market share. Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time Theater, on the other hand, was in a losing battle. Fortune published an article in 1982 showcasing the revenue between
Is this supposed to be what's that? Why am I the guy that's name starts with an E. Why am I forgetting it? Why am I forgetting it? Elvis.
both these
That's
companies,
what
with
this
Chuck
guy's
E.
supposed to
Cheese's
be.
restaurants averaging $250,000
That guy,
less
name
than
starts
the
with an E.
average ShowBiz restaurant. Though, interestingly, it also illustrated how lucrative these restaurants were, with Pizza Hut only making $320,000 per
Whoa.
store. Chuck E. Cheese was even, on average, generating more revenue than the average McDonald's restaurant.
I mean, yeah,
By
those
now, Chuck E.
those kids' birthday parties, you know? I mean, I mean, honestly, like, if you think about it, they were probably having at least one birthday party every day. So that's a lot of birthday parties. But then again, McDonald's used to also have birthday parties. Yeah.
E. Cheese had more than 100.
No, if I had my birthday party at McDonald's, I probably wouldn't be too happy.
Intending to expand the brand even further, hoping to open at least 1,000 locations by 1990. He then brought the company public in 1981, and with this new IPO, he focused on chain-wide revamps to the structure of the Chuck E. Cheese experience, incorporating new, modern arcade machines, building new play areas for children,
ski
and
balls
most
on modern
importantly,
arcade machine?
revamping their animatronics to better compete with ShowBiz. They did this by building new full-sized characters in a new stage environment.
We're growing because we've made it fun for the family to dine out together with wholesome food and entertainment in the most unique format this side of Disney World.
This stock offering generated around $36 million in new cash.
Over the shoulder peak? Nah, I'm out. I don't think anybody's going to dinner at Chuck E. Cheese. I always thought of this place being like a once a year kind of thing. But maybe that's only for like less than fortunate families. Because I definitely wasn't going like every month. Even though I would have liked to. But I was there quite a few times over my childhood. Definitely probably like more than 5, maybe. Around 5 or 6, maybe. There's no way I would be able to recall because like I would like I would have to be remembering everything since I was like 7 or whatever. So
Though weirdly,
I've probably been there a
the company
handful of
claimed
times.
that around 30% of their stockholders were individual parents who purchased shares on behalf.
I remember going to Chuck E. Cheese once and I felt uncomfy. It's a bit of a weird vibe, I think. But then again, I don't like it might be like I'm sure every location differs. So maybe it was just like a kind of like a dingy one, maybe. But everyone I went to, like the vibe was pretty similar, I think. Some were definitely smaller or had like less games or whatever. But all of them had like relatively the same vibe. I think the last time I went, I was like honestly like I was pretty old. I was like 16 or something, and I went with my little brother. I was a little too old to ignore some of the weird things inside that place. I mean, I just saw it as like any other arcade, except there was pizza that I liked, and also the animatronic stage that I would be like, okay, that's kind of creepy, but like I don't really care. Honestly, it was kind of like I thought it was creepy, but also like in birthday parties and stuff, I'd want to sit the closest to them. Because I was genuinely just like curious. I thought it was cool how they were moving and stuff. It wasn't enough to like get me interested in robotics or whatever, but it was like cool, you know.
Behalf of their children. They even
It was like a
produced
morbid
annual
curiosity,
reports
even.
just for kids. Anyways, with new cash in hand, Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time was in a rush to capture more market share before ShowBiz could. So Bushnell continued to expand Chuck E. Cheese at breakneck speed, constructing and opening restaurants at a rate of nearly 2 a week.
Fun lunch special, mini pizza salad bar, drink, 5 free tokens. All that for $2.99? Whoa. Isn't it like a token? What is it now? What is the rate? Because for a while there was like a going rate for like the Chuck E. Cheese tokens. It was always like the same exchange. Like there was like an exchange rate. Is it like? And it used to be. I remember it used to be 25 cents per token, and that was like the going rate. I don't know how much it is now. Then again, they don't even use coins anymore. Probably they just use like the stupid cards.
Week. Over 200 locations would ultimately open by the end of 1983. But with all of this expansion, the company reported.
But then again, I remember having to carry around like a little cup full of coins was kind of dumb. So maybe the card is a good thing. I don't know. And also, it also when you win tickets, it like just loads onto the card. So like you don't have to carry the tickets around either. But also, that kind of like ruins some of the fun of like having this just absolutely like gigantic like spool of tickets. That's like, you know, because having like a lot of anything is always like, you know, just like a when you're a kid is like kind of a fun thing. And you can't really judge, even if you have like 100,000 tickets, like it doesn't feel like you have any because it's just all like digital nowadays. So
losses of over $80 million. The average revenue per location had decreased severely, and with mounting competition from ShowBiz Pizza, along with other new chains with similar concepts like Bullwinkle's, the finances of Chuck E. Cheese were reaching a critical point.
What is happening here? Why are there so many Chuckies?
1983 had made things much worse, and with the enormous debt from the expansion campaign and a sluggish stock price, the company ran out of liquid cash and was forced to declare Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Already?
It appeared that Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time Theater had a very troubled future ahead, and that was if they can emerge from their restructuring. Pizza Time was close to losing $20 million a month, and soon after, Alan Bushnell had resigned as CEO. It appeared that Chuck E. Cheese was headed for Chapter 7.
I bet he still resigned with like $20 million in his bank account. Even though like he technically lost money, he somehow probably walked away with a lot of money somehow because business is stupid and a scam.
That being the final chapter for the company. But then, in a pretty shocking turn of events, Chuck E. Cheese's very competitor, the chain that essentially stole their idea and expanded well beyond their initial reach, had returned. In 1984, Robert Brock and the now successful chain of ShowBiz Pizza had offered to buy the entire company for $35 million.
Wow.
With basically no other option and Alan Bushnell now gone, the offer was accepted. The two brands were merged, and the new parent corporation became ShowBiz Pizza Time Incorporated. While this was a pretty shocking turn of events and showed the strength...
I guess they went with the Chuck E. Cheese IP after all, because, I don't know. To be honest, they look kind of... I understand that... I think the Chuck E. Cheese mascots look a bit more friendly than these ones.
Of their corporate
it's just
power.
a gorilla.
In reality, ShowBiz was also struggling
whatever that
as
is.
the market conditions didn't just apply to Chuck E. Cheese. But ShowBiz was cash rich and in a much better place. So they scooped up their largest competitor, and now the company was poised to dominate the family restaurant market. In the following years, Brock would depart from his own
image
company,
is so low
and a new
res.
CEO was brought in to manage the future for the two brands. Or really, I guess his job was more to keep them from falling apart. ShowBiz Pizza Time was bleeding money. They were unable to pay leases, interest payments were barely being met, and they diverted all revenue.
$9.85. Nowadays, $9.85 will get you the drink.
Just to make payroll. Over 100 locations would close between both brands during this time. And remember,
I spent it was like $7.30 on a coffee the other day. I mean, granted, that was including tip, because nowadays you have to tip literally everything. Even before you actually get anything, you still have to tip. Well, you don't have to tip, but you know. If they're giving you the offer to tip, then I'm not confident then that they're paying their employees very well, you know? You know? You bought a milkshake for the same price. Yeah, it was a very fancy, like, mocha thing. But, you know, it's whatever. It's like 12 ounces of coffee. It's not... it's crazy.
The Brock Hotel Corporation
Local places will always cost more than Starbucks, but and it's mostly worth it, but also, but it doesn't, because aren't baristas supposed to be paid like not like extremely well, but aren't baristas like, up there in terms of like, of like they get paid more than like fast food workers, don't they? Because it's like a bit more skillful. As someone who makes coffee at home often,
Also
there is a
under this
level of skill
umbrella,
to it.
and also in financial trouble.
It's kinda easy to
Ultimately,
mess it up,
outside capital
I feel.
investment was injected into the company, and their debt was refinanced to shave off more than half of it. By the mid-80s, a focus was put on the customer and how they experienced ShowBiz and Chuck E. Cheese. The quality of food was drastically increased, as was the quality of service families would receive. Lighting was
Wow.
increased, as were the number of windows to make the space feel more alive and less dark and dingy. Really, a bunch of new customer satisfaction initiatives were introduced
A dark Chuck E. Cheese does not sound very friendly.
during this time, as marketing now shifted away from the animatronic characters and more to how all members of the family can now have fun. This allowed new life to be breathed into the chain, and
I don't see parents having fun at Chuck E. Cheese. Didn't they add? I don't know if this ever happened. Maybe I'm imagining it, but didn't they add like beer and wine to Chuck E. Cheese's for like the parents? I remember vaguely that they might have done that at some point, which makes sense because the parents are just kind of sitting there like with nothing to do. So,
customers took notice. By 1988, the company was spun off into its own entity and away from the Brock Hotel Corporation. By now, the brands were moving towards a unification, knowing that the agreement between them...
Also, every time I've gone, maybe it used to be like more centric towards the restaurant part of it. But every time I've gone, it was like the restaurant was always like the smallest part of it, and most of it was like an arcade. But maybe that was like a kind of like a 2000s thing.
And the company that produced the animatronics for Rockafire Explosion was coming to an end. New stages were now being fitted into the Chuck E. Cheese locations, the first non-balcony animatronic stages yet. By 1990, the plan was coming together, and it made sense to pick one of the two
I kind of wonder how it would be to work at an arcade. It's probably not any better than like any other like job. But it sounds more interesting than what I do now.
brands to focus on for marketing and brand reach.
I'm sure it's only more
Ultimately,
interesting for
Chuck
like
E.
the
Cheese was
first 2
the
months.
stronger of the two brands, and over the next 2 years, all of the existing ShowBiz pizzas were rebranded into Chuck E. Cheese. This essentially marked the
I
end.
don't even know if there's an arcade near me, honestly. I have to like... I don't know. And also, I'm not that interested also. Or maybe like Dave and Buster's. Dave and Buster's is fun. Because Dave and Buster's is just like Chuck E. Cheese, but for like adults. But that's not like... I think they advertise themselves as like a barcade.
For the ShowBiz pizza name. The Rockafire Explosion animatronics were
But then again, at this point, like... like, why would I be going to a bit of a drive to go anywhere fun in my area too? Yeah.
reskin to the characters of Chuck E. Cheese and Friends.
Yeah, I feel like it would be pretty easy to have fun in an arcade if you were also if they were also serving drinks, you know.
Many of them becoming the Munch's make-believe.
And also, Dave and
By the
Buster's has
end
like
of
bowling and
1983, the
a bunch of other
corporation had
stuff.
over 325
And their food is actually pretty good too.
locations across North America. And while revenue fell a bit this year compared to the resurgence it was seeing through the early 90s, it didn't deter the company from continuing to remodel their locations and focus on child safety policies, including the novel concept of banning smoking in their family-oriented
The novel
locations.
concept.
Wow. While this was a step in the
Wow.
right direction for cleaning up their in-store atmosphere, alcohol was still on the menu for adults, which probably fueled an uptick in violence at their locations.
An
Though,
uptick
on the
of
upside,
violence?
free attractions were also being added, like the Sky Tubes, an elaborate series of tunnels for kids to traverse through. Really, an addition that seemed necessary for all of their locations to better compete with rivals like Discovery Zone and
I don't understand, like, the angry drunks.
McDonald's. Things were
I
beginning
don't
to
understand
turn
how it could
around
make you
in
angry.
a very positive way for the corporation. By 1998, they had finally changed their name to better reflect their overall brand, now becoming CEC Entertainment. Revenue was on the rise, surpassing $370 million, and investors took notice of their long-term vision and the work that had been done to bring the company back up
Chuck E.
from the
Cheese
verge
there?
of bankruptcy. Meanwhile,
Charles
Discovery Zone
Entertainment
had
Cheese.
gone under, a story I've already covered in its own episode of Bankrupt, and CEC Entertainment
Discovery
swooped
Zone.
in and acquired
I've
a
heard of
great
it.
deal of assets from them. CEC stock had now doubled, and from the consumer side, a new generation of kids absolutely loved this place. Through the early 2000s, Chuck E. Cheese had huge brand recognition across North America, now with over 400 total locations. Investments were being made all across the
I mean,
chain,
yeah, it was
from
the
new
place to go.
attractions and games to a new
Like
toddler zone,
birthdays and
along
stuff.
with constant improvements to the overall customer experience. It was the place to host your birthday party, and for me, as someone who grew up during this time, I remember my time here fondly. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of kids all across the continent also happened to agree, and this all reflected in their overall sales. By 2004, a new company logo was introduced.
Yeah, this is when I remember this mascot. 2004. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this is when it was goated.
While some locations began receiving updates. However,
Yeah, it
not
looks
all of
exactly
them,
like this.
and cutbacks across the chain began to be noticed, primarily in the animatronics, which in some cases had been scaled back with limited movement. All new and updated stores by this point were
What is this? I've never seen this before. I've literally never seen this before. This must be like a maybe like a on bigger locations or something. But I've never seen this kind of animatronic
only
before.
installing one Chuck E. Cheese animatronic figure, while several shows had been
Maybe I only gone to older ones. Makes sense, like considering the area I was in.
replaced by what they called the Circle of Lights. Clearly,
The
the
huh?
animatronics were costing too much.
Yeah,
to
this is what I remember. Like honestly, exactly this. Like this guy. I remember always this guy being on the right.
maintain, and management had now figured that customers wouldn't care as much if they scaled things back and saved on the maintenance costs. In the short term, and in a lot of cases, customers didn't really notice in a way that would affect attendance, and the birthday party hub of the early 2000s kept a steady stream of net revenue, crossing the $800 million mark in 2008, just as they were approaching 500.
Look at that's interesting. I've literally never seen
But
that
through the
that
recession,
version of the Chucky animatronic before.
the company intensified their cutbacks and focused on implementing new premium attractions that cost money. They did this by removing previously free attractions like the Toddler Zone and the beloved Sky Tubes. They were replaced by these new attractions, ones that
What?
cost
That's lame. The sky tubes were goated. You can't get rid of the sky tubes.
tokens to play like bumper cars. By 2012,
I've never seen that either.
Sales had begun to slump, losing around 2% of the sales they had posted the year prior. Corporate wanted to make some changes, so they decided to rebrand. Things then got very flat. A
What
thinner
is-
wordmark was introduced, along with Chuck's mascot
What is
caricature
that?
becoming two-dimensional. He also became a different species. While he retained a similar
Oh.
appearance, he was now turned into a CGI rockstar mouse, which also included a voice change. This rebranding didn't go over well,
Chuck E.
and
Cheese, you're
sales
fired.
didn't show any signs of recovering.
I
Then
hate this
in
guy.
comes Apollo Global Management,
so-
a massive private equity firm that has taken
don't know.
high equity shares in companies like Oceania Cruises, Regent Seven Seas Cruises, AMC, Great Wolf Resorts, and Harrah's Entertainment. They saw promise in restructuring CEC Entertainment to now better accommodate the revolving door of generations of kids. So they bought up $335 million worth of their stock and borrowed another $1 billion to fully acquire the company and take it private. As you might recall, this is what happened with Toys R Us as well, with an outside
okay, I see. I see where it all started to go wrong.
private equity interest buying up a controlling stake in the company. Just like with that acquisition, CEC Entertainment would also now have to take on the $1 billion debt load Apollo took out to
At least it seems like the people who like built it up to that seem to have gotten a paycheck. So they were out, and then this new group apparently didn't know how to
exactly the
run
best
things.
thing you want to do when sales are slumping and just put on $1 billion worth of debt. This was no problem.
And right in like less than a decade before COVID as well. That's so unlucky.
Problem though, according to their new owners, as the company got to work figuring out new ways to boost profit margins.
When do they have sandwiches?
And renovate locations. They also acquired Peter Piper Pizza,
Peter
another family
Piper
entertainment
Pizza.
brand, and almost instantly gave it the same boring logo treatment that Chuck
What the heck? Why would a kid want to go here? Why would a kid want to go here? Look at that. It's like soulless.
E. Cheese had suffered through. Speaking of which, their logo was also changed in 2017.
Can I like put this
now to
lower? There we go.
better reflect the changing brand strategy.
To pick a peck
that
of pickled
strategy
peppers.
came to a head that year in the form of Chuck E. Cheese 2.0. This was a
2.0.
total rethink for the brand, essentially a clean.
Who is that? They're not part of the crew. Blood thinks she's on the team.
Sheet design approach, renovating restaurants with flat interior.
Also, wait, what was that purple thing? That was just Grimace.
and muted colors.
They were
both
they?
inside
Oh no,
and
that was the keyboardist guy.
Many of the larger attractions would be removed, as well as
I have Peter
the
Piper.
beloved
Peter
animatronics.
Pipers, where
In
every
most
Peter
cases,
can
they would be
pick
replaced
a
by an
peck of pickled
interactive
peppers. I don't even know what that
LED
means
floor
still.
display. A large screens
Pick a
would
peck.
occupy sections of the wall, all while the iconic gold tokens had been switched for plastic cards, and the
Mhm.
menus had been enhanced for better appeal to parents. I think
Wait, they were plastic? It's an old tongue twister. I know that, but I don't know what it means. Also, they weren't. Maybe at one point they were plastic, but I always remember them being metal. I might have a token. I might have a Chuck E. Cheese token. 'Cause I have like a bag of like random coins, like foreign currencies, and there's like some arcade tokens in there too,
the general consensus
in like a Brazilian dollar or something like that, or like a peso. I don't know
amongst
which one it
fans
is.
and some consumers was that it
It's
looked
some kind
awful.
of bill.
I tend to agree with that sentiment, as it looked very flat and modern.
A peck of peppers is like 5. Oh, okay,
Though,
nice to
in
know.
my opinion, in a very ugly way.
Yeah, honestly, like why are they so spread out? Like there's no rhyme or reason to it. So yeah, this looks like this doesn't even look like a Chuck E. Cheese. This looks like a like a like a Little Caesars or something. That's what the lighting is in like the yeah,
One
it's like what
that
the
really
lighting
won't age very
is
well.
reminding me of.
It sucked the remaining quirkiness or fun out of the design for these locations, leaving behind a rather generic-looking family facility. And we all know kids love generic-looking family facilities.
Hang
You know,
out.
it was definitely a disappointing thing for 2.0 because I think it was ironically announced on their 40th anniversary. It was like, 40th anniversary, yay! And then here's our new way of what we're gonna do. And it just was kind of like a big
Go with
slap
the
in
anime
face.
figures in
From
the
a
back.
consumer, I would probably like the 2.0, but from a fan point of view, it's disappointing to see what's happening.
Despite the negative press this new approach was receiving, CEC doubled down on it, continuing to roll it out across America, spending as much as $570,000 per location. By this point, Chuck E. Cheese had failed to pay off any of its debts,
Damn.
merely just getting by. And
So what happened in 2017? What happened in 2017? What the heck? How could it vary so drastically?
payments.
So what year did Five Nights at Freddy's come out? Also, I love this. In thousands of dollars. I have to look this up. Oh, 2014. Whoops. This is what Five Nights at Freddy's did. Whoops.
The costly renovations and high expenses
Look at
caused
that.
them to
Nobody
lose
wanted
money
to go.
every year apart from 2017. And as the decade was nearing a close in 2019, the company had managed to keep revenue
did I do
somewhat
that?
steady, approaching the $1 billion mark across their now 741 stores. Despite all of this success, it also meant they
741.
failed to pay off any of
That's
that.
really not a lot in for like a country as big as America. So I'm actually surprised I was so close to one at some point, but not anymore. Actually, I tried to get. I think I mentioned this before, but I wanted to get like sorry to interrupt the fun, but I'm heading off to bed. Okay, good night. Yeah, it is pretty late. Good night. Yeah, I tried to order their pizza before because at a certain point you could order it online and they deliver it to you, which is kind of funny. But I was too far away. Sag. I just wanted to try the pizza again. I haven't had it in so long.
Debt. In fact, they were only adding to it by investing in the 2.0 renovations. So, with their plans not exactly working out the way they had hoped, it seems that Apollo wanted to dilute
I don't think I've
their
ever
stake in the
been to any of these 2.0 restaurants.
company and find new cash and new investors, all with the intention to bring CEC back to the public stock market. To do that, they made a deal with a British private equity firm who was going to merge CEC Entertainment into a shell corporation they
British.
had set up. The appraised value for the company was at $1.4 billion, just $100 million more than what Apollo had originally invested. However, by July 2019, the deal had been scrapped, and the hopes the company had for new cash to pay off debt had been erased, along with dreams of a new IPO. But even without all of these plans, the company was still hanging on. It would take a massive worldwide disaster to hinder the brand, and really, what were the odds of that?
Uh-oh.
By 2020, the pandemic had forced the closure of basically every single restaurant they owned. Remember, this is a business model that is based around dine-in food, birthday parties, and arcade machines. All close contact activities, meaning they were forced to close.
Dang,
that
sucks so much.
Thousands of employees and took on massive financial losses. They scrambled to find uses for their idle locations, like utilizing their kitchens as ghost restaurants.
Yeah, I heard
serving
about
under
this
the
as
name
well.
Pasquelli's Pizza on delivery.
Yeah, Pasquelli's
Eventually,
Pizza.
the chain did reopen in phases,
That's so funny.
but with limited capabilities, focusing on their draw of pizza and other menu items to get people to dine in or take out. Unfortunately for them, most people don't visit Chuck E. Cheese just for the food, and the corporation's liquid cash was running out.
Maybe maybe back then. I
quiet,
don't even know if the
very
pizza's
dead. We had
as
maybe,
good as it was before.
Handful of people all day. It just felt really weird. It felt like post-apocalyptic weird feeling to it.
With barely any revenue coming in, they had to meet payroll, make lease agreements, and make
Not the
interest
mouse,
payments,
the
among
mouse
many
mask.
other liabilities. They rushed to find outside funding and attempt to secure a large enough loan to keep enough cash on hand. But as they failed to do so, it became too late. On June 25th, 2020, CEC Entertainment had filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Despite the company being almost an entirely different entity than it was in the 80s, this was the brand's second insolvency.
Honestly, it kind of took all of us by shock. It sent the whole community, Chuck E. Cheese community, into frenzy.
The Chuck E.
Everyone
Cheese
was,
community?
freaking out. Everyone was like, "Oh no, this is the end." Everyone was just panicking.
Oh, he had
For
a
the
Chuck E.
next
Cheese
year,
pin on his
The
shirt.
company continued to reopen stores as they navigated their way through the Chapter 11 bankruptcy. By January of 2021, CEC actually made it through their bankruptcy as a new LLC entity, declaring they had successfully paid off over $700 million of their debt
Nice.
and had a stable $100 million in liquidity. This also meant that Apollo's majority stake in the company had been diluted, effectively making Monarch Alternative Capital the new owners of the company.
Huh.
With the dust settled from this bankruptcy and their restaurants all across America now open and once again generating
I love
income, the company continued all
I love
across
the Pro Cuts and cell phone repair right next to it. No, is it even right next to it? It's just like they opened this Chuck E. Cheese and they forgot to take down the previous signs. That's what it looks like.
now open and once again generating income, the company continued with their store renovations. CEC had also set their focus on international expansion, opening new stores in the Caribbean with sites set on the Middle East and South America. Domestically, the company still continued to operate over 550 locations, as well as 120 Peter Piper pizza restaurants. The latter also being an area of interest for the corporation, as they unveiled the Peter Piper Pizzeria, a more mature and modern take on the same formula. Only this is more focused on the food and has a fraction of the gaming space inside. Still kind of looking boring, but whatever. And that brings us to...
Honestly, like a restaurant or something with like 1 or 2 arcade machines, I feel like improves it marginally. So I remember my parents would take me to like a restaurant / bar thing. And it always had like one... It only had like 2 or 3 arcade cabinets at like the very end. And I would always like, while we were waiting for food, I would just like, you know, walk over there and just like mess around with it for like 20 minutes.
To today, CEC Entertainment is a battered company, and one that is seen to have been on a noticeable decline for the past 20 years.
Wait, what, bro? There's a stream happening this whole time? Hi. Hello, Kara.
But even before that...
I forgot to let everybody know. I'm sorry.
The corporate drama and the rivalries that ultimately formed the corporation that stands today is a testament on how great the idea really was. It was formed from a love of both video games in their earliest form and the unique programmable magic that animatronics could provide to the space.
Whoa, look at this one. Wait, hold on.
The unique programmable
I want to see that one.
magic that animatronics could
A magpie?
provide to a space.
Hush-a-bye, baby. Don't you cry. Mama's gonna buy you a pizza pie. Alright.
Going to Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time Theater and later ShowBiz Pizza Place was an experience that you couldn't replicate anywhere else outside of maybe the Disney parks. It was like having your own weird enchanted tiki room in your hometown, celebrating your birthday with your friends and these characters and playing in the endless fun that awaits you in their massive restaurants. Children and parents were both impressed and very often satisfied with the whole experience. So even after the corporate battles and takeovers, once all the dust was settled and the two competitors became one, through the 90s and early 2000s, the bots inside Chuck E. Cheese were still a unique and novel show to go see for millions of kids across the country. They became beloved by many and garnered huge fan bases who remember them fondly. Some sharing their experiences and boasting praise for the brand, while others archiving, restoring, and tinkering with retired animatronics and getting them going once again.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
It really is such a cool and lasting concept for so many people. But management was changing, and so was their priorities in what they thought the brand was. Cost-saving initiatives were then implemented across the company. Those animatronics and the maintenance associated were expensive to keep around. And I'll be honest, by the early 2000s, they were looking a little around. And I'll be honest.
Have I don't know how old this one is. This looks like I might have been to one that looked like this. I think each one is slightly different. So I don't remember her looking like this. And also, why is Chucky like so isolated over here?
Honest, by the early 2000s,
I think I have more nostalgia towards like that earlier stage, the one where like all 4 of them are kind of like on the same stage.
They were looking a little tired.
That's what I remember at least, the most.
But even today, there are still full bands that exist, like this location in the Toronto area. On one hand, it's cool to see this relic of the past, but on the other hand, it's looking pretty outdated. Don't get me wrong though, I truly do appreciate this kind of stuff. The animatronics...
I mean, yeah, if they modernize everything and they like keep these like old animatronics, obviously they're gonna look out of date. But that's only because you changed like how it looks everywhere else. Like you changed the mascot. Like the mascot doesn't even match anymore.
Played a huge part in what made the brand so successful. It was a quirky oddity that made them stand out.
Like if
It
they
was
never
something you
tried to
couldn't
change the
find
brand
anywhere
and
else.
just kept it
It
the same,
gave
then
their
it would
locations character,
stick out less.
literally. But the problem was that management never saw their long-term value. In fact, they saw them as liabilities and chose not to make them a part of the brand's long-term image and chose not to update them in any way. The animatronics were instead removed in many cases once the company pushed their 2.0 plan. The result was some of the most terrifying images of dismembered Chuck E. Cheese robots left to rot in the desert. You probably remember seeing this picture. And all of this likely didn't help the public image of their characters. Instead, their locations were stripped of all classic theming and have taken on a generic-looking, bland space.
Why would they just leave them in the desert somewhere? Especially since I'm sure people would want to buy them.
That doesn't really stand out in the increasingly crowded markets. Remember, the animatronics set them apart and continued to be a novel concept for many of locations across America. When they removed them and created a generic-looking space, what's really the point of...
Yeah, what? This is so boring. Like, what? Why would you want this? Also, like, what's the point of this? Nobody's gonna be dancing in a Chuck E. Cheese.
Going to a Chuck E. Cheese over anyone else then. Tons of competitors doing basically the same thing as Chuck E. Cheese have sprouted up. Not to mention,
is that a restaurant and a gymnasium? That doesn't seem right.
their existing competitors like Dave & Buster's. So the future of the brand is a little unclear. Will their modern take on the brand's image be enough to carry them through the next decade? And will that powerful name be enough to see success in other global markets?
I feel like anyone with a connection with that like name at this point is like too old to like be the audience for it anymore. Well, I feel like maybe like a parent that maybe grew up with Chuck E. Cheese would maybe like remember it and then take their kids there. But like that's a pretty strong assumption since a lot of kids probably don't even want to like go out anymore. They just want to play games at home.
Since they're now a private company, it's hard to actually gauge their financial stability. I think the original appeal to North America's youth made sense, and positioned the brand as a unique experience you couldn't get anywhere else. But with kids today, I'm not really sure if you can say that anymore. That, along with the number of negative press stories, as well as the consistent...
What was that?
That, along with the number of negative...
Chuck E. Cheese. The claims about Chuck E. Cheese's and our pizza are unequivocally false. No conspiracies here. No conspiracies here. Our pizzas are made to order and we prepare our dough fresh in restaurant, which means they're not always perfectly uniform in shape, but always delicious.
Press stories, as well as the consistent stream of brawls that end up on YouTube.
Do I play PVZ? I don't know what that is, sorry.
It really puts the brand in a depreciating state. But when you step back and look at all of this, it has been a fascinating and vibrant story thus far, with lots of people passionate about where the company came from. Some have done incredible work on archiving the past, particularly ShowBizPizza.com, who's been an excellent digital resource if you want to find out more about the company and have been a great help for this video. Them, along with the
Plants vs. Zombies? No, I don't. I don't play any mobile games. I'm sorry. Well, actually, that's true. I play one mobile game, but barely. I haven't played it in a while.
Communities keep the passion of the original Chuck E. Cheese alive and well. And only because of that community are we able to relive the golden era for this unique and nostalgic company. Perhaps it's the only reason why the modern day audience and kids are so interested in the brand. So now, it's either a brand that confirms the beliefs of these private equity firms and sticks around for the foreseeable future, or it's the place where the kids that could be kids have finally grown up. If you follow my personal account on Twitter, then you'll know that I'm a
I feel like, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see whether they close for good. I don't know. I don't see them just going away. That's the thing. Also, this video was really good. That was a really good video. Maybe we can watch another one from this because that was actually really good. Or we could watch disturbing things from around the internet. I don't know. It depends. Do you want to watch something informative, kinda, or do you want to watch something spooky? You know, I'm open to anything, I think. Though I do want to see what other videos this channel has. Let's watch something scary. Like Bankrupt, Bed Bath & Beyond? Wait, what? No, you can still find those around, though. What do you mean? What? They never went well, they might have gone bankrupt, but they're not gone. I guess Chuck E. Cheese isn't gone either. I wasn't under the impression that that Bed Bath & Beyond was like a struggling business, though. I feel like a lot of these are not as interesting as Chuck E. Cheese. Like, they're just like normal stores or something. Ruby Tuesdays. Just checking in, I have class now. Hello. Hi. Exploring in an untouched, abandoned hotel. What about this one? Watch some FNAF lore? I don't really care much about the FNAF lore, I think. I've seen everything there is to see about it.
Outside of Hollywood, and just like their competitor, later named Disney.
Hold on. This is Nickelodeon Studios, which I don't know if I remember correctly or not, but I think I might have gone here. I went to some sort of Nickelodeon thing. I remember being in a hotel room with Nickelodeon branded, like they had like the Nickelodeon slimes like painted on the walls and stuff, and they had like a Nickelodeon branded like a game console inside of it. Like it had like a Nickelodeon branded like wrap around it. I think it was like a PlayStation or something. I can't remember.
In the late 1980s,
Oh, it was an Xbox.
Two entertainment Goliaths, Disney and Universal, were both planning to open studio backlot-inspired theme parks in Central Florida. They were pitching Florida as the new Hollywood of the South, and when both of these theme parks opened, the largest tangible example of that concept, in this case being within Universal Studios Florida.
Actually, I might be in Florida temporarily. Like during the summer. I know it sounds like a terrible time to be in Florida, but I have some family there that have been like kind of asking me to come see them. So I'm actually wondering if I should do anything else, like if I should try to go to Universal or I've gone to Disney before twice. Disney World, but I've never been to Universal Studios, so I'm wondering if it's worth it. Or if I should just like spend all the time with family, or if I should just like I don't know, do anything else. Oh, sorry.
Spaces mid 2000s. Parks opened, the largest tangible example of that concept, in this case being within Universal Studios Florida, was Nickelodeon Studios. It was coined as the world's first headquarters for kids, and it was part
Wait, what would that say?
Studios. It was coined as the
There's only one place to get slimed, gacked, and double dared. What?
world's first headquarters for kids, and it was part functioning studio where many of the iconic Nickelodeon shows of the 90s were filmed, and part theme park attraction where guests could actually watch the production of those very shows.
It might have not been this. I think it might have been something else. Didn't Nickelodeon have several hotels?
But this was all relatively short-lived, and it was all closed down by the mid-2000s. It would then continue to sit abandoned for years to come. What's up, guys? My name is Jake, and in this
But then again, it's a very vague memory, but I swear I was in a Nickelodeon-themed hotel room. It's just such a vague memory because I was literally like probably 5 years old or something. I don't know if I could try to ask my mom about it, but I would have no idea if she would remember.
85th episode of Abandoned. Let's revisit an iconic abandoned theme park attraction I did a video on all the way back in early 2015. And let's take a deeper look.
I've always wanted to go to Golden Oak in Florida, which is a gated community that's Disney themed. What? Wait, do like people actually live there? That seems a bit weird. So you just be like walking around looking at people's homes? Are you acoustic? Yeah. So it's just people's homes. Why? I wouldn't want that. I mean, it does sound cool, but I wouldn't want to just like loiter around people's homes. But then again, I did watch a video about Clearwater in Florida. And that's apparently like the base of Scientology. And I actually I was like, maybe I should no, that's probably a terrible idea. But I kind of wanted to like just like walk around and see how weird it is. But apparently it's pretty dangerous because they've got like enforcers walking around or something. It's like a ghost town. Smayas? Huh?
Look into this fascinating story and find out what has happened since. This is Nickelodeon Studios, Florida.
I love the model, thank you.
In the mid-1980s, as it happens, both the Walt Disney Company and Universal Studios were both planning new theme parks in Florida. Disney World, of course, was already well established, with two
look at that gate. Why is that there?
theme parks. Championed by their CEO, Michael Eisner, the plan was to build a large live-action and animation studio in conjunction with a theme park. Universal, on the other hand, was already working on something very similar. They were planning their first theme park outside of Hollywood.
No, I don't play it. I don't play any MMOs right now.
Disney MGM Studios.
That's like a very big time commitment. I wish I could.
An active production studio as well as a theme park. All of this was being touted as the new Hollywood of the South, a cheaper alternative to shooting film and television in California.
Thank you.
And a way for these companies to make additional money on tourists coming to view those very productions live. It was an interesting idea, and there was a lot of hype around it, as well as a fierce rivalry between Disney and Universal. But then there was Nickelodeon, a popular and by now well-funded children's network that had been producing original programming like Rated K for Kids, Mr. Wizard's World, Pinwheel, and the extremely popular Double Dare.
I've never heard of any of these.
Nickelodeon had all of these shows being filmed.
Oh, is that where the Nickelodeon slime comes from?
Across North America. They had no large central production facility, and that left them fragmented without the ability to scale new productions. By the late 1980s, Universal Studios Florida was more or less finalized in its overall design, even with some initial construction already underway. In fact,
Even
their sound
Hogwarts?
stages in Florida
No.
were already
This
nearing
is
completion.
probably way before.
Ultimately, Universal pitched Nickelodeon on the idea of
It's
joining
not where slime
forces
comes
and
from, but
setting
Double
up
Dare
a
had a
production
lot
facility,
of slime.
But crucially,
Okay,
give
fair.
Universal a serious draw for younger children, as well as a year-round interactive attraction within the production central area of the park. The deal was inked in 1988, with Nickelodeon signing on for a multi-year contract, allowing them use of a large administration building as well as 2
That's a lot of
dedicated sound
parking.
stages flanking it. They would become Stage 18 and Stage
May I know how
19,
old you
with the
are?
middle
I'm
building being called
20-something.
B17. It was clearly a last-minute addition to the park, which is why it's not
The host was a neat freak whose OCD was triggered by the slime, and it negatively affected his mental state, but not enough for lasting damage. What the heck? That's imagine like being like a clean freak, and then like it just so happens that the one show that you get a hosting job on is like it just has to do with dunking slime on people. Like, what is the chances of that?
not depicted on most concept art as well as the public model. It was now going to be placed along a new street just south of the park, jetting off the main thoroughfare. On June 7th, 1990, Universal Studios Florida had officially opened to the public, and with it, so did Nickelodeon Studios Florida. The studio facade was plastered in a very 90s color scheme, but overall playful and colorful, very indicative of the Nickelodeon.
Looking at it, I do get like a bit of deja vu, but I don't even know if it was this one that I went to.
The courtyard was also adorned with Nickelodeon-themed benches and the Slime Geyser, which was
The
theatrically
Slime
unveiled later
Geyser.
that year. There were also some photo ops and later a few props and a gift shop.
I do remember like I just vaguely remember it, but I remember there being an opportunity to like get slimed or something like that, and then me like just like basically like declining it because I'm like, no, I don't want, no. Why would I want that? That doesn't sound fun at all. Yeah, you're obsessed with being clean, but your breadwinning job is to get slimed. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's completely disgusted / upset. It's probably better for the ratings too. Like being visibly upset has probably made people laugh as well.
However, when the park first opened, you didn't
Maybe that's
necessarily
why he was chosen for the job. That would be horrible.
feel all too disconnected from where you just arrived, as just beyond those photo ops was a weirdly large empty field and then the parking lot, which the trees didn't really do.
Especially as like a host, you'd probably have to dress all nice every time, and then every time you just get slimed, you have to like get your suit to the dry cleaners, and it's just like covered in green slime. And then the dry cleaners are probably just like, well, okay. Well, I don't know. They probably, I think like the set design people probably had that job, but I don't know.
Good job
People
at
liked
height,
watching him
no
getting
matter,
slimed.
as the
That's
real
unfortunate.
attraction was once you got inside.
Hopefully he got
After
paid,
you
though.
queued up
Paid a
under
good
large
amount.
green canopy, you'd be brought through the studio, ascending up an escalator, up a large open-air loft, which was later painted with character murals. You'd be brought down large, elevated, and glass-enclosed walkways.
'Cause I
over
don't
top
remember any
stages,
of this. I just
looking
remember
down onto the productions and having a guide explain to you what you were
being
looking
in a
at. Since
hotel room.
Nickelodeon's contract with Universal stated that they needed to be in
I randomly
production
came
pretty
on
much
your
every
channel.
day of
You
the
seem pretty
year,
nice. I
there
guess
would
I'll stick
always
around
be
for a
something
while.
for guests to gawk
But I gotta
at.
go to
The
my
tour
classes
would
now.
also
Alright,
bring
good luck
you
with your
by control
classes. Thank you.
rooms, costuming, a kitchen, and rather intrusively, the dressing rooms. Plus, kids would have the chance to participate in
Yeah, well, a
game
lot of people do stuff that they don't like for the sake of their job.
shows and activities, as well as audition to be on the actual televised shows that were being taped that day. For those who weren't selected, well, they would at least have the option to be in the live studio audience. Through the early
Whoa.
1990s, the tour would
I
constantly
would have liked
evolve,
that.
and so would
but
the roster of
that's
shows being
probably
filmed at
by the
the
time I
studio.
went to it, they probably weren't doing any more live productions there.
Nick Jr. filmed Eureka's Castle and
My classes ended early. It's not as boring as I thought it would be. Okay, that's good.
Gullah Gullah Island. Sketch comedy shows included Roundhouse and all that.
We're
but the
watching a
most
video
sizable
about
roster of
Nickelodeon Studios Florida, which
titles came in
I'm
the
trying to
form
remember if I've been here or if it was like a different hotel.
game shows like Figure It Out, the numerous Double Dare variations.
You went on that tour? You almost won the quiz thingy. There was a kid with more random knowledge than me. That's so interesting.
Nick Arcade, Nickelodeon Guts, Global Guts, What Would You Do,
Global
and
Guts.
Legends of the Hidden Temple. Some other hit shows included Launchbox and Keenan and Kel. See, I said it properly this time. Yeah, well, you know, it almost took me a decade to properly pronounce it in a video, but it's fine. If you weren't one of the 7,000 people who screamed at how I pronounced it in my original video, then I can't help you. Anyways, those were just some of the more notable shows that were being filmed there. And of course, there were plenty more. Really, almost every original show Nickelodeon produced through the early to mid-1990s was filmed in the Florida studio.
Guts was the show of all time. I don't know what. I don't know what that is.
Actual shows were in production. I highly suggest watching Paparina's video on Nick Studios. I'll leave a link in the description below. Clearly, though, the early years at the studios were an exciting time. The opening telecast, for example, was a big event in of itself, and throughout America, commercials would air on TV.
Oh, Ninja Warrior. I do know Ninja Warrior, so I think I know what kind of show it was.
The studio would also be heavily marketed in other forms, mainly in the programs themselves, often showing off the studios, interacting with guests, holding special events, and announcing its filming location at the end of each show.
Nickelodeon was my favorite TV channel as a kid. Honestly, I preferred Cartoon Network, honestly. They had more like action-y shows that I liked more.
Items that were relevant of the time, not to be opened until 2042.
And I was a bigger fan of cartoons, and Nickelodeon had a lot more of those like live action shows. And then even when Cartoon Network did have that era of like live action shows, a lot of them were like just like kind of like they were honestly like kind of the progenitor to like Mr. Beast content. I think that was that one show called like it was called like Dude, what was it called again? Dude, it was like Dude something. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like 3 dudes and they just like did like it was like I don't know, it was like Jackass but for kids basically. It was just stupid. I thought the show was called like Dude That Was Awesome or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember.
Hosted the ceremony and himself made predictions stating that kids of the future will always be able to visit this location and the world's first headquarters for kids, which would really turn out to be wishful thinking. Regardless,
it's called Dude What Would Happen. I like that show.
Nickelodeon at the time was extremely popular, and the studios were a big draw for Universal's guests as a whole, especially since Universal
Nick
was a bit
literally
of a
showed Cartoon Network that live action kills kids networks. Yep.
Nickelodeon was a central part of the Universal.
Yeah, that's why I was so confused as well.
Especially for those who actually wanted to see behind the scenes of TV.
You know what happened with their director? Oh God, I think I know who you're talking about.
Production. The park's tram tour would also drive right through the courtyard, as well as take guests beyond the pathways and behind the main stage.
I always wanted to do one of those like athletic like obstacle courses. I think I would be decent at it. Not the greatest, but
it turns out
pretty.
People don't really want to have to relocate.
You know, I've got like pretty good.
Now, yes,
cardio
production labor was
stuff.
often cheaper.
I can run, I can jump.
By law to hire union staff, but on the other hand,
I'm good at
there
monkey
was also
bars.
a significantly less capable talent pool. As for the talent themselves, well, many strongly objected to actually moving to Florida, so most would just fly across the country for filming. It began to get complicated, especially as directors brought their shows off-site and filmed them elsewhere. There were also just logistical headaches on the core design of the studios. Long-term, it was beginning to become a challenge to have theme park guests constantly flowing through active and inactive, made to look active because they were contractually made to, production space. Staff and talent were always being observed.
Hello, Sarah. Welcome.
Making this a less than ideal place to work. This is a problem that Universal Studios Florida was facing as a whole, as was Disney MGM Studios. theme park rides never
When I was
ending
the age of the
guests, and even
competitors,
the
I
weather
would
with
have
the
dominated
never-ending
those
rain
courses.
on the metal sound stages
I was
were a
naturally gifted with
constant
strength and
annoyance.
speed.
Disney was starting to
Wow.
plan and even build new attractions completely divorced from any
I think
backstage
the reason why
theme.
I would good at
Universal
I'd be good at it just because I'm really good with like body weight stuff, like pulling myself up and stuff like that because I'm really light. So I can like do monkey bars really easily. I can also jump pretty high. So that's why I was like, you know, like that ramp thing that they would have to run up. I loved. There is something kind of like that when I went to like some gym one time, and I loved doing it. It was so much fun.
was also expanding in a big way, turning this single theme park into a whole resort, complete with new infrastructure, hotels, vast landscaping, a retail and entertainment district, and a completely new theme park that would ultimately become Islands of Adventure. This was a big, nearly $3
Ooh.
billion step for the entire resort, and it also meant that the original Universal Studios park would see some updates. By the mid to late 90s, it was following in Disney's
I've also never been to like the Disney or like the Universal hotels. $3 billion. Yeah, I've never been to like the designated hotels because they're so expensive. But apparently nowadays, in order to get on like the more popular Disney rides, you have to like you basically have to like book a Disney hotel like 6 months in advance, and then like constantly refresh the page for like fast pass tickets or something. I don't know, but it heavily like the ride system like heavily favors people with that are staying at the hotel, which I think is a bit unfair. The Nickelodeon Hotel was worth it for that crazy tour. I don't remember going on a tour. I don't know why I was there. Maybe it was just a hotel with a Nickelodeon themed room or something. I have no idea.
footsteps, building brand new attractions based on IP instead of backlot theming. It was
But it being this one would make sense because it was in Florida.
a new direction for the park and saw the elimination of the studio tram tour. The fact of the matter was, Universal Studios Florida wasn't seeing the number of high-profile film and television.
But I do
like they
never,
were in
I
California.
never
Because there was
remember
nothing
going to
interesting being
Universal,
filmed on
so
site,
it was
guests
just
weren't all that
the
interested in
Nickelodeon thing.
backlot
Then again,
tours. Nickelodeon Studios was becoming the only way to see
my
a real
memory's kind of
production.
foggy.
But even there, original programming was beginning to dry up. More producers and directors advocated for moving their productions
Universal
to
Studios
California,
bankrupted them?
notably Kenan and Kel and all that. For the entirety of 1996, there were no live audience game shows being filmed on site, and the studio's fate was becoming
I can't
more
believe
and
they're
more
still there
apparent by
today.
the following year. In 1990,
What, the resorts or the Universal Studios?
Nickelodeon purchased the Earl Carroll Theater along
Really? I
Sunset
thought it was very popular. Wait, which one? Which one has the Hogwarts? Is that the one in California or the one in Florida? I don't know. Do both of them have it? I'm not sure. Orlando has Hogwarts. Okay. Because I actually want to go there. I'm not... Okay, I was a fan of Harry Potter as a kid. But I'd want to at least see it for my eyes. Are you pretty sure that's the only thing keeping it alive? I don't really know what else there is to do there, so maybe you're right. But I'm not sure I'd want to go to Disney again either, because I've already been there twice. And, I mean, I've been on, like, the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. I've been on the Haunted Mansion. I did the Tower of Terror. And that's, like, I can't think of anything else I would have wanted to do, so...
Boulevard in Los Angeles. They renamed it to Nickelodeon on Sunset.
There's still some rides based off movies.
Some of their
The
productions
Isles of
over to
Adventure
that
is the main
facility.
reason people go
Meanwhile,
there.
Nickelodeon laid off around 10% of their full-time
I'd probably,
workforce in
I don't
Florida.
know.
While some of those live-action
I've never been to
productions
any
were
of them,
moving-
so like, it might be worth it just because I've never been there before. But I don't know. I don't know. If I do go to like some theme park, I'd prefer if I always wanted to like go there with like someone that like knows it inside out, and that could just like basically hold my hand throughout the whole thing and show me where to go to like in order to enjoy it as much as possible. Because I feel like without that, I'm just kind of like wandering around lost. It's a lot. You have to be like a Disney expert in order to fully enjoy the park, I feel. I wanted to go to the Beauty and the Beast ride so much.
moving to California, animation was now becoming a larger part of the network's overall
I've never-
roster, and that was all being produced over on the West Coast.
Never
The
been
Florida
there
studio
either.
didn't even have a facility capable of producing animated
Not the
television.
foot.
By the late 90s,
Not
Universal
the
Studios
foot
Florida
sign.
was operating at a net loss, utilizing their studio space less and less. But they couldn't really do anything about it other than
Universal Studios had this MIB ride where you'd shoot at stuff, basically the teen/young adult version of the Buzz Lightyear one at Disney. I think I remember being on a ride where I shot stuff. Was that the Buzz Lightyear one? I don't know. I also remember going to Lego World or whatever. I remember when I was there, it was pretty dead. So I did like 5 times. Wow.
essentially subleased their space to third parties since they were contractually locked into the facility
Yeah,
until
yeah.
at least 2005. Universal certainly wanted them to stay, as the attraction for the
I
studio
haven't gone
was
to
still
like
pretty
many
popular, despite the park-wide
amusement
shift in
parks
theming.
like
By the early
entirely.
2000s, production within the two
Hi,
stages
Mika.
would
Welcome.
become less frequent, with even more employees
Yeah,
laid
yeah.
off.
All of these.
This was also
I've been to like, I think most of the theme parks I've ever been to were in Florida. The Lego one was cool. It was just mostly impressive seeing like giant structures just be built out of purely Lego. I think that was the main appeal of it. And then some of the rides even look like they were kind of made out of Lego, but I don't know. But yeah, I was big into Lego when
following
I
the
went there, so I
lackluster
actually had
opening
fun.
of Universal's new theme park, Islands of
Yeah,
Adventure.
like
And
Ninjago.
paired
That
with
was
the
my
tourism downturn
jam.
of 2001, well, Universal was in a bad place overall. Nick Studios Florida was hemorrhaging money and providing little value overall to the greater network. Fewer productions also made the tour attraction a lot less interesting and left it feeling a bit tired and even dated.
Why?
Things were getting so desperate, a lot less interesting.
Why would he do
and
this?
left it
Look at this.
feeling a bit
Why? What are you doing? Why would you slime this poor girl? Ninjago is awesome. Ninjago is the best thing that ever come out of like Legos. To be honest, it's so awesome. Like the fact that it's a Lego property is so like strange because it holds up on its own so well. I guess because it's kind of like bionicle coated probably. Yeah, the freeze frame. I paused it here because I don't know why he's doing this.
tired and even
Why would you
dated.
do that?
Things were getting so desperate that Nickelodeon began auctioning off thousands of old props. Now, this wasn't to say Nickelodeon didn't have a place in theme parks, because it obviously
SpongeBob.
did, with the opening of a Jimmy Neutron simulator ride, as well as a water play area
Jimmy
at the
Neutron
Universal
simulator.
Park in Hollywood. It was just the studios in Florida that was quickly becoming a redundant facility in the network, which meant there was just no sense in investing money in it for it to be an up-to-date attraction. I think everyone knew by this point there was no long-term future.
It's interesting if I don't know, like if Orlando decided, if the Orlando like Universal Studios decided to close down, like, which I don't think they will, but even if they did, like, what would they do with all that space? Like, I imagine like Disney or something would buy it up and just like merge it with their current park or something
future
like
for
that.
the studio, and they were simply running it out of obligation until their contract expired. And that was coming up soon. Through the early 2000s,
Is the
there
Lego
were really no
is the
updates
Lego
made to
park
the
still around?
experience, apart from a 2004
I don't.
paint change.
I haven't heard
following
about
some
it in a while,
damage
so
after
I don't think
Hurricane
so.
Charlie, which actually saw the removal of the 90s Nickelodeon aesthetic. But this was merely cosmetic, and by early 2005, it was obvious Nickelodeon would not renew their contract. Nickelodeon Studios Florida closed on April 30th, 2005. The studios and attraction had
2005. Oh my gosh. Wait, how would it? If I went to this hotel, wait, I would have been so young. There's no way I would have remembered. But then again, it's literally like a few frames in my memory I remember. So like it might have even no, it definitely happened, but I'm surprised that I remembered any of it.
been opened
You know?
for just under 15 years. Over the next year, the studio facades would slowly lose their branding and theming, with the administrative building becoming
Unless
just a
it's like a different Nickelodeon Hotel, which I don't think
nameless
there's
structure
any other
at the dead
Nickelodeon
end
hotels,
of
but
Universal
we
Studios.
can
The
do some
sound
research.
stages lost their advertising, all references to Nickelodeon were painted over, and the slime geyser was removed. Nickelodeon Studios was now an attraction
Not
of the
the
past.
slime geyser.
Universal was looking to reuse some of that real estate as soon as possible. In November of 2006, it was announced
so
that Stage 18 would be converted to the Sharp Aquos Theater and would be hosting the Blue Man Group,
The
a
Blue
live
Man
stage
Group.
show that was pretty popular at the time. Preparations for this got underway pretty quickly, painting
That's
Stage
so hype.
18 blue with a massive Blue Man Group mural and moving the secondary park entrance back, turning this courtyard into public space. A long pathway would extend just
Blue
beside
Man.
Hard Rock Cafe.
The Blue Man
and
Group
the
is
show
good.
opened on June 6th, 2007. By this point,
Means
the
I remember-
Nickelodeon time capsule from
I
1992
remember
had
them being
also
my
been
jam.
dug up and relocated to the
If
Nickelodeon
eepy, why not
Suites
eep?
Resort over by
Because
Disney.
I
It would
woke up
actually
at
remain there until
midnight.
2016, when the hotel was
I woke up
closed
at
and
midnight. I'm
rebranded to a
sorry.
generic
My
Holiday
sleep
Inn.
schedule's
The
all
location
messed
of the
up.
time capsule thereafter was sort of up in the air, though it was confirmed that it had been
Oh,
moved to the
based.
animation
It's
studios.
not based for
over in
me. I need to
California.
go
Now,
to school
following
today.
the opening of Blue Man Group, Nickelodeon did actually return to Universal Studios Florida for a brief period in 2008, utilizing the larger sound stages
Yo,
behind the old
what
studios
is-
for the filming
what are they
of My
doing?
Family's Got Guts. Once the show
more
wrapped,
guts.
though, it would be the last time Nickelodeon would produce anything from Universal Studios in Florida. While Stage 18 was now home to this new Blue Man Group show, Stage 19 and the middle iconic Nickelodeon
Hmm. mountain.
administrative building,
Was that the
well,
mountain?
they were just left essentially abandoned. Neither were removed or really altered in any significant way. From the outside,
Man
they
is
just
so
got a very
cool.
bland
True.
white and blue paint job. Though curiously, the orange railings were actually left as they were, not being painted to blue until 2013. This left almost
Oh.
no visual design cues from the original Nickelodeon days, apart from
If
one
eepy,
wall
why no
facing
eepy?
away from guests.
I just
though
answered
it
this.
too would
It's
be
because I
painted
woke
over
up
in
at
2016.
midnight.
But inside,
So
well, it was a
even though I'm
completely
like
different story.
I'm
As
drowsy, I
early as
can't go back to
2006,
sleep.
People would start finding their way
It's low-key
inside
creepy.
the now
I thought
closed
they were
studios.
kind of creepy too, but they made one song that would loop constantly like a kid when I was a kid, so that's why I liked them.
Attraction, and they would find pretty much
Wow,
everything
thornberries.
exactly as it was.
Whoa.
Photos began emerging of large props, both from the attraction tour and the actual production sets themselves.
They're still
Meanwhile,
there.
over in the administration offices, well, they too were left completely untouched.
You could just
Back in
yoink
the
something.
90s, when the studio first opened,
I would.
all of these offices were highly themed and continued to evolve as new shows came out. By 2012, all of these spaces continue to sit there abandoned, and this was notably documented by Adam the Woo. In the late 1990s, the escalator room that spanned 2 floors
The
was, as
perfect
we
back
know,
room
large
set.
open space
Just
filled with the
orange.
bright
Just
Florida
a bunch of
sunshine
orange and
pouring
green.
through the square windows on the 2nd floor. It was decorated with large cutouts and
I-
murals of
I,
the Wild
I swear I've been here before.
Thornberry
Like, this
animated
is-
show.
this
And
is
now,
so,
nearly
like,
a
weirdly
decade since
nostalgic.
The show had been taken off the air. It's
Even though I
sat
can't
disused
remember
in a
exactly, I can only remember the actual hotel room. But like just it feels like I've been here before,
no
you know.
longer an active thoroughfare for thousands of daily guests. Nickelodeon branding of the era would be found all across doors, seating,
It's
with
happening.
distinctive typeface
If
found everywhere.
what if it was in your
else.
past
Disused and
life?
likely outdated production
That's
equipment
impossible
were
because I was already alive. Like I was alive throughout this whole thing of this existing. Well, not the whole thing, but it was definitely there was an Xbox in the room. When did Xbox come out? I can fact check if this actually happened. When did the original Xbox release? Okay, no. Okay. The Xbox came out in 2001. So between then and when it closed in 2005, I went into one of these rooms and they had a Nickelodeon branded Xbox inside. I remember this clearly. Wait, I can also look up. I can. Oh wait, what? My mouse cursor disappeared for a second, but I can look up. Did Nickelodeon Studios room have an Xbox? They don't have any mention of Xbox, but wait, we can look. Okay, what we can do? That place is definitely haunted. What we can do is
left in control rooms.
maybe we can look for like a room tour that maybe someone posted in like 2005. I doubt it, but
Dust was now collecting on the old dressing rooms, and the interior hallways were left exactly as they were the day the
dude,
studio
I'm so
closed,
obsessed. I need to know if
adorned
I've been
with
here
floor-to-ceiling
before.
artwork from Ren and
Because that would be
Stimpy. Some of the
crazy. 'Cause
larger
it was like, because I was born, I was only born like, not so long before it actually closed, so I didn't even have a lot of time I
and
could have
less
gone to
themed
it.
spaces were being rented out or used by Universal for smaller events. But presumably, the administration space was left completely
Like, I had to be
unused,
either like
which is
4 or
likely
5.
why it remained stuck in time. And it was pretty
Lost
shocking
footage
to see
vibes.
this, as everyone thought Nickelodeon from the 90s was now gone forever. But in fact,
Find
behind
my
those
childhood
walls
Xbox
was a
in the
completely
abandoned
different
Nickelodeon
world
Hotel.
from a completely different time.
I think like, I don't remember. We didn't use the Xbox, I don't think. I think it was one of those like room service things that you had to pay to use the Xbox, but my mom didn't want to pay, so we couldn't use the Xbox or something like that. I can't remember.
For a full decade, these interiors of Nickelodeon Studios remained as they were, completely abandoned.
We better,
Finally,
true.
in 2015, Universal Studios' production arm announced they would be investing a little over $1 million into renovating the space to accommodate modern equipment and build out a live and post-production support facility. And it made sense to do this, especially if Universal saw there was enough demand when renting out their other stages, including the adjacent stage 19. So, work began in 2015, first with ripping out the escalators in the
Do people care about this, like, being able to see live productions happening? Do people care about this aspect anymore?
main entrance
I don't know.
and taking down the old
Who even watches TV?
murals. I remember being allowed inside the former studio.
So I feel like there's
back in
no
December
demand
of
for this anymore.
2015, capturing this footage from the now freshly painted escalator-free
Yeah,
room.
now
it
it's
was
like,
now bland and generic.
I'm sure now you can't even get into
free
any of these rooms, so
of any Nickelodeon
it's too late
theme,
now.
really, as was the rest of the structure. Now completely devoid of any personality, the open space was as utilitarian as possible, with live events and production gear stacked up everywhere. From that point on,
That Xbox is probably
that's how
long
the
gone.
former Nick Studios would remain. Universal would construct the massive Rip Ride rocket roller coaster in the summer of 2009, and its load station would tightly squeeze up against stage 18, with the pathway to the Blue Man Group
Place is probably
hugging
sealed
the
tight.
final
Yeah.
few turns of the track.
Or they
By
demolished it.
2012, Sharp Aquos had dropped their sponsorship for the Blue Man Group. Their
Oh.
logo was of course removed, and the facade saw a new paint job. It wouldn't be until early 2020 when Universal had shut down the park due to the pandemic. Blue Man Group of course shut down with it. However, upon the park's reopening, Blue Man did not join it. In fact, the show's parent company, Cirque du Soleil,
There's
had
some
filed for
YouTube podcast channel that have a live audience. A live audience for a podcast sounds hella lame.
bankruptcy over the pandemic,
Would
suspending
have to be a
all
pretty
shows
entertaining
out of crippling
podcast.
financial pressure. By early 2021, it was announced Blue Man Group would not return. Stage
No.
18 was painted over in solid blue, and
They painted over the Blue Man Group with just blue. They have become blue now.
city walk access to the building was now closed off. The theater would be
have
used
returned
on
to
and
blue.
off for seasonal events, notably the park's Grinchmas event, which streams guests into the former Stage 18
The
theater
Grinchmas.
for a Grinch-themed Christmas show. Apart from that, it's pretty ironic that once again, this area has been left in a limbo, abandoned state. Blank blue signs now dot the area, and a permanent pathway is now gated off. The whole facade and courtyard area looks more or less the same as it did since 2007, just now with an empty box office booth and no future plans. Today, the same
Not
remains
podcast,
true.
but like a
There
talk
are
channel.
no future plans, and
Oh.
the whole site is in a bit of a weird area. The former street that led you there, which is now adjacent to the Despicable Me
Wow.
attraction, is just a dead
Wow,
end
what
with a
the
gate.
frick is a
You can look
kilometer?
past the
Hello.
gates, but the whole area
Oh,
looks desolate. and it
Staple?
doesn't seem like
Apple?
there's any
Staple?
immediate plans in the works to put the area in use. The buildings, however, are being
And what are they gonna
used.
do with all this leftover blue paint?
It seems like the most regular tenants are the students at the Dave School for Animation and Visual Effects, which
Oh.
has a permanent residency within Stage 25.
Oh, Batman
Though
jump
it's
scare.
possible there is a more permanent tenant within Building 17 that isn't
Eat the
widely
paint.
publicized. But with the closure of Blue
I would
Man
advise
Group,
that.
regular public access
Well,
to
whatever.
the area is no longer possible.
Large
You
man.
can view the structure from the balcony of the Hard Rock restaurant, peek at it through the in-park gates, and maybe get an up-close look during park events. All that's left, though, is the overall
You're not even allowed
architecture
up
for
there.
the studios, hidden behind white and blue paint. At this point, there really isn't much left to see, inside and out. The only obvious tangible remnants of the area's past are in the bathrooms adjacent to the building. As
The
on the floor,
Nickelodeon
you'll find the
bathrooms.
distinctive lime green tile. Nickelodeon Studios Florida, both in its tangible structure and in concept, is now a relic of the past. Both Universal Studios and Disney's MGM,
Good
now
thing there's
called
not any
Disney's Hollywood
tragedy that happened
Studios,
there.
have largely dropped the backlot behind-the-scenes theme.
Is this... where is this? Actually, I haven't been to the Disney... What do they call it? Like the Disney Hollywood Park? Last time I was there was like a really long time ago. It was before they acquired both Marvel and Star Wars. So they probably have so much more cool stuff there now.
Disney's Hollywood Studios have largely dropped the backlot behind-the-scenes theming. From what I understand, Disney rarely utilizes
I haven't
their
even
back of
gone to
house
Disney
production
yet.
offices
It's alright.
and has either
I
demolished
mean, I don't know.
or completely replaced all of their sound stages, filling them in
I'm
with
not that much of a
character-based
Disney person,
attractions.
but
Universal followed suit on the attraction side of
Just
things,
honest- just-
but kept all of their sound stages. With
being
Nickelodeon
somewhere so
proving
like
to be the
strange
largest
is just,
and
I guess,
for a
the
time,
appeal.
most successful
Because it's
production
like you're
company
not
in
even
all
on
of
Earth
Florida.
anymore.
In
Because
fact,
there's just like a
Nickelodeon
bunch
would
of
continue to be the
mascots
largest
walking
production
around
network creating
and
content in
and like
Florida through its
castles and
entire
stuff
run
like that.
of
I don't
this
know.
dream as the new Hollywood of the South.
It's a bit
And
fantastical.
while Universal does utilize their sound stages for external production use, I don't think it's anywhere
Yeah,
close
fever
to
dream.
what they had imagined. But as time went on,
But it's fun.
the logistics
It
and
was like the first
costs
time
began
it's like the first time I was in Times Square in New York City. I was like, it kind of gave me that Disneyland feeling because I'd never been in a like a large city before.
to make no sense. It wasn't a viable long-term business, and enthusiasm rather abruptly shifted away from Florida and onto other profitable avenues to go down. It's clear that the dream Disney and
Was that guy on
Universal
fire?
had to bring Hollywood to Florida just was a failure. But it really was a big shame to see this happen, especially for someone like me who loved Nickelodeon programming growing up. I even have photos of myself standing in Nickelodeon photo ops at Universal,
Wow.
one with a Nickelodeon stage looming precariously in the
The
background,
tragedy did
preparing
happen.
to close
No,
just a few years
didn't.
after I visited. And now, with nearly 20 years since its closure, well, the remnants of the vibrant and nostalgic past is now nothing more than
Oof.
a seemingly innocuous
Consumed by
bland
the Blue
structure.
Man Group.
Even with the new use given to a portion of the studios, it too is now abandoned with little hope for a future. And while Nickelodeon does have other attractions and weirdly modern and luxurious resorts
I don't know. I
around
just
the
came back
world,
from school. My
it's
mind feels
undeniable
eepy.
that it's a different
Same.
network and a different company. I think the studios in Florida was a really unique and really special way for a network to connect with its audience. It was a way for the cameras to turn around to the actual viewers and see kids interact with their favorite shows. It was just good
It should
television.
be Smurf
Maybe that's
themed.
coming from someone who has rose-tinted
Who
glasses,
owns
looking
Smurf?
back
The
fondly on
Smurfs.
something I grew up watching. But I really do think this was all lightning in a bottle. And clearly I'm not the only one thinking that, as there's lots of people out there who have massive connections with this place. I mean, it's why so many people watched my original video despite it being so poorly produced. It's also why we see classic items go up for auction and
Well,
sell for insane
19,000.
prices. Like this original time capsule cover that went up for auction and sold for close to $20,000. Same for this toilet paper from 1993,
Toilet paper.
which sold for a little
What
over
the heck?
$220.
Not the
But
Nickelodeon toilet
regardless
paper.
of how the physical relic of Nickelodeon in the 90s is now long gone, it still exists in the thousands of hours of media produced there, and the millions of kids who fondly remember visiting it. But as the doors closed for one final time, and those iconic, once abandoned interiors finally...
Alright, whatever. I'm gonna try to look for Nickelodeon Studios room tour. Um. Oh, wait. Was it this one? Or was it this one? There's another... there is another Nickelodeon thing. It's a... There's a... Okay, so that was... What was that? What was that called again? That was, Okay, Nickelodeon Studios. But there's also a Nickelodeon Resort. And it might have been that one. I'm so, like... I don't even know which one it was. Yeah, so now we're gonna watch a video about this. And I'll try to piece my memory together to see...
In 1999...
Well, if I can try to see which one it actually was.
In 1999, the children's network Nickelodeon was
What the? Why is my computer is like slow? Why is it like slow? Hold on. Man, all this all this internet browsing is really taking a toll on my computer. What is... Gosh, I desperately need a new computer. If it's struggling with one tab of Google Chrome, I guess 2 tabs, because technically the live chat is in a tab. But if it's struggling with this, then there's some major issues.
Changed forever with the premiere of a new cartoon series named SpongeBob SquarePants. Nickelodeon had developed many popular TV shows in its 20-year existence,
SpongeBob.
but it had never had a hit like SpongeBob. The show debuted to high ratings, with an audience comparable to Nickelodeon's biggest series at the time, Rugrats.
Rugrats.
But SpongeBob found massive success.
I didn't
in an
like
area that
Rugrats. I
other
thought the
Nickelodeon
characters
shows
looked weird.
hadn't. Merchandising. The company had purposefully shied away from extending the brand too far from the network itself. While Nickelodeon had turned some of its
SpongeBob was
properties
pretty
into
much the
toys,
only
feature films,
the
and
only
video games, they
Nickelodeon
feared that too much
property that I
merchandising
actually
would
liked.
contradict the brand's goal of appealing to young audiences.
There might have been
Nickelodeon was supposed
a
to
few
appear
others,
as a
but
network run by kids for kids, and the executives believed that children could tell when they were being advertised to, thus interfering with the channel's primary objective. On top of this, a general distaste for the Walt Disney Company and its practices had solidified Nickelodeon's motivation to limit size and avoid...
Yeah, I thought they looked weird when I somehow
All
watch
of this
it.
was thrown out the window after SpongeBob premiered.
I don't know.
The potential
Yeah, some
profit
kids
from
probably like
merchandising
how
the
weird
show's
it looks.
characters and setting was too large to ignore, and the title character would turn into Nickelodeon's unofficial mascot, its own Mickey Mouse, within just a few years.
Duck.
It appeared
Hello,
as though
stepping
Nickelodeon was
razor.
cashing in, but they were still concerned with expanding outside of their comfort zone and tarnishing their brand, in lieu of building its own stores like Disney, a type of project that was deemed too risky. Nickelodeon instead licensed its properties to anyone that wanted them. If you could slap a SpongeBob sticker
I've been
on
inside
it,
those
then
Disney
Nickelodeon would
stores
sign
too,
a
and I'm just like, I feel no joy going inside of it because I'm like, I don't feel very strongly for any of those properties, you know? Like, I grew up with some of them, obviously. Like, I remember watching, like, Finding Nemo as a kid. Maybe even in the theater. I'm not even sure. It might have been in the theater. I don't remember.
Document that legally allowed you to slap a SpongeBob sticker on it.
But I
And
just
since
don't
they were
feel very
already
strongly
beginning to look like their main competitor,
about
why not act like
about a
them
lot
too?
of these
And
properties.
what's more Disney than rushing into a huge, difficult project fueled by temporary success? Welcome to the Nick Hotel. Going up?
Was it that? That doesn't look familiar at all. So I wonder if it was this. No, I was the anime over cartoon kid. Yeah. I get that too. That's also why I liked watching Cartoon Network, because they'd you know, they had like Pokemon on there too, and at night they would have anime sometimes. Like a Saturday night maybe with the Toonami. Cause I remember watching Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z and Naruto. Those were the ones I liked.
On October 9th, 2003, Nickelodeon announced that they had formed a partnership with the hotel chain Holiday Inn for the purpose of transforming its Orlando resort, the Holiday Inn Family Suites Resort, into the first ever Nickelodeon hotel.
What?
The property was less than the Holiday Inn Family.
Why are these people not real people? What? I thought that was a... Hi, son. Hello. I thought this was like a real image for a second, but then I saw the people are just fake people.
Hotel chain Holiday Inn.
What is... Where did they get this image? Did they... did they try to recreate it in like Blender or something?
Purpose of transforming its Orlando resort.
It wouldn't
the
be
Holiday
Blender.
Inn
It'd probably
Family
be like
Suites Resort into the first
some
ever
other thing.
Nickelodeon hotel. The property was less than 5 years old, having just opened in the summer of 1999. The resort was Holiday Inn's first all-suite hotel, featuring 800 suites, 2 pools,
800.
water playgrounds, a restaurant, and a food court. The hotel was located just east of the Walt Disney World Resort, and transportation was provided to all 4 Disney parks.
The SpongeBob font.
Nickelodeon had originally considered constructing a new resort
How's your day?
themselves, but decided against
It's good.
this
I mean,
due
it's
to
5
their
a.m.
constant fear
It's
of
5
failure.
a.m.
Orlando was of
But
course the perfect location
I've been enjoying
for the
my
resort's
I've been
pilot
enjoying
test. It had a huge tourist population
my day
of
so
families
far.
and young children, and the company had 2 attractions at Universal Studios Florida, Nickelodeon Studios and the newly opened Jimmy Neutron's Nicktoon Blast. The Holiday Inn was located closer to Walt Disney World than it was to Universal Studios, but Nickelodeon would take what they could get. During the announcement, Nickelodeon revealed that they had plans to build 4 more
SpongeBob
resorts
Inn.
throughout the country. The transformation of the Holiday Inn Family Suites Resort was to be completed in early 2005, and the renovation would cost an estimated $20 million. Nickelodeon began advertising the resort leading up to its release, and parents began to book their stays at the new hotel.
Did you hear? Nickelodeon has built a hotel just for you. Opening
Oh,
this
God.
Memorial Day, the brand new Nickelodeon Family Suites by Holiday
Get some
Inn.
sleep soon? No, I just woke up.
You get your own bedroom.
Sweet. Wait, go in the bedroom.
You get your own bedroom.
Bunk beds? Wait. I think this might have been it. Are they playing a game? They are playing a game. It was it. It was this hotel. Okay, this looks like a GameCube controller, but this might have been like an older, like it might have just been like at first it was GameCubes and then they added Xboxes, or it might have just depended. But yeah, it had to be this one then.
Slides and flumes, a giant arcade, character breakfast.
I don't remember any of this though. Maybe I remember mascots walking around. I'm not sure though. Okay, yeah, that was the you could get slimed, but I was like, no, I don't want to get slimed. I remember that.
Reservations by logging on to www.nickhotel.com or call 1-866-GO-TO-NICK.
On March 9th, 2005, the Nickelodeon Family Suites Holiday Inn, commonly referred to as the Nick Hotel, opened its doors. Guests would walk up to the bright orange resort, with characters peeking through the window of the main entrance.
I think it was this one.
This led to the lobby and check-in desk.
I don't remember
There
this
were 4 room
though.
layouts that guests could choose from. The first was a 1-bedroom suite designed for 1 to 2 people. This included a king-sized bed, full kitchen, and a dishwasher. The second was a 2-bedroom kid suite. This included a private parents' room, a living area, a bathroom, and a themed kids' room. The kids' room would either feature a bunk bed or 2 twin beds, and the rooms were themed to different Nickelodeon properties.
Like maybe I remember it being like a very like Nickelodeon themed room, so it might have been like one of these kids' rooms.
Such as SpongeBob, The Fairly Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron, Dora the Explorer, Rugrats, Danny Phantom, and more. Guests could request a specific character room and would be assigned to it if available. The kids' rooms also featured a television, and some came with a PlayStation 2.
Okay, it was a PlayStation 2. Okay, I thought it was an Xbox, but I was like, it was either an Xbox or PlayStation. And I guess it was a PlayStation?
Guests could rent games from the hotel for $5 or bring their own. There
The
was
bed
also a
looks
CD
so
player
ugly.
and an activity table.
Not the oh, no, not like the grade school chairs. That's terrible.
Most of the suites. Unlike the parents' room, there was no door separating the kids' room.
Because yeah, I knew there was a game console, so I definitely went to this hotel.
In the living area. This was due to a county law restricting doors on kids' suites. for
That's
safety
crazy.
reasons. The parents' room was unthemed and featured 2 side tables, a closet,
It looks like a
25-inch
vineyard?
TV,
I don't know what that
and a
is.
makeup desk. The main living area featured a pull-out couch, a rocking chair, a dining table, and a 25-inch TV. The third suite layout was a
25-inch
3-bedroom
TV.
king suite.
Whoa.
This came with 2 private parent rooms,
That's so
both
small.
with king-sized beds, a themed kids room with a bunk bed and pull-out cot, a full kitchen, a full dining room, and 2 bathrooms. The fourth and final layout was Nick Hotel's honeymoon suite, called the
Whoa.
Nick at Night suite.
Nick at Night.
This included a heart-shaped
Why
world,
would you...
mood lighting.
If you take me to the... if you take me to the Nick Hotel suite on our honeymoon, I'm divorcing you. Is this nostalgic? I kind of remember the room, but I don't remember anything else about it.
Scented bath lotion, an extra-large shower.
Shower for 2.
Where are you
And
from?
only one
I'm
private
from
bedroom.
the...
Leave those kids at home.
For some reason, these rooms
Well,
didn't
technically, I'm from space. But no, I'm American
last very
currently.
long, and it seems that they were discontinued within a few years of the hotel's opening. All suites had the option of a wake-up call from a Nickelodeon character, and simple room service was available. The suites opened from the outside, resulting in the kids' suites having no windows. 14 6-story buildings housed the suites. The main structure comprised of 9 buildings, enclosing
people-
the lagoon pool.
No, now that you know the 500 million mile radius in which I live, now you can pinpoint the exact location where I'm from.
Other 5 buildings enclosed the Oasis pool. The main area also featured the lobby, the fitness center, and Studio B, which was a space for special events such as conferences, birthday parties, and starting in 2009 for inexplicable reasons, weddings.
Was it gonna be docked someday? I don't care. You can come to my house. We can have tea.
The lagoon pool featured a basketball court, mini golf, a pool and a kiddie area, the Lagoon Bar and Grill poolside restaurant, and a large water park. The main attraction for
I
children.
remember this. I remember this water park. Yeah. I don't know how I forgot about this, but yeah, there was a water park. And it was very cool.
Staying at the resort. The water park featured large cutouts of Nickelodeon.
Okay, I didn't go down this big slide, but I remember this kind of like jungle gym-esque, like with the meshes and stuff.
Characters, multiple water slides, water features, and a large water bucket at
I
the
was
top of the
probably
structure.
too...
This would periodically fill up,
I remember this
tip
now.
over, and douse guests with water. And at certain times of the day, the water would be colored green to simulate slime.
Oh, okay, I remember it now. Yeah, it is huge. I remember it now. I was at the water park, or at least I saw the water park. I don't know if I went. Damn, I don't know if I cupcake. I don't know if I actually. Okay, so what I think might have happened was that one day I went, and I actually went to this water park thing and played in it for a few hours, and then the next day maybe it was green, and I didn't want to play in it anymore, because I distinctly remember there being a thing where slime got poured on you, and I remember detesting it and saying, no, I'm not going there. So I think this might have been
a
it.
special event, with hotel employees gathering everyone and getting them excited for the mass sliming. The Oasis pool area
Yeah, I definitely said no to the mass sliming.
another poolside bar.
That's the other than the PlayStation in the room. That's like the one other distinct memory from it.
Kiddie area, a spa, and a less elaborate water park. This was supposed to be the more relaxing area than the often crowded lagoon pool. In between the two hotel structures would be a building referred to as the mall.
Gooey as hell.
The mall featured an arcade, a kids spa, and a gift shop, which sold
I don't
both
remember there being an
Nickelodeon and
arcade.
Universal Studios merchandise. There was a 4D theater, which had a 3D
And again, I don't know
screen,
how long we were there, or even
moving seats.
I don't even know why the heck were we here? I'm so confused. I don't know. It must have been a weird situation, or maybe it was my brother's birthday or something. Or maybe we're there to see someone else. Or maybe there was a weird situation where it just so happens that the only hotel open was this one, but I doubt it was that.
And water effects. This would show a SpongeBob 4D film, as well as 15-minute highlight
A
reels from recent
SpongeBob
movies,
4D
such
film?
as the Ice Age franchise, and later, Pacific Rim.
Pacific
there was also
Rim?
a theater named Studio Nick for game shows and live character shows. When the hotel opened,
What's
Studio
that?
Nick had 2 game shows, Who Knows Best and Nick Live. Who Knows Best was a game show that tested how well families knew each other, while Nick Live was a show in which families would compete against other families in physical challenges and trivia, with the winner getting
Pacific Rim.
slimed.
What
A
was
smaller
that?
scale version of this show called
The
Nick
Barnyard,
Live
oh
Poolside
no.
would be performed by the Lagoon Pool,
I-
with a small dunk
The Barnyard is such a weird. I don't like that that property.
tank dedicated to the show. The Nick Hotel also had a wide array of dining options. The mall had its own food court.
Yeah, I
with
don't remember
restaurants
this at all.
rotating in and out from time to
Starbucks.
time. Restaurants
They have a
included
Starbucks in
A&W,
there.
Pizza Hut Express, Antonio's Pizzeria,
Antonio's.
and Starbucks. There was a buffet open
It
for
seems
breakfast
fun.
and lunch.
I mean,
An
yeah.
adult bar
I,
named
I wish I could remember all of it, but I was so little. It closed in. Well, actually, no. I don't know when this one closed.
the
Actually,
Nick at Night Lounge, and the hotel's signature restaurant, the Nicktoons Cafe.
the Aang looks
This
so cursed.
reservation-only character dining restaurant served a breakfast and dinner buffet. The main appeal of the Nicktoons Cafe was, of course, the character meet and greets.
Wasn't
And now a brief tangent on Nickelodeon
Oh.
character costumes.
The Nick Hotel allowed guests to meet many of their favorite.
I think I
Nickelodeon
remember seeing
characters.
some.
There were meet and greets set up throughout the hotel.
I think I remember seeing
Studio
some of
Nick
them,
character shows
mostly
such as
SpongeBob
SpongeBob
characters.
Live and dance parties in the pool area. The
Whoa.
art of turning a 2-dimensional cartoon into a
The French
3-dimensional
accent.
walk-around costume is underappreciated. If done correctly, it can bring a beloved character to life. If done incorrectly, it is creepy. Today, Disney's walk-around characters rarely come off as unsettling. This is because of the talented actors that portray them, the brilliant artists that design them, and years of trial and error.
Oh. I wonder how hard it is to be one of these mascot characters. It must be fun sometimes, but I don't know.
Nickelodeon did not have the benefit of the latter. All of the Nick Hotel character costumes seem to be designed in such a way that the characters appear as though they are always smiling for a picture. However, this only works if they are staring directly at the camera, which they almost never are. On the other hand, Disney's costumes are designed to be multi-purposed. For instance, when Mickey
Yeah,
is smiling for a
I'm sure
picture,
it's really.
he will tilt his head up
I mean, they
slightly.
have to be
By
really
design, he
talented to
appears
like
to be smiling more from
basically
this
act
angle.
like cartoonish. Like, look at this. You basically have to act like very cartoonish. I'm not sure I would. I'm not very expressive, so I don't think I would be able to do this. But I know a lot of people that are very expressive, so I think they would be able to rock these costumes fairly well.
When he tilts his head back down, he is still smiling, but it is more neutral, as opposed to relentless and terrifying. Also, most Disney costumes are designed for some amount of neck movement. This gives the characters more life, as they don't
makes
appear as
sense.
walking sculptures. Many of Nickelodeon's costumes featured heads that were too large to move. This resulted in a surplus of premium-grade nightmare fuel. Made worse if the children actually did have a nightmare, they would turn on their bed light to reveal the character staring at them while they sleep. In short, every character at the Nick Hotel looked like they were on
that's so
drugs
creepy,
at all
yeah.
times. Characters appearing at the resort included SpongeBob.
he just knocked
Squid
over
on
something,
drugs
look.
at all times.
Look at
Characters
this.
appearing at the resort included SpongeBob,
Did you do that on purpose?
Squidward, Sandy, Patrick, Mr. Krabs, Dora.
SpongeBob, Sandy. That's what it reminded me of. Just going in order. Is cussing here okay? Yeah, like like the fricks in the hex. Yeah, sure. But no, like, I think you know how to behave.
Boots, Diego, Blue.
Are there a lot
Danny
of
Phantom,
horror
Aang,
parodies of
Cosmo, Wanda,
Nickelodeon?
Jimmy Neutron.
Oh god, that's so
Angelica,
scary.
the Power Rangers.
Okay, this is sick. I would have loved to see this. I love the Power Rangers.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Wait, those costumes actually look really good.
Angelica, The Power
Look at them. Look at them. They look so cool.
Rangers. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Millie and Geo
Hi, Kales.
of
Welcome.
Team Umizoomi. Ming Duck Ling.
Who is this?
Fanboy and Chum Chum.
Fanboy and Chum Chum. Okay, this hotel must have lasted a while then. You need sleep? No, I just woke up.
Chase and Marshall, the Paw Patrol dogs. Pablo.
Pablo.
Bubble Guppies. And Little Bill. The
Little
costume
Bill?
designs improved over time. but they
I
were
loved
still
Power
not
Rangers.
optimal
Yeah,
for
I
character
still love
shows.
Power Rangers. I mean, they just won't. They'll never stop being cool. Oh.
Behind the mall, there was a man-made lake. While it was not
Have
accessible
a
to
good
guests,
stream. Thank
various
you.
statues of Nickelodeon characters were placed on it. The hotel also had Christmas festivities named the Let It Snow
That duck is
Celebration.
one from
The
the
resort was
one pet
decorated in
cartoon.
bright Christmas
I don't
lights,
remember
and
it.
it offered hot chocolate and s'mores around
Oh,
fire pits. Many
that
of the
sounds good.
walk-around characters were dressed in seasonal costumes, and there was a special Studio Nick character show called Celebrate Nickmas. So, how much did it cost? The renovation to create the resort ended up costing around $25 million, and a total of 777 suites were available to book. Prices fluctuated throughout the year. A 2-bedroom kid suite cost between $100 and
Wait, look. Those are Xbox controllers. I was right. I was right.
$35 and $200.
I knew they added Xboxes. Okay, so I must have went here in the latter half of this place being up.
$175 a night, while a 3-bedroom kid suite cost between $300.
Wait, 1/3. That's not good. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all for a night.
$35 and $275
Like nowadays.
a night, while a 3-bedroom kid suite cost between $300 and $600.
Alright, this is a bit extra.
Night. The buffet was around $10 for adults, $8 for kids, and free for anyone under 12.
Whoa,
The
that's pretty
Nicktoons
good.
Cafe character dining cost
Gangnam Style.
$17 for an adult and $10 for kids. An all-access wristband in later years would allow
Xbox
guests
Live.
access to the 4D experience and other activities in the mall area. This cost around $20. So if you did the math, a family of 4 spending 2 nights and a full day at the hotel would cost over $750 during peak season.
Oh,
While
wow.
this was expensive,
Alright.
the Nick Hotel operated as a resort, with enough activities and attractions to keep guests on property during their stay. This was different than Disney, as more often than not, Walt Disney World Resort Hotel guests will be purchasing tickets to one or more of the property's theme parks. On
Yeah.
April 30th, 2005, just over a month after the Nick Hotel opened its doors,
That's probably how much the Disney hotels cost. But the Disney hotels, you also have to get tickets to the actual parks as well.
Nickelodeon Studios at Universal Studios
So I'm
Florida
sure it's still a
closed.
lot more.
A time capsule had been buried outside of the studio in 1992. Kids voted on what they wanted to be placed in the capsule, and items such as a Back to the Future VHS, an MC Hammer CD, and a Nintendo Game Boy were buried. The capsule was to remain for 50 years, to be opened in 2042. After Nickelodeon Studios closed, the time capsule was moved to the Nick Hotel, where it was reburied and displayed for guests. The Nickelodeon Hotel continued to operate
Wait,
normally
so
for over a decade.
someone was selling the lid for the time capsule on eBay. I think it's so funny.
Adding new entertainment options and shows periodically. In May of 2012, Double Dare Live, a new game show at Studio Nick based off of the hit TV show, debuted. In 2014, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Summer of the Shell
I wonder
began.
how old I
Some
was
rooms were rethemed
when
to the
I
heroes,
when I
and a
went
laser
here
maze
though.
based off of the TV show was added to the mall. In 2015, the Nick Hotel celebrated its 10th anniversary, but just a month after the celebration ended, the Nick
I'm gonna
Hotel
like
would receive
I'm gonna like I don't know, like show my mom pictures of it maybe and just like ask her like, have we ever been here?
some devistating news. On
She'll
January
probably be
29,
confused, but
2016, Nickelodeon announced that
I
the
just want to know
Nickelodeon
for
Family
sure.
Suites would be rebranded back into a Holiday Inn. The news, while sad for many, was not necessarily shocking. There were a few signs that the Nick Hotel might not be around for much longer. For one, Nickelodeon had a severely reduced presence at Universal Studios Florida, since Nickelodeon Studios had closed in 2005 and Jimmy Neutron's Nicktoon Blast had closed in 2011. While walk-around characters still appeared at the park, there was no attraction dedicated to Nickelodeon. This made marketing the resort and the park together slightly more difficult, and more than anything, it was an indication that an era of Nickelodeon was over. By 2016, the original branding was dated, as all of the shows, except SpongeBob and the Fairly OddParents, had ended. Another issue was that the concept for the resort was flawed from the beginning. The Nick Hotel operated like an all-inclusive resort, similar to those found in tropical destinations. The problem was that the Nick Hotel was in the middle of Orlando. This made guests feel claustrophobic, as the resort was not sitting next to an ocean.
I guess.
They also wanted to go experience Orlando's many attractions. But for the price of the Nick Hotel, guests needed to stay on property to get their money's worth. However, these were all minor issues. The biggest reason for the debranding was Nickelodeon's new partnership with Charisma Hotels. This was created to build Nickelodeon.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've ever been to like a, other than this, I don't think I've ever been to like a resort before. Where like, I don't know. But I imagine a big, one of the big like selling points is the beach.
Nickelodeon resorts throughout the world. The company had never gone through
I
with
guess the
plans
water
for
park kind
expansion
of
of
acts as a
Holiday Inn,
beach, but the
most
parents
likely
wouldn't
due to
want,
the Nick Hotel
you
not
know,
being a massive success.
doesn't sound like
The
there's a
resort
lot to
was
do.
popular,
A
but it was
lot.
clear that the Holiday Inn concept wouldn't work outside of Orlando.
Doesn't sound like there's a lot to do for the parents.
The first Nickelodeon resort with Charisma Hotels would open in Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic later in 2016. The new resort would have many attractions similar to the Nick Hotel, but it had a more elegant and subtle design and was located on a beach. The Punta Cana resort was met with glowing reviews, and another resort is set to open in Riviera Maya, Mexico in 2019.
Mexico?
Since Nickelodeon was focusing on a more luxurious
This is crazy.
resort brand, they decided to end their licensing contract with Holiday Inn. There was also one more reason for the closure. The hotel was not in great shape.
The Nickelodeon Hotel, 10 years later.
These images may be disturbing. Oh no. How many videos have we watched? I think like this is the third one, maybe. Set third, fourth. I don't know. I'm gonna go eep. Have a nice stream. All right. Have a good eep. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
These images may be disturbing.
Disturbing. Oh God. Why are they so zoomed in? Oh, look at it go. Oof. Oh.
By 2016, the Nick Hotel desperately needed a renovation. This meant either updating all of the Nickelodeon characters and properties, or removing them completely. The timing just happened to be perfect to end the contract. The resort was to receive a $30 million renovation along with the debranding. It was set to reopen on April 17, 2016. However, construction delays pushed the project back nearly 2 months. Having been announced in January that it was to close, this put the Nick Hotel in a state of limbo for 5 months, and the hotel stayed open for most of the transformation. During this time, certain activities were discontinued, buildings were being repainted,
Why
and
would it
logos
stay
were being
open?
removed. The time capsule was once again dug up and moved to the Nickelodeon Studios in Burbank. Less people were staying at the hotel during this time, and the resort felt abandoned.
Well, yeah, duh.
Many of the themed kid suites
They're
remained,
actively tearing it apart. Why would you want to stay here?
at the rest of the hotel being given a blue paint job and replacing all Nickelodeon logos with Holiday Inn. Many of the TVs and appliances had not been replaced since the hotel opened. The mall area was almost completely silent, with many of the attractions and restaurants being renovated or removed.
Jeez.
Finally, on June 1st, 2016, the resort reopened as the Holiday Inn Orlando Suites. The hotel still hosts family game shows, the food court reopened with some new restaurants, the water bucket is now dyed dark blue at certain times, the 4D theater now shows some generic movie, the Laser Maze is now themed to Batman, and the gift shop now sells both Nickelodeon and Disney merchandise.
Huh.
The prices have also dropped significantly, now typically below $100 a night for
What? That's so cheap.
a room with a kid suite. The Nick Hotel was an interesting experiment to say the least, because it
Oh,
didn't
this was
not
5
work.
years ago, so I
Attendance
doubt
was
it's that.
consistent. It wasn't
I
completely
doubt it's that
neglected
cheap
by either
anymore.
company,
Sad.
and it avoided what would have probably been a disastrous expansion. At the same time, it wasn't perfect. The design was cheesy, the activities were immature, and there was little to nothing for parents. Plus, Holiday Inn, known more for having economical prices rather than luxurious facilities, was probably not the best choice for the partnership. Nickelodeon made the right decision in partnering with Charisma Hotels, and it is possible that many new Nickelodeon resorts will open in the future. While these new resorts best the Nickelodeon family suites in almost every category,
Dang.
it is still disappointing to see such an elaborate entertainment experience disappear. Seeing the debranded hotel, a skeleton of what it once was, is devastating to those that stayed there and the many more that wanted to. While it might be gone, the Nick Hotel leaves behind a decade of memories of Nickelodeon fans having the best day ever.
It's cool. The cool thing, I'm glad I know. I finally remembered what hotel it was. New video? Let me see. Or eepy. We do one more video, maybe. Hi. Hi, Clumsy. Welcome. I like this. Well, I like this this channel. I'm gonna see if they have any more bankrupt stuff. Let me see. Abandoned mall, abandoned casino, Northridge Mall, Defunctland. Do you want to watch more Defunctland or? I've been listening to their videos a lot at work when I just need something to listen to. Let me see. Well, their videos are super long. Yeah, they have some 30-minute videos. Okay, well, what about this one? History of Toys R Us Times Square.
In 1998,
Well, hold on. This is history of Toys R Us Times Square, which I don't know why it's only the
1998, Toys R Us,
apparently they had a big Times Square location. I didn't know this.
the #1 toy retailer in the United States, suddenly fell into second place. The 41-year-old chain had been surpassed by Walmart in the battle for toy supremacy.
Walmart.
Toys R Us was finding it increasingly difficult to compete with
I guess
big box
you could buy more than just toys at Walmart, so I guess that makes sense.
retailers. However, Walmart and similar big box stores were not the only cause of the chain's decline. Customers viewed Toys R Us stores as dirty warehouses with no character or charm.
Wow.
On top of this, the management and service at stores was less than stellar. Recognizing this,
Yeah,
the
they're
Toys R
definitely a
Us
dead
board of
company.
directors looked to another toy chain
think
that
there
was
might be
known for
one
their
that's
quality
open.
and class.
But yeah, they're gone.
FAO Schwartz. The famous toy stores were experiences in themselves, and the chain was ingrained into popular culture after appearing in the 1988 Tom Hanks film, Big. FAO Schwartz had just the strategy that Toys R Us needed.
I wonder if are there even like any like toy stores nowadays? Is that even a thing anymore?
The board of directors recruited their chairman, John
Probably
Eiler,
not.
to be the next chairman and CEO of Toys R Us. To assist him, Eiler brought with him Joanne Newbold, a designer that had helped him construct 25 stores for FAO Schwartz. Of the move, Newbold said, quote, "We call it going over to the dark side." Despite the difficult task ahead, Eiler referred to his plan for Toys R Us as Mission Possible. To improve the reputation
Mission
of the chain
Possible.
stores, he
Nice.
approved an ambitious redesign that favored visual aesthetics over everything
This
else.
seems cool.
In order to improve customer
What the heck?
service, Eiler approved wage increases for Toys R Us employees. But this was just the beginning. The most ambitious of Eiler's ideas was to open a brand new
You know, a
flagship
board game
Toys
store?
R Us store.
Hey, I know a store that only sells calendars. Okay, it's in my mall. I don't know why it exists or who shops there, but it definitely is a place. I went inside because I saw it and I was like, no way this store only sells calendars. And they sold like a few other things, but it was like 99% calendars. Just calendars, just like different like themed calendars? I don't understand.
In the crossroads of the world, New York City's Times Square.
No, I don't think.
On
I think
August 1st,
it's just like kind of like an easy, like gift for people. Like I guess like maybe older people that need to keep track of. I mean, yeah, some of them had the cool theming, but it's like it's a calendar. I don't need one. I don't need one. Every like phone, tablet, computer has a calendar on it. I don't need a paper one. With like limited space, you know.
Just months after Eiler had.
And also paper, yeah, it's mostly for gifts. I mean, it's the same. It's the same reason why like gift shops are still around, right? Like, because like gift shops are always like, they sell like the most useless things, but they somehow stick around.
Had joined Toys
Some
R
stores,
Us,
though, I
the
always
company
wonder
announced the
like
construction of the new
how
Times
they stay
Square
open.
location. The space was 101,000 square feet, split throughout 4 stories. The owner of the real estate, Charles B. Moss Jr., had been holding on to the space throughout a rapid
Diet Coke,
revitalization of Times Square, seeing the
LG.
area turn from a dirty, seedy tourist trap to a premier shopping district. Stores like The Gap and Virgin Megastore moved in, and rents began to skyrocket. Moss was waiting for the right partner for his real estate, which sat on the corner of Broadway
look at all the
and 44th
taxis.
Street. And when Toys R Us made an offer,
It's not like that
he
anymore, I
accepted.
imagine.
The resulting Toys R Us would be the largest toy store in the world and the largest retailer in Times Square, 1/3 larger than the Virgin Megastore. The location would cost $35 million.
Does Coke and
to
Pepsi
build.
taste the
It was to
same?
be the center of the toy universe, according to
No, but
designing Toys R Us's
I
flagship
doubt you
store
could
was
probably
no easy task.
you could
Not
probably
only was
like
Newbold designing
taste
some of
it
the
if
most
you're
lucrative
blindfolded,
real
or you
estate
would
space in the world,
you would
but she was
you would
designing
know that they taste slightly different, but you wouldn't know which is which.
far more
Basically,
than just a store. Toys R
'Cause
Us
I don't
Times
think
Square would be part
either is better
store,
than the other.
part mall, part theme park, and part event space. The store was constructed throughout the fall of 2001, with a grand opening date set for November 17th, 2001. On November 14th, 3 days before the grand opening, Toys R Us held its first event. A key aspect of the plans for Toys R Us Times Square was for the space to be a stage for toy manufacturers to hold launch events. The first of these would be for the
Pepsi
Xbox,
hits kind of
with Bill
different.
Gates
I
himself present
I
to
do
launch the
favor
console
Pepsi a
and
bit
hand
too.
it out to the first lucky gamer.
I think you're
3
slightly
days
sweeter.
after this, Toys R Us was ready to open to
Yeah.
the public. To celebrate the
I
store's
like it.
opening day,
It's
an
good.
hour-long character procession was organized. At 9 a.m., over 50 beloved
The
children's
toys are
characters
coming.
would
That
walk
sounds like a
hand
threat.
in hand from 48th and Broadway to the store.
Is that
the
Shrek?
4-block parade featured such beloved characters as SpongeBob SquarePants, Bert,
I'm
Ernie,
gonna go for a bit. My
Barbie,
Wi-Fi glitching.
Shrek,
Okay.
and Elmo, which must have been awkward considering that there were at least 3 other Elmos roaming the area at the time. After the parade, the ribbon was
Not
cut,
the-
with Toys
not the
R Us's
Times Square
mascot,
Elmos.
Jeffrey the Giraffe, dressed to the nines. The Toys R Us International flagship store
Yeah, that
was
seems
officially
creepy.
open to the public. As guests approached the store, they were greeted by an impressive video billboard display with 165
The
panels,
person
cycling
adjusting
through various
adjusting the other guy's thing.
advertisements, and interior views of the store. As guests entered, they were immediately confronted by Jeffrey the Giraffe, welcoming them to the store. The
Man.
most striking element of Toys R Us Times Square was its main attraction.
I definitely would
a
not want to be
60-foot tall
Jeffrey the
Ferris
Giraffe.
wheel, which was placed in the atrium and spanned all 4 stories of the store. The Ferris wheel featured the chain's signature backwards R in the center, with 14 themed cars, all featuring famous characters
Why would you
from
put a
toys,
Ferris
movies,
wheel in here?
television, and more. The cars included a Pokemon car, a Tonka truck, a Toy Story
The
car,
rent for the rent for a place this big must be crazy in Times Square.
a Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head car, a Fisher Price car in the shape of a
I
little
can see
Snoopy
why it
toy,
wasn't
a
profitable.
Matchbox fire truck, a spaceship with E.T. on one side and Jeffrey on the other, a Little Tykes car, and a Nicktoons car featuring multiple characters, including Jimmy Neutron, Blue, SpongeBob SquarePants, Tommy,
More
Chucky,
more creepy
Reggie,
Nickelodeon
and
characters.
Little Bill. The cars to the Ferris wheels were, according to Newbold, a quote, torturous exercise in design. Newbold admitted that the final
$19
result of some of the
Fortnite
cars
card. Who
was
wants
less than
it?
ideal. She said that the Mr.
Yeah.
and Mrs. Potato Head car specifically looked off.
And that's why
and that,
Toys
to
R
her
Us
eye,
can't succeed
quote,
anymore. Everyone's
Mrs.
playing
Tate looks
Fortnite.
way too much
The
like Bette
the
Midler.
youngins.
The licensing
They
agreements
don't need
for each
toys, they
car
need
was for
Fortnite
2
cards.
years, and most of the companies chose
Oh,
to
have
renew the
Mega
license
Bloks.
again and again. However, sometime between 2001 and
The
2007,
Monopoly
2
cart.
cars were replaced. The Pokemon car was replaced with a Scooby-Doo car, and the Tonka truck was replaced with a My Little Pony car.
Oh.
Sometime after this, the Barbie's car design was changed.
You don't want
to
to
a
ask
planned
what goes on in the My Little Pony
Fisher-Price
car.
replaced their Lil Snoopy with a school bus. The store's street-level floor was actually its second floor, and in order to board the Ferris wheel, guests had to take an escalator down to the first floor. Also on this floor were video game displays,
Whoa,
an
cool.
ice cream shop called Scoops R Us, and a UPS store. The UPS store allowed shoppers to purchase toys and immediately ship them as gifts to friends and family.
Wait, that's so smart.
The third floor featured the majority of the store's retail space.
Whoa.
An elevated ceiling was painted yellow, and from it,
Power
models
Rangers
were
toys?
suspended.
Alright,
One depicted
I'm in.
Superman saving shoppers from a falling truck. The other was of Spider-Man, swinging from webs above the heads of guests. The third floor also featured an elaborate Lego section, with sculptures of prominent New York
And
City
gotta have the
icons.
Legos.
Nearby was the Candyland Candy Store, which brought the famous board game to life.
I
One of
I
the
don't
most
even. I'm like scared to even look up how much Lego sets cost nowadays. I mean, they were always expensive, but now, they must be
popular spots
out of
on the
this
third
world.
floor was a 2-story, 4,000 square foot walk-through Barbie dream house. This impressive feature could only be overshadowed by the third floor's signature attraction, a robotic
What?
20-foot tall Tyrannosaurus Rex that moved and roared. This was part of a Jurassic Park display, and the dinosaur weighed 5 tons. During construction, an entire side of the building had to be left open to install the creature. Finally, the fourth floor was much smaller.
There's
in
one that's like
comparison, in
$500
order
to
to allow for the high ceilings
$600. Yeah,
of
I'm
most
not
of the third
surprised.
floor. Its main feature was the
I'm not
Pepsi
surprised at
World
all.
soda fountain.
I mean, they make
Also on
Lego
the
sets
fourth
for like adults, and those are like the most expensive, I think.
floor, off limits to guests, was a boardroom for meetings that had an incredible view of the store and Times Square. As aforementioned, Newbold and Eiler designed Toys R Us Times Square with built-in stages for toy unveilings. Toys R Us Times
Toy
Square did hold
unveilings?
many product launch events, bringing in big crowds and rolling out celebrity guests.
Who's bringing their kid to a toy unveiling? What?
In retrospect, some of these events were quite interesting.
And now, some of the product launch events held at Toys R Us Times Square. Or, one of the first times the early 2000s unique visual and cultural aesthetic can be viewed in retrospect. Or, oh my god, am I nostalgic for 2003?
I am.
Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix with celebrity guest audiobook narrator Jim Dale.
Okay, you can't. That's definitely a time to be nostalgic about. You know, it's definitely a lot different than now.
The Video Now portable video player with celebrity guest Hilary Duff.
Whoa.
Is the musical robot thing
Is-
with celebrity guest
is
Rihanna.
what?
Rubik's Revolution with celebrity guest Vanessa Hudgens. Dolls from the TV show Lost with celebrity
You need a
guest
celebrity to show off your new Rubik's Cube.
Jorge Garcia. Deal or No Deal merchandise with celebrity guest Howie Mandel.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Miranda Cosgrove's debut album,
Oh.
Sparks Fly, with celebrity guest Miranda Cosgrove. Twilight New Moon merchandise with celebrity guests Nikki Reed and Kellen Lutz. EA Sports Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2002 with celebrity guest Tiger Woods. The Tamagotchi Connection virtual pet
Who
with
the
celebrity
who the heck is this? Why is he showing off Tamagotchis?
guest Ryan Cabrera.
I don't know who
Video
that is.
Now Color with celebrity guests Hilary Duff again
Tony Hawk.
and Tony Hawk. The store was also used as a location for
They're
open
like, oh, we need someone else. Oh, just get Tony Hawk in here.
auditions for child stage shows such as Dora the Explorer Live and Blue's Clues Live.
Yeah, he does look like
As
a
far as
rock
design
band
and
guy.
implementation went, Toys R Us Times
His
Square
crazy
appeared
hair.
to be a massive success. However, there were many other factors to consider. The first was rent. The space alone would cost Toys R Us $12 million a year.
Yep.
Over 100
I knew the rent was gonna be crazy. $12 million a year in rent.
dollars
Sheesh.
per square foot. On top of this, the store opened in November of 2001, just over 2 months
Oh.
after the September 11th terrorist attacks. Americans' willingness to travel was greatly impacted by the events, especially travel
Ah.
to New York. Sales in Times Square specifically were down 40%. However, Elliot Whale, general manager of Toys R Us Times Square, said, quote, "If the traffic numbers are off in Times Square, we are certainly not feeling it." Toys R Us estimated that their flagship store would draw in 20 million visitors a year, 2/3 of the total traffic of Times Square at the time. However, the first year's numbers, in part due to the attacks of September 11th, were reported to be nearly half that, with roughly 10 million shoppers visiting.
Yeah, they guess that 2/3 of all the people walking through Times Square were gonna visit your giant Toys R Us. I mean, maybe. I mean, a lot of people have kids, so maybe.
Visiting the store in
I'm
its
not sure
first
though.
year of
I wouldn't be
operation.
so confident.
Toys R Us Times Square enjoyed an eventful existence. In 2003, the store was featured in the Disney television film Eloise at Christmas Time. That same year was the beginning of the flash mob craze that swept the nation for some
Oh
reason.
gosh, flash
and
mobs.
nowhere was safe, especially not Toys R Us Times Square. In August of 2003, a large group of people gathered on the store's 3rd floor, not to perform a choreographed dance, but instead to kneel in front of the T-Rex and scream for a very, very long time.
I bet the employees were just like, all right, yeah, very funny.
Every holiday shopping season was
I mean,
a
I'm
busy,
sure at the time they
eventful,
thought it
and
was hilarious, but now I'm just looking at it like, wow, what a nuisance. That does not look like, it looks like such a nuisance to deal with.
sometimes dangerous affair for Toys R Us. On November 27th, 2004, at around 3:25
Pepper spray
p.m.,
attacks.
a rush of holiday shoppers were overwhelmed with
Man,
pepper spray.
imagine that was the, imagine if that was a, well, that's all pepper spray? Okay.
Which was discharged from an unknown person within the store. 3 people had to be taken to the hospital, and all 3,000 shoppers were evacuated. By 2004, Toys R Us's hopes of overtaking Walmart had been dashed. When asked whether Toys R Us was still focusing on reclaiming the #1 spot,
Why is the
Vice
giraffe-
President Ursula Moran
why did he
responded,
beat up? Who
no,
beat him up?
adding, quote, "We're number 2. In 2005, Toys R Us was bought by 3 investment companies for $6.6 billion.
Oh, they were bought?
Of this capital, 80% was borrowed. And as a result of the leveraged buyout, Toys R Us...
Oh yeah, Rip Jeffrey the giraffe. No, not Jeffrey. But yeah, the other video mentioned that Toys R Us was like bought by a private whatever company, and they
Us was now $5 billion.
it basically
in
wasn't a
debt.
smart buy.
Tyler stepped down from his role at CEO after the buyout, and Toys R Us began a new, uncertain, debt-ridden future. On top of all of this, the Times Square location had still not turned a profit, although Moran said that it was, quote, pretty close to making money. Toys R Us continued to operate.
Well, you know,
the
I know we're only in debt, but you know, it's pretty close to making money. You know, it's 10 to 12 million just in rent every year. Yeah, we can make money.
Off of the idea that the prestige and elegance of the location
And on top of this, just toys like just falling out of fashion. It's just so
and
bad.
experience was worth accepting the losses from the store itself. However, this concept was becoming more difficult to sell, as the corporation as a whole continued to lose market share and close stores across the country. By 2007, alternate revenue streams were considered
about to
for
call
the
it
Toys R Us
Bakugan.
Times Square location.
What are
namely,
the
children's
what
birthday
are those
parties.
things called again?
The store created birthdays
The spinning
packaged
tops.
for children, including the Dancing Divas Party and the Pirates Passage package. In 2009, Toys R Us acquired FAO Schwarz.
Oh, Beyblade.
With the
Right.
acquisition, Toys R Us now operated the 2 most famous and popular toy stores in New York City. In 2010,
What
the
is
Delicious
that?
World of Wonka, the first ever Wonka retail experience, opened on the 2nd
I don't
floor
want a
of Toys R
Wonka
Us
retail
Times Square.
experience.
A short time after this, the space on the 4th floor was
Now, I remember when I was little, though, there was like this ice cream and candy shop that we used to go to often. And it was the only place where I saw that they sold like Wonka chocolate bars, and I'd always get it because it's just like, bro, it's Wonka. It's real life Willy Wonka chocolate. And I'd get it every time I went there. Oh man, that was such a long time ago. I wonder if that place. I think I remember the name of it as well. That place. I wonder if I can find if it's still there. Probably not. Yeah, back then I was a weird kid back then, cause like that was like I'm sure like they sold really like good ice cream there, but like for some reason when I was a kid I didn't like ice cream. I think it was like too cold or something. I didn't like it was like You know, like it was not like sensory wise. I couldn't eat it. I don't know. But now I like ice cream. Of course. Who doesn't like ice cream?
Was replaced with a new attraction, the arcade. A sort of annual tradition
The arcade. All right.
at the store for a few years was the anti-war toy protest
Hi,
put
VN,
on
welcome.
by the Granny Peace Brigade and the Raging Grannies, two protest groups composed of old women.
The what?
Every year, the Grannies would march throughout the store, protesting violent video games and toys that glorified weapons and war. The first year of the protests, the Grannies commandeered the Ferris wheel and waved banners off of it.
They commandeered
However,
the
they
Ferris
failed
wheel.
to account for their escape route. And being on the Ferris wheel, it didn't take long for the employees to stop them and promptly escort them out of the store.
Is
The
that Hugbees? Wait, who? Whom? Not this guy. Not this guy.
time after this, the space on the fourth floor at the store for a few years was the anti-war toy protest put on by the Granny Peace Brigade.
You
and
mean
Raging
the
Grannies,
narrator?
two
The
protest
narrator
groups
is
composed of old
defunct
women.
land.
Every year, the Grannies would march throughout the store, protesting violent video games and toys that glorified weapons and war. The first year of the protests, the Grannies commandeered the Ferris wheel and waved banners off of it. However, they failed to account for their escape route, and being on the Ferris wheel, it didn't take
Oh,
long
you thought it was a How It's Made parody? That's so funny.
for the employees to
I
stop
do like
them
those
and
videos though.
promptly escort them out of the store. The third year, they decided to switch it up, spreading out throughout the store and waiting until
might
a
be
specific
AFK, I'm in a
time to reveal
1v1.
their granny protest.
Okay.
A Grambush, if you will. Every year, the grannies would be rounded up and asked to leave the store, where they would continue their demonstrations on the street, among the unlicensed costumed characters. On the subject of Times Square streetosphere, in
What?
2012, in classic Times Square fashion, a man dressed in a knockoff Elmo costume was arrested outside of Toys R Us after he began screaming anti-Semitic rants. The man's name? Adam Sandler.
Huh?
But not that Adam
Oh.
Sandler. By 2015, Toys R Us
I was
was
so
continuing to
confused.
struggle with
I
its
was like,
debt.
I was like, what? How did I never hear of this? Oh no.
The company made
different,
the decision to close
different
the
Adam
famous
Sandler.
Fifth Avenue FAO Schwartz store in July, citing high rents. However, the Fifth Avenue FAO Schwartz was not the only casualty of Toys R Us's financial troubles, because not long after, Toys R Us announced that it would not be renewing its lease on its Times Square location.
No.
The rent was set to quadruple, and it was now being marketed for $2,500 per square foot. And it was estimated that Toys R Us's second floor, the street level floor, was worth $42 million a year in rent alone.
What the heck?
The massive hole in real estate would be filled in part by the Gap and Old Navy,
No.
which combined would fill 60% of the space, with no plans for the remaining 40%. And thus, Toys R Us Times Square, the company's flagship store, and the tentpole
So there's
of
just
its
a bunch
early
of empty
2000s
space?
revitalization effort,
I
was
think I've
officially flagship remaining 40%.
I've
and thus
I've walked past those. I've walked past those. So I've walked past this place before. It's just it was already closed down. That's
Toys
sad.
R Us Times Square, the company's flagship store, and the tentpole of its early 2000s revitalization effort, was officially ending its run, and it didn't take long for the autopsies to pour in. The general consensus was that in spite of Toys R Us's aspirations to gain prestige from their flagship store, the benefits did not outweigh the costs. After news was announced that the store was to be closed, thousands of visitors poured into Times Square to ride the Ferris wheel, see the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and tour the Barbie dream house one final time. Toys R Us Times Square officially closed on December 30th, 2015,
No.
after a 14-year run. The interior was promptly demolished, and construction
Oh,
on
wow.
the Gap and Old Navy began in early 2017, with the stores debuting to shoppers later that year. In 2018, McDonald's took 7,000 square feet of the
McDonald? I don't remember seeing this. Maybe it was there. I'm not sure though. Also, why? Oh my gosh, you're in Times Square and you go to McDonald's. I feel like if you don't live in New York, then maybe if you live in New York, then it would make sense. But if you, I don't understand the tourist people who like get like McDonald's and Starbucks, and it's not interesting. But then again, there's probably not a, I don't know. If you walked it like a few blocks, maybe you could find a more interesting place to eat. But I guess in the middle of Times Square, it's a bougie McDonald's. Yeah, it's not as bougie as like some of the European McDonald's we've seen though.
remaining space, opening a 2-story restaurant. Toys R Us remained out of Times Square for just 18 months, before the toy chain returned with a new pop-up store for the holiday season. The new store, while much smaller, also featured elaborate toy displays.
I think it was like, was it like a French McDonald's? It was like very fancy.
And in a nod to the original store, a smaller dinosaur robot. The store was planned to stay open until the new year, but it lasted a few months longer, continuing its run into 2018. Less than 1 month after the pop-up location opened, on September 18th, 2017, Toys R Us filed for bankruptcy. The company
Rip.
began liquidating assets, and after a disastrous 2017
I've eaten McDonald's at Champs Elysees. What is that? Where is that?
holiday season, the chain had no hope of recovering. By May of 2018, all of the chain's domestic stores had been closed.
Rip.
The brand would see a small-scale revival effort within the past 2
Oh,
years.
Paris.
But as of now,
I mean, to be honest, I'd want to try McDonald's in Paris, to be honest.
there have been no
But American, it's just American McDonald's, though. It's so depressing. Like, why would you ever want to go there? Even if it is a 2-story McDonald's.
more ventures into Times Square. Many wondered what became of Toys R Us Times Square's most beloved attractions, such as the dinosaur animatronic. When asked, the president of the construction company tasked with demolishing Toys R Us Times Square said, quote, "The dinosaur? We shredded it and burnt it to pieces." The Superman figure saw a better fate, and it would re-emerge on a collector's site with a hefty price tag of $9,800. However, the best preserved pieces of Toys R Us Times Square would be that of the Ferris wheel, with many of the character cars being transported to Orlando, Florida, where they would become parade floats at Give Kids the World Village.
Wait, that's so
Due to licensing
that's so cute.
issues, E.T. had to be covered up with a gift bag.
E.T. Come on, E.T. You couldn't play nice. Now you're a gift bag. That's so funny.
Toys R Us Times Square did not save the company, and it was not a profitable venture. However, it was successful in
Yeah,
creating
that is
a
nice.
memorable
That's weirdly wholesome, yeah.
and beloved location for tens of millions of shoppers
I don't
and
like when things are just wasted.
tourists from all around the world. It was far more than a store or even an attraction. It was an experience. But it takes a lot more than creative toy displays, a unique location, or even a Ferris wheel to elevate a store into something more meaningful. It takes people, and the employees of Toys
I want to go to New York again. There's so many places I want to go, but man,
R Us Times Square were given a tall order. They had to endure raging grandmas.
kind of raging grandmas. I do want to see my family. Like, that's definitely the next trip I'm gonna go. It just sucks that they live in Florida. I don't like Florida. I mean, it's not terrible, but I don't know. I've probably just been there too many times. I want to go other places, you know.
Pepper sprayers, flash mobbers, holiday shoppers, stage parents, anti-Semitic Elmos, and millions of more people from all around the world. But despite the challenge, the team at Toys R Us Times Square was able to deliver a unique and memorable experience to millions. Joanne Newbold's brilliant store design would have never been appreciated in full without the work of these people, many of whom were there from the store's opening in 2001 to its closure in 2015. There's no better summation of the weird, chaotic, and special experience that was Toys R Us Times Square than the one provided by customer service manager Johnny Tamaro on the store's final day of operation.
14 years. That's how long we've been
He
here.
sounds so New York.
That's how long this store has been an amazing place.
His
for
accent.
Millions of people from all over the world and all over the country and all over the
And
city.
you can tell he's local.
Who else do you know in your
He's
life
definitely. He's not angry. He's just from New York. Please understand this.
that either lost their job or their job finished?
That's just how
and
they
the
talk.
whole freaking
Trust me, I would know.
world knew about it. Not too many people. We're famous fired. We're famous fired. I have a list of things I won't forget.
What is that?
Things. Number one, do you know where the bathroom is? Number two, is 6. Well, can't you check the back room? Number 8. How do I get out of here? Those are things I will not miss. I got a list of things I will miss. It's just one word. You.
It's so performative. This is so funny yet upsetting. Yeah. His accent definitely helps sell it too. We can actually learn, and because of the other channel, we can actually learn how Toys R Us, I guess, got out of business. Apparently. Are they gonna tell? It just says abandoned. But maybe they'll tell us. Oh, and then we can get a 2020 update as well. Oh gosh, I'm seeing more videos that I want to watch.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Well, like this is one that says, "Why on earth does Chuck E. Cheese serve alcohol?" I want to watch that one too. Wait, get 1080 premium. There we go. Whoa. Abandoned.
What's up, guys? My name
What's up, guys?
is Jake, and welcome to Abandoned, episode 40. I know. This is the show where we talk about some of the most interesting abandoned places in the world. For this very special 40th episode of Abandoned, I wanted to tackle one of my most heavily requested topics. An iconic American and even worldwide retail brand which has been abandoning stores
The
for
giraffes,
years
they look so
until
creepy.
its recent and permanent bankruptcy.
Going out of business, everything must go. Entire store 40 to 60% off.
Now set.
I remember seeing those signs actually.
Leave hundreds of stores abandoned
And
across the United States.
at a Toys R Us.
Let's take a look at
Back-
Toys R Us.
back in the day.
So in this video, I'm just going to be talking about the American side of the brand. The company has been prominent in various countries across the globe, with subsidiaries all somewhat differently affected by the closure. So I'm just going to be focusing on
Whoa.
the American and kind of Canadian side of the gigantic.
Super Mario?
In 1948, 20-year-old Charles Lazarus had founded a brand new retail store called Children's Supermarket. It was based out of Washington.
Was that the best picture you could get of him? That was such a terrible picture.
Washington, D.C., where he had originally grown up, and dealt in children's furniture retail.
Oh god, okay, this brand is old then.
He began selling these items out of the corner of his father's bicycle shop, and eventually grew his children's furniture business to the point where he was able to take over the entire store. By 1957, with sales growing and demand showing promise on selling toys for older children, Lazarus opened a new store based around this concept in Maryland called Toys R Us. The brand, with its new iconic logo, became a hit with parents and children. And in 1966, Charles had been operating 4 different stores with sales reaching $12 million. Because of these huge sales, Lazarus had decided to take what he had and sell the company off to Interstate Department Stores, Inc.
For how much money?
For $7.5 million.
Okay, wait, this is previous money though, so I think that might actually be a lot.
However, Interstate Department Stores weren't in a really sound financial state, and in
The
1974,
$7.5 million for Toys R Us does not seem very...
So the founder of the very company they had purchased, Charles Lazarus, had returned to take control of the bankrupt corporation and rename the entire thing into Toys R Us. And just a few years later, to increase
He
cash,
came back.
the company went public on the stock market in 1978. More stores of the now growing toy chain continued through the Midwest United States at an annual growth rate of 20%.
Stores opened with its eye-catching and distinctive vertical rainbow tiles, and prominently featured their new mascot, Jeffrey.
That looks so
Giraffe.
ugly.
It didn't take long through the 1970s for Toys R Us to become a household name.
What am I
and
looking
now
at?
the largest toy retailer in America. By 1980, the company had 100 stores.
I wonder
across
why
the
they chose
country,
giraffes.
and
Probably
annual
because they
sales
just look
up
so
to
goofy.
1981 at $750 million. Toys R Us effectively killed off any other toy store competitor with their efficiency and rapid expansion. But they also adopted brand new, innovative technology with electronic inventory and information systems, which were implemented into their stores. In 1983, the company made another big move with the opening of their new retail division, Kids R Us, which would be 15,000 square foot stores focusing solely on children's clothing. While this division
Ooh.
wouldn't be the huge success they
Never heard of
figured it
this.
would be with major problems out of the gates, this didn't stop the company from expanding even further. And a year later, Toys R Us expanded internationally for the first time with new stores in Canada and Singapore. By the end of the 1980s, the booming toy emporium now had more than 233 stores across the states, and another 13
Okay,
stores internationally.
Thundercats.
The company was also now bringing in $4.7 billion in sales, more than a 500% increase since the beginning of the decade. Into the
Sounds
early
pretty good.
1990s, Toys R Us expanded heavily in international
What's that?
markets, building stores in countries like Israel, Scandinavia, the United
That
Kingdom, and
what
many
that
more.
picture was so
Some
bad. Hold
countries
on.
like Israel, Scandinavia.
Who took this picture? It's so shake. It looks like they were shaking when they took this.
Scandinavia, the United Kingdom, and many more. This was a rather effective attempt to use the already juggernaut brand from the United States and apply it in different and new markets, hoping to scoop up some of
And
the
is that
new
the
markets.
original
This
founder?
led the company to its new
Man,
height
he
of
must have lived
sales
a
in
long time.
1994 with $8.7 billion. However, this year also marked the ending of Charles Lazarus' CEO position, as he was replaced by Michael Goldstein. While Lazarus remained in the company as a chairman, he was no longer a chief executive leading the company, a position he had successfully been in for 45 years. With the new
45.
change, the company
Jeez.
underwent a restructuring campaign with efforts to streamline merchandise and close underperforming stores. This effort also included new Kids R Us stores and the introduction of Babies R Us. The main stores
I'm
would
glad he
receive
got out
new
of there before it
renovations, and in
all went downhill.
1997, the company acquired a baby retail chain of 78 stores and reformatted
So
them into the
yeah,
new Babies
I'm
R
glad
Us
I'm not the
brand.
only one who thought
This
that picture
division
was
of the company
creepy.
was actually quite successful out of the gate, earning
Ugh.
$600 million in sales just within the first few years. However, in the late 1990s, the market began to change, and as a result, so did the company. Perhaps also their fortune.
No.
A new rising retail chain called
Walmart.
Walmart began offering low prices on children's toys and especially diapers. Walmart suddenly became a direct competitor of Toys R Us, and around the same time, the internet was becoming more and more mainstream. And as a result, Toys R Us had set up their own website.
Look at
and
that,
e-commerce
Netscape
shop.
now.
However, competition continued to mount against the retailer.
The sad
By the
giraffe.
late 90s into the early 2000s, almost everything new Toys R Us tried outside of their Babies R Us division proved costly and pretty much unsuccessful. During this time, the company had also killed off its Kids R Us division. The retailer
They
continued
killed
to be
kids?
a popular
Oh,
stop
no.
to grab toys in the holiday season. However, outside of those booming weeks, the brand was losing regular customers. On top of this, Toys R Us opened its new flagship store in Times Square, a very costly endeavor that
Yep,
looked
we know.
incredible, but wasn't really worth the cost. By this time, Toys R Us had a staggering 1,559 stores worldwide, with 701 of them being in the United States.
Who's waiting?
The company had
Who is waiting outside for the Toys R Us to
reached
open?
its highest net
What?
sales ever at almost $12 billion. And while competition grew,
Man,
Toys R Us was
Americans are
honestly
weird.
doing fine. While their sales were dropping a little from the 1990s, their debt was manageable, the company had struck an attractive deal with Amazon.com, and the retailer was profiting in the millions. Toys R Us would have to take on billions of dollars worth of debt to start having problems. And that's exactly what happened. In July of 2005, the publicly traded retailer was involved in a leveraged buyout. 3 individual investment companies took control of Toys R Us's shares and pretty much outright purchased the retailer for $6.6 billion.
Of course.
Obviously,
It's,
no one, not even these 3 firms, had $6 billion in extra cash to spend. So a lot
Business
of it was
weirdos who
borrowed
ruined
money.
it.
This meant Toys R Us was now taking on nearly $5.5 billion in long-term debt, and the company would have been taken off the stock market into a privately held entity. This was an extremely risky move for any successful company, and Toys R Us would have to perform very well in the coming years to stay afloat. However, things
And they
were
did
not
not.
going well for the retailer as online sales became more prominent in the industry, with Target now jumping in the mix. Toys R Us's prearranged deal with Amazon ended in a costly legal suit after Amazon had begun selling competitors' toys on their site. Toys R Us then began purchasing online toy site competitors, and while this did reduce competition, it also added more debt to the already
Yeah, it sounds
enormous
expensive.
amount they had. However, sales were reaching $13 billion, with over $300 million in net revenue. Certainly positive growth, but their outstanding debt was eventually going to become a huge problem. By 2010, Toys R Us opened around $800 million worth of stock back up to the public in hopes they can raise money to pay off some of its ever-mounting debt. While the company was operating more than 1,600 stores across the world, competition was becoming even more fierce as Target, Walmart, and the ever-expanding Amazon.com began to dominate the toy market. Toys R Us lost a huge percentage of their market share to the now leader, Walmart. By 2012, the downslope of the company became even more apparent, with their net sales at $12 billion and profit of $239 million. While that's still an enormous amount of money, the brand continued to decrease in actual profits and lost hundreds of millions of dollars in sales. The toy retailer was in serious trouble as debt mounted and competition grew. By the next year, with all of these considered, and with very slow holiday sales, for the first time, Toys R Us had lost $210 million.
Oh.
This was really an eventuality of the situation the company had been in for a while, but now, it was finally collapsing. While ToysRUs.com was honestly doing pretty well for the company, it was no match for the now gigantic online retailer Amazon. Sales and profit for Toys R Us continued to fall by huge chunks quarter over quarter, and by 2015, the flagship store they sunk so much money into closed permanently after only 14 years of operation. The company was essentially in
I don't even think they made
crisis
any
mode,
money off
attempting
that
to save as much money as possible
Times Square
as
location.
sales dropped, and Toys R Us continued to close stores across the country in order to save on operating costs. But this also meant that less stores means less opportunities to sell stock, which meant sales decreased even more into 2016. By 2017, pretty much the perfect storm of problems had plagued the struggling corporation. Toys R Us had finally run out of cash, and was really no longer able to operate the way they were currently structured. So on September 19th, 2017, Toys R Us, both in the United States and Canada, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The company brought in a restructuring firm in hopes they can find a way to turn a profit for the crucial upcoming holiday season. However, the end was in sight for the iconic children's retailer.
Yeah, what do you think? I don't know. I can't decide whether it was like the buyout that was like the nail in the coffin, or if like I feel like they were on a downward trajectory regardless. I think just because of kids, I think leaning less towards toys and more towards like technology nowadays.
The decision to file for bankruptcy just before the all-important holiday season was a huge mistake. Not only were consumers a little hesitant to buy products from a publicly bankrupt company, but other retailers saw this as an opportunity. Walmart, Target, and Amazon, which were Toys R Us's largest competitors, all began to undercut the retailers' prices, making the decision to shop at Toys R Us pretty much obsolete. During this time, the toy companies themselves who Toys R Us buys stock from to sell were becoming hesitant to even accept orders from the retailer, fearing that Toys R Us was in such heavy debt they wouldn't even be able to make payments. On top of all of this, the general fact among the industry was that toy sales were relatively down for 2017, and for a retailer who exclusively sells toys and is in dire need to make the holiday season profitable, well, this was it. On March 14th, 2018, Toys R Us had officially announced the company will be liquidating and closing its 800 remaining stores in the United States and laying off nearly 33,000.
I saw a statistic that people buy less stuff but spend more on things. they spend because technology stuff is so expensive. And yeah, and everything's just, well, like getting more expensive as well. So, and nowadays, right, if you want some like crappy toy, you could just get it off at Temu or whatever, and your child can rip it up, and it only costs like $2. So
Over the past few years, the company had been closing stores
I
across
think,
the country, some being left entirely abandoned.
you
And I
know,
think with
the
nearly
globalization of our economy also doesn't help because there's always a place that's gonna sell it for less.
800 more stores closing down, many won't find a new tenant right
What?
away.
This is
And
literally
that's
just the backgrounds. Hold on.
800 more stores closing down.
Look at this.
Many won't find a new tenant right
Oh, these lawn chairs.
away. And that's going to leave a lot of stores, especially in economically
Rip.
depressed areas,
I've only been there like twice, but
abandoned and
rip.
vacant for quite possibly a very long time. Across the country, what's left of the iconic toy store
Backroom
is now
lighting.
an empty shell of what used to be a Toys R Us store. Some in better shape than others, almost all of which with those distinct colors and themes throughout, hinting at what was. One day, all of these abandoned stores will be taken or demolished, and at that point, the remaining remnants of the once powerful
Nothing inside. Totally empty.
chain will be lost in the United States. That's
Thanks
not
for
to
the tip, I
say
guess.
that Toys R Us will disappear entirely, though. While the main company collapsed in the United States, most of their international branches still remain open.
Really?
That's not to say it'll continue this way, but branches like the Canadian Toys R Us stores were bought out entirely and will remain under the Toys R Us name with a new owner. Honestly, Toys R Us never deserved the fate it got. Even towards the end, despite all of its built competition, the company was still
What the
bringing
heck?
in close to $12.5 billion in sales. It was just their lengthy
Yeah,
fight
well,
with
what the
debt,
heck happened
which
here?
honestly could have been very much avoided if the three companies who took it over didn't put so much debt on the shoulders of the retailer.
Yeah.
It just took many years of building liabilities and slower sales to ultimately bring down the colossal retailer. While there was hope that a restructuring effort in 2017 would hopefully bail the company out, their
FNAF 5
horrendous
lower.
holiday season was the last straw. For many people, including myself, it's incredibly sad to see this happen.
Yeah, I
I
can't
very
believe
much
Jeff the
remember going
Giraffe
to the
became an
store,
alcoholic.
often begging my parents for one of those mini car things. I was obsessed with Jurassic Park as a kid, and I remember visiting the store in Times Square and being enthralled by the Jurassic Park section. While the American company no longer exists, the brand will likely live on in other countries for other cultures to enjoy. And while it may have been a staple of yours and many others' childhoods, in some parts of the world, it'll continue to do that for millions, just like it had been famously doing for the past 70 years.
For some reason, listening to you while in a game hits diff. Well, I imagine people to be doing something else while having
Thank you so much
me
for
on
watching
the
this
background.
episode of Abandoned. I really am interested in hearing your personal
Okay, actually, there's another video. It's Toys R Us 2020 update. So there's actually an update to this video.
What's up guys, my name is Jake. It's been over a year since I did a video on the history and eventual collapse of Toys R Us. However, since that video, there's actually been some substantial news and progress since, including a new company and new stores in the United States. So today, let's take a brief look at where the former legendary company is today.
Wait, new stores?
In this 2020 update of Toys R Us. Just a side note, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the trailer to my very own upcoming feature documentary about the abandoned Six Flags New Orleans is out on my channel right now.
Oh.
It would mean a lot to me if you went over and checked it out. I am also doing a contest where you can win cool prizes to also help support the film. The trailer and the contest links will be in the description below. Anyways, by mid-2018, Toys R Us had officially shut down all of their stores. While other countries retained their Toys R Us presence, the United States had over 700 locations close across the country, now leaving many of them vacant and abandoned. For most Americans, the mega toy chain was dead forever. Analysts found that there was now a rather large hole in the market share that Toys R Us once held. Of course, Walmart...
Is there? No, I don't think so.
Target and other big box stores jumped on the opportunity, but as it turned out, most consumers missed what Toys R Us had. The brand loyalty was rather strong. The
Really?
private equity firms that now
I don't believe
owned
that.
and arguably killed the company had seen value in this unique proposition. Toys R Us was a huge brand in the market it served, and with it gone,
I don't
it
think it's that
created a
important,
huge
to be
gap,
honest.
not only in the markets, but in consumers too. They saw that the brand itself still had enormous value, more at least than just auctioning it off to someone else. So in October of 2018, they had submitted a bankruptcy court filing stating that they were going to retain all trademarks of Toys
Jeffrey.
R Us, citing their intentions to use it for future retail opportunities. And all of this was packaged under a new company called
Jeffrey
LLC.
he
So
returns.
not too long after, they unveiled a new store concept called Jeffrey's Toy Box. However, this wasn't really a store. The concept was to bring a wholesale store within a store concept to over 600 Kroger locations across America.
Kroger.
Store within a store is exactly what it sounds like. For example, a Starbucks inside a Target. However, Jeffrey's Toy Box wasn't even really that. When they began popping
That's
up,
the owner?
all they
No.
really were
No,
was several...
Jeffrey's the giraffe. He's just the giraffe. He's not the actual owner. Unless you want to think of this giraffe as the owner.
Cardboard display units with the former Toys R Us mascot and the new brand name. Each Kroger store would sell around 35 unique toy box items, and that's really it. But this was only the beginning for the Toys R Us comeback. In January of 2019,
You gotta
the
build from
former
the ground
Toys R Us
up.
company emerged from their 2007 bankruptcy as a new corporation. Toys R Us, Babies R Us, Jeffrey's Toy Box, and other brands were all packaged under a new parent organization called True Kids Inc., the TRU being an acronym for Toys R Us. This company was now under the full ownership of the previous equity firms who bought Toys R Us, as well as other private lenders who purchased equity stakes in the new company. True Kids was created to oversee all the trademarks, retail, and e-commerce relating to the Toys R Us core brands, as well as other various toy and baby companies. These already established brands accounted for over $700 million in sales the year
Koala
prior.
baby.
So the new company was pretty serious about starting out strong, and the head of this effort was their
What is this?
CEO, Richard Berry, the former chief merchandising officer at Toys R Us. True Kids also took on various other former executives at the bankrupt company to serve as senior management. In July 2019, the company announced plans to revive the Toys R Us brand with the opening of new retail
Oh god, what are they
locations.
doing to
The
Leo?
company wanted to start out small, opening 2 test locations, one in the Westfield Garden State Plaza, located in New Jersey, and the other at the Galleria in Houston, Texas. These 2 stores, however, weren't like the
The
ones of the
Galleria.
past, the huge, big box style of retail. Now, the concept here was to create a relatively small experience center where kids can come and actually play with selected toys instead of having a huge catalog of them.
That sounds
They were
cool.
also going to incorporate technology and modern design into
Technology.
the format, partnering with B8TA, a relatively new retail company specializing in this new experience retail format. Both of these stores are interestingly going in malls as well, and are only around 6,500
I feel like no. I feel like it'd be perfect for malls. This concept. I think Toys R Us in general would be a good mall, kind of mall store. I don't think the huge like warehouse type store was ever a good fit for Toys R Us.
So for the first time in a while, on November 30th,
Mario,
2019,
is that Mario?
Toys R Us had opened a brand new store in the United States. The New Jersey location was the first, but was soon followed by the Texas one just in time for the holidays. Both stores were able to rehire former Toys R Us employees, and both opened up
Oh,
a
wow.
modern and freshly branded location. Inside, the store prominently featured a select number of huge toy brands to showcase.
Like hiring
including
previous employees is
Nintendo,
nice.
Lego, and Hasbro. They are all essentially leasing space inside the Toys R Us store to showcase their own new products. And the concept was met with big fanfare when it first opened, and kids definitely seemed to enjoy the hands-on format of the store.
We're providing retail as a service.
Oh wait, this was. I hope this wasn't right before COVID, because that would do a.
We are partners to our brand manufacturers.
That would do a number
and
to
we're
it.
bringing to life their brands. Customers are really enjoying
the curation of product that we have. They're enjoying the reviews, the videos that we have, and really seeing us in a different light as the expert in the category. We're going to have up to 10 stores next year. We're looking at real estate right now. We're super excited to be here in New Jersey at the Garden State Plaza. We're in the Houston Galleria, which is a 30 million visitor mall.
Why
and we're
is-
going to be looking at locations just like those, but in major cities around the
Is
country.
this guy British?
That's our strategy.
In addition to new retail locations, True Kids also partnered with Target for the online division of their company. Yes, the very retail giant that helped put them out of business is now teaming up with them to relaunch the Toys R Us website. Calling it their own online store, though, is a bit of a stretch. True Kids signed a deal with Target to utilize their inventory, their distribution, and their brand to sell from their website. ToysRUs.com merely acts as a web portal to direct customers to Target.com. If you find a product on ToysRUs.com, you'll just be directed to Targets to buy, pick up, or ship. So that brings us to today. True Kids have plans to expand their stores. The first 2 Toys R Us locations were supposed to be just the beginning of a much broader plan to bring back Toys R Us stores across America into high-traffic mall settings. True Kids obviously are pivoting to the modern trend of retail, creating stores that aren't meant just to sell products, but to deliver an experience, giving a reason for someone to visit rather than just buying online. However, something sort
you've
of
gotta.
unexpected happened to retail in early 2020.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but there's a worldwide pandemic. This had forced the closure of most physical retail across the globe, and the lasting ramifications and the economic strain this puts on everything is just too
Jeez.
complex and too early for me to even get into right now. However, I can infer that the expansion plans True Kids had prior to the pandemic have been somewhat altered, delayed, or
Yeah, somewhat
potentially
altered.
even canceled. The effect this has
That'll-
on them might not
that'll
even
do
be
it.
that bad though, as their distribution is through Target. On the flip side, their new stores are heavily reliant on touching and close interactions, which don't exactly go well with stopping disease
Yeah.
transmission. Regardless, they are a private company, so it'll be hard to get an actual sense of the true financial impact this has on them. Really though, it is sort of interesting how Toys R Us has come back against all odds. When you look back at other major retail bankruptcies
No,
I've
this was in 2020 though, this video.
covered in the past, like Circuit
So I
City,
actually
Montgomery
wonder
Ward, or Radio Shack,
if they were able to
all
come back
did
from it.
something with their brand, but it hasn't really made an impact. I was even supposed to have an interview with the new CEO of Circuit City back in like 2016.
I think this
but
video was
obviously that
in
never happened.
2020.
It was supposed to be their big comeback, but now their website just sells generic tech products, and I have no idea why anyone would ever visit it. Toys R Us, on the other hand, has been revived in a big way, opening stores, modernizing the brand, and partnering with other huge companies. Plus, the Toys R Us name is still proudly displayed upon the original big box format across Asia and in Canada. So who knows where True Kids might bring their once iconic brand, but I think it's clear now that Toys R Us might actually be here to stay.
You think? We can check actually. This video was uploaded 3 years ago, so how are they doing now? Oh, no, they're still around. So they really did make a comeback. That's interesting. Oh, they've got a location in the Mall of America. It's kind of good. I think they're coming back slowly. Or they're just more of a smaller brand now. Oh, apparently they expand. This is as of 4 months ago. They plan to expand to airports and cruise lines. I feel like that would be a very good fit for them too. Okay, now I actually want to watch this video now. In 2025, a lot of stuff is going to happen. What do you know that we don't? Where's... Hello? Why is it showing up? Hello? Hold on. Oh, there it is.
Cheese is one of those North American staples that anyone with a childhood in the last 40 years can remember. Somehow, Chuck's has managed to bridge the generational gap between millennial age groups, uniting us all through the same weird shared experience. Who could forget the sea of arcade games, the pizza, the animatronic in-house band?
Yeah.
If I close my eyes, I can almost hear the sounds. Shh. Do you hear it? The sound of the ticket muncher. The frantic laughter.
I do know the ticket muncher, so I love that. It would just go... it would just go... Wait, I need to hear it again.
Laughter. The joy... The frantic...
Like, nom, 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 nom. I just eat all the tickets.
Laughter. The joyful chorus.
It would take forever, but I still loved it.
By the sound of a screaming child that just cracked himself in the head with a skee ball after a wildly inappropriate overhand throw. The place was a blast, and if you were fortunate enough to have a birthday there, you were given the VIP treatment. I mean, you got a sticker, a balloon, high fives from Chuck himself.
Awesome.
But shortly after, you'd be ushered into an assembly line of birthday parties with rows of other kids who had the exact same sticker and the exact same balloon. As a 6-year-old, this was one of those subtle realizations that you weren't actually all that special. Regardless, the overall consensus by...
I thought it was fairly rare that there would be more than one birthday, especially going on at the same time. Like, I think I remember once it was like... Once I think I remember there being 2 birthdays at once, but it wasn't very common. Sorry, I accidentally clicked on a video when I was getting water somehow. It's okay.
By most of us is that Chuck E. Cheese was a positive experience as a child. Something that we can remember fondly from our youth. But over the past 12 years or so, with the rise of cellular cameras, guests have begun to capture a different
cellular
side of the
cameras.
restaurant. And it is absolutely insane.
2 brutal brawls this week at the same Chuck E. Cheese restaurant in San Bernardino County.
Where is that?
With a expired CCW permit.
Is that a gun? What the heck? Can you please get me some milk? It's so funny.
Now, this is a place where kids go. Unbelievable.
What the heck? He needs some milk.
Now that's hospitality. The number of violent outbreaks that occur at Chuck E. Cheese on a yearly basis is absolutely staggering.
Is it?
To quote numbers,
Is it?
certain locations like the one in Pennsylvania had the police called to their location 17 times in 18 months.
Oh, okay. That's...
Another location in Amherst, New York had 100...
I think it might have to deal with the location more, like... Maybe it has to do more with the location more than it does what kind of establishment it actually is.
123 calls to
Like, how many bar fights happen in that same county? Probably more.
police in a 3-year time frame. Violent outbreaks range from fist fights to knife attacks to even a handful of fatal shootings.
Oh my
I
god.
mean, you don't even see this much action at a Dave & Buster's. The whole thing makes you wonder, what happened to all the wholesome experiences we remember as kids? You know, like Chuck E. Cheese lighting a menorah for a bunch of Jewish kids, kind of wholesome. With a little digging, you can find headlines that go as far back as 2005 regarding countless instances where violent outbreaks have occurred. As we move into the 10s, the amount of recorded fights is almost overwhelming. I mean, literally just search Chuck E. Cheese fight on YouTube and you'll find a curated playlist.
A curated
91
playlist.
Different videos. This one's my favorite, where the guy in the green shirt looks like he's winding up for the
Oh, you have a
meanest sucker
favorite.
punch of his life, but it turns out he's just applying hand sanitizer while two women go at it in the background.
Okay, that.
As
yeah,
for the company's
that is exactly what I was thinking as well. That's so funny.
response to all these incidents? Well, from the looks of it, Chuck E. Cheese has essentially been playing PR dodgeball for the past 15 years, with public statements that never really address the issue directly. The company makes an effort to point out the 99.9%
This guy's editing is really like. There's a lot of editing here.
of guests that come to their restaurants without incident, while claiming to have spent over $15 million on measures to improve safety. One of those initiatives included an improved security camera system, and as we all know, security cameras don't really improve safety. They just ensure that the next ball pit RKO is caught in glorious 240p. There's
True.
clearly more issues at play here. It comes as no surprise that birthday parties are stressful situations for parents, especially at public establishments. Everyone involved wants things to go smoothly, and when it's every kid's special day, tensions can start to rise. Incidents have spawned from anything as simple as disputes over tickets to a child taking too long to choose a prize. Petty arguments
Really?
that end up having pretty extreme outcomes.
Oh my god, that throw.
But
What
even
did he
with the
just
hectic
throw?
atmosphere and birthday stress, there's one factor that rises above all else. Turns out, Chuck E. Cheese franchisees have the option of applying for alcohol licenses, granting them the ability to serve beer and wine to adult guests. From a business
That's,
standpoint, it's genius. Sure, the place is for kids, but what if we found a way to capitalize on all the adults?
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer. But from a liability standpoint, it starts to look
I don't
like
know about you, but I go to Chuck E. Cheese for the beer.
a much dicier operation, at least at face value. CEC Entertainment will say that their 2-drink limit on adult guests prevents the possibility of alcohol-fueled arguments.
2-drink limit, come on. No, I understand.
That's at least comforting.
Chuck E. Cheese has a policy of serving only 2 alcoholic beverages per adult.
But when she wanted 2 more, she's told how to get around their 2-drink limit.
We just need someone else's ID. Someone else's ID, and then I can order 2 more, but just with somebody else's.
Okay. Pack it up. Yeah. We got it. Now we're good. This kind of publicity is just another nail in the coffin.
Why? That's so stupid. Why would you want? Why? Why?
For Chuck E. Cheese, a company that has been over $1 billion in debt since 2014. The truth is, Chuck's balance sheet has never been great. The restaurant has filed for bankruptcy twice. Once, just after the video game crash of 1983, and another in 2020 when the company was forced to close during the pandemic. Tack on violent news headlines, accusations of the irresponsible vending of alcohol, and an inaccurate yet overly publicized scandal about recycled pizza, and you've got a pretty rough brand image. So bad, in fact,
Never
that
understood
Chuck E.
the
Cheese
recycled
practically
pizza
changed
thing.
their name during COVID. Kind of. Let's just say the company took some pretty drastic measures to make ends meet when the pandemic hit. To make a long story short, if you ever ordered from Pasquale's Pizza and Wings on Grubhub or
Pasquale's.
Uber Eats, then congratulations. You literally ordered takeout from Chuck E. Cheese. This was all part of a temporary rebrand to establish ghost kitchens inside of recently closed locations.
I never thought about looking for Pasquale's. Maybe I should have.
Since the restaurants couldn't open, but still had the infrastructure to serve pizza, the company would simply list themselves under a different name on food delivery
That's
apps
so
to
funny though, because I think Pasquale is like the one of their mascots as well, like the Italian guy.
extra money. And since
I
you
love
have
that.
to be a
That's so funny.
psychopath to willingly order takeout from Chuck E. Cheese, the company
Okay, listen here, buddy. All right, listen. I
made a harmless little name
Never mind.
change to appear more enticing. Of course, you can't blame franchisees for trying to make ends meet, but the company
It's
still
not
got some
bad,
bad
okay.
press for it. The truth is,
Well,
Chuck
actually,
E. Cheese has never been
I
too
don't
good
even
at
know.
finding ways to improve sales. Throughout the last 40 years, the restaurant's knee-jerk response to slipping revenue has always been that Chuck just isn't cool enough. As a result, Chuck has undergone a myriad of makeovers over the past 40-plus years, going from cigars to skateboards to electric guitars. This kind of response comes as no surprise from a company that owes a
That kind of
huge
rhymes.
portion of its
Guitars, cigar.
success solely to its mascot. The character's been a tried and true hit for decades, and to this day, kids still come to the restaurant just to get a chance to see Chuck himself. Originally,
Wow.
when Chuck E. Cheese's competitor,
What is
ShowBiz
this?
Pizza, bought out Chuck's in 1985, all ShowBiz locations were actually
I don't
turned
remember
into
Chuck
Chuck
doing
E.
steaks.
Cheese's.
Yeah, that was his favorite. That was the first thing he did. He was like, he had like a New York accent, and he smoked cigars, and he was like, "Hey, I'm Ricky the Rat."
Instead of vice versa. A large part of the reason was owed to the fact that Chuck was just a bigger hit with kids than ShowBiz's Billy Bob the Bear. Since then, the company has always been looking for new ways to bring in customers, from the constant mascot reworks to menu changes.
Not the biggest fan
to
of
even
Billy Bob.
removing their entire animatronics show from most locations. Most recently, the restaurant has been working to reinvent itself in an attempt to capture the attention of millennial parents. These changes include free
Aren't those the animatronics that were rumor? Hmm.
Wi-Fi, fancier pizzas, and even craft beer choices.
Whoa. Now you can actually go to be haunted? No, they were never haunted. Now you can actually go to Chuck E. Cheese for the beer. Look at that.
And no, this is not satire. In all honesty, the whole thing is kind of an eye roller. But it's not like there wasn't some sense to it. Millennials are the ones taking their kids to Chuck E. Cheese, so it's gotta be attractive for the adults too. And as a Gen Z/millennial hybrid myself, I had to admit those craft beer options did sound pretty good. So I decided to do some field work. I was on a mission to find out how Chuck E. Cheese had stood the test of time.
Alright, hold on, I'm
and
doing
if
it.
it really
I'm
had
doing a
devolved
search.
into the violent, alcohol-fueled
What's the-
mess that the media made.
What's the nearest Chuck E. Cheese to me? 74 miles. Jeez. That's an hour drive. Is it worth it? I don't even think they would let me in. I think they would let me in. I don't think like a solo adult can just walk into one. I think they're gonna be like, no. The hunt for cheese. Yeah, it's labeled as a kids fun center. I doubt. Or order? Wait, you might be able to order pickup. I could but an hour though? My mom would be so mad at me for wasting gas. I would do it, but I don't know. I would do it if I got like a donation or something. Hi neighbor, welcome. $100 donation. I don't know. What would the gas be for? Probably a tank of gas is like $30, and the pizza is probably like 15, maybe. So if somebody donated $50, I'll go to Chuck E. Cheese. Outrageous.
It out to be. And my first order of business was to get me a beer.
Oh my gosh.
Hi, I have a really quick question. Do you guys serve beer at your establishment? Yeah. Okay, I was just wondering. Thank you so much. No problem. Thanks for calling. Bye
That
now.
must be a weird question
And with
to
that,
get.
we hit the road, eager to play some games, eat some pizza, and
Immediate reaction to $50 donation. Chuck E. Cheese. Crowdfunding for Chuck E. Cheese. No crowdfunding. This is just if someone is just absolutely like the biggest fan of Chuck E. Cheese and they want me to go for some reason, for like just for the meme or whatever, I would. But no, don't take this as an actual crowdfunding campaign. That's not what this
hopefully
is.
crush a few beers.
Crush
Turns
a
out
few
Chuck's
beers.
has no problem with letting an entire group of adults walk into their restaurant, so we were let right in,
Wait, really?
where we promptly learned that they had run out of alcohol. That's right.
No.
Either some manager did a really bad job at keeping inventory, or Chuck E. Cheese really did have a drinking problem. I have to admit, this moment was a little discouraging. Did I maybe lure the majority of my friend group to Chuck E. Cheese with the promise of free alcohol? Yes. Did I let that stop
Not
us from
that
having
beer.
a good time? Hell no.
Oh, they had an
So we ordered an extra
animatronic.
large pie, loaded up on some credits, and hit the arcade while we waited for our pizza. And here's where I hit my first nostalgia crush of the day. Turns out, at some point in time, Chuck E. Cheese opted to use play cards instead of coins.
Dang.
Kind of like what Palladium or Dave & Buster's does. Now, what does that mean exactly? Coins, gone. Tickets, gone.
Dang.
Patience after tapping the
No more
RFID
ticket muncher.
meter 6 times just to play skee-ball.
Also, yeah, these are so bad. Like the tap to pay thing is like on all the stuff nowadays, but it barely works half the time. You have to like hold it there for like 10 seconds. It's so annoying.
Gone. Now listen, I understand this is a
Like
much
how
more
inconsistent
sustainable
it
option,
is.
but the fact that kids today will never know the feeling of running wildly from cabinet to cabinet with a stack of tickets falling out of their pockets is kind of depressing. Or how about when you find that one lone coin some kid left behind because he was too jacked up on Orange Crush to notice? Now everything's just been reduced
Yeah,
to
you
ones
would
and
find
zeros.
coins just on the ground as well.
You tap to play, and the tickets you win
But now
are
it's kind of
transferred onto the card
impossible.
you play with. Bummer. As for the games themselves, things had certainly changed. You see, this was my first time to Chuck E. Cheese since the advent of mobile gaming.
Oh, wow.
And it really showed in the selection of cabinets they had. You had a lot of touch screens, a lot of one-button mashers, and not a whole lot of long-lived fun. I guess these games are a lot easier for younger audiences to latch onto and understand.
I'll play
But
Doodle
at the
Jump.
same
Doodle Jump is
time,
fun.
I can say without a doubt that the games they used to have were objectively better in almost every way. In 2004, at this exact same location, they had Star Wars Pod Racer, a Turtles in Time
They really be putting
and
mobile
a
games
game
on
called
it.
Brave Firefighter.
Okay. Infinity Blade though, that's actually literally the only way to actually play Infinity Blade nowadays is to find an arcade version of it. Literally, that's the only reason. You can't get it on the App Store anymore. It's the only way to play it.
Fighters, where you literally
So,
manned a light
small
gun
price
in
to
the
pay.
shape of a hose and dove into blazing buildings. Clearly a lot was lost, but thankfully, the location still kept some of the classics. There was skee-ball,
I don't think they would have
basketball,
Infinity Blade
a few
at
good
Chuck E. Cheese,
racers,
though.
and Simpsons Soccer, which has literally been operational at that location for over 20 years at this point. Moving on to the rest of the venue, I am glad to report that this location still had the decency to keep the animatronic band. At least for now. You see, another part of CEC's big rebrand involves the removal of one of the restaurant's most distinguishable features, Munch's Make-Believe Band. In its place, restaurants are installing interactive dance
Munches.
floors where kids can jump around and be treated to special appearances by Chuck's Walk-Around, as it's dubbed in the biz. As for the band, well,
In the
only
biz.
the shadow of their silhouettes remain, painted on the walls.
They're
to
little
serve as
shadows.
a constant reminder of what once was. Eerie. After we explored the venue and played some games, the pizza showed up at our table.
Pizza.
And I can say with full confidence that it actually wasn't that bad. I can also report that there was no evidence at all of reused slices, which, for the uninformed,
Okay,
was
that makes
quite
me
the scandal
hopeful.
at one point.
That makes me hopeful.
But regardless of whether or not the rumor was true, it seems Chuck's took it to heart, and now all of their remodeled locations include open kitchens. Coincidence? Hardly. When we finished with our food and
Yeah,
our
that
30
sounds
minute
about right.
all-you-can-play card had expired, we decided to pack it in. Turns out we actually racked up a half-decent amount of tickets and went to cash out. There were a couple items that caught my eye, but the one I wanted more
There's a
than all
group
the
of
others
of
was
adults just like sitting, picking a prize. Like, oh, I want the Slinky.
a little too expensive. We were about to settle for something cheaper when I learned that you can literally just buy the items with real cash. And that was all I needed to hear.
Also, that ruins so much of the fun. You just buy it with real cash. Coffee. Oh my gosh, they have coffee?
Oh.
Wait, that was a... What? I like, it says coffee served right up, and it's just... These are just Keurig pods, aren't they? Aren't these just Keurig pods? $2.99 for a single Keurig pod? Are you kidding me? What the heck?
Overall, my experience at Chuck E. Cheese was actually pretty pleasant. Yes, the games may have been subpar and the play cards may have been a little bit more than disappointing, but the food was good and I didn't find myself in any sort of violent altercations. Would I have enjoyed myself a bit more with a couple of beers? Probably, but the trip down memory lane was enough to keep me occupied. And that's why I'm giving my experience 4 rats out of 5.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Or is it mice? Is he a rat or a mouse? Do we ever clarify?
He's
now,
a rat,
I know
actually.
Chuck E. Cheese has been getting a bad rap these days, and I know in a weird way this video may have contributed to that. But no matter what we think about the direction Chuck E. Cheese is headed, we can at least remember fondly about where it's been. Yes, the company's had some rocky moments, and yes, you have an incredibly slim but still slightly possible chance of being shot there, but for the most part, it's just how we always remembered it. As a place where a kid can be a kid. Or at least in my case, pretend to be.
I like that video. That was actually really good. I love how they went on a little adventure. Man, some real reporting right there.
If you
Oh, sorry. Oh, that makes sense. I watched another video from this person that I actually liked a lot. I'm gonna subscribe. This person seems good. Good channel. Y2K weirdness. That sounds about right. But yeah, I don't I don't think I have anything else we can watch. Yeah, that that makes me want to go even more, but I'm not driving an hour. I'm not driving an hour to go to a Chuck E. Cheese unless there is some sort of... Can we go to Chuck E. Cheese now? I don't know. That's I don't think so. I don't know. Definitely wouldn't be worth it. But oh, here we can maybe one day. Yeah, maybe if I'm really feeling it one day, then maybe. Wait, but there's Chuck E. Cheese's frozen pizza though. I don't know, like they don't sell it at every like supermarket, but I'm gonna try maybe to get my hands on one. Isn't it like 5 to 6 a.m. for you? I don't think it's open. Well, that's not the problem. The problem is that it's an hour away. And I'm not driving an hour for something. Or for like mediocre pizza. And if I am, then I'm making content out of it. I'm like gonna vlog it or something. It's gonna be epic. Maybe. So what about... I don't know. I wanna play Roblox? Okay. I think I could probably watch one more thing. Hmm. Ba 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 ba. You know what? We can watch this. React to Garn's anime OP? OP ranking. Oh, okay. That's it. That sounds actually interesting. But I don't want to get copyright struck. So anime music is always like very dangerous.
I just can't
Whoa.
keep this in any longer.
Okay. Well, I guess you know what the video is gonna be now. Is John Tron. Well, it's on YouTube. Yeah, but you know, I don't know what kind of like media licenses he has on his channel. Like big channels can get away with a lot more.
I just can't keep this in any longer, okay? I've come upon something very, very disturbing. The mainstream press is officially coming for the slow amongst us. That's right.
Among Us? Death to the slow. It's just a sloth. What is happening?
Sloths! I'm here to protect the good name of sloths, our three-toed friends in the trees.
Aw.
I know what you're thinking. A video about sloths? That's really what you're doing? Yes. And I'll tell you how I got there.
Yes.
Well, you see, it's come to my attention that 60 Minutes has performed a hit piece on
What?
sloths, the animal, for some reason, as you can see by the title of their video
A
here.
hit piece?
How sloths thrive as nature's couch potato.
Isn't this the guy meme saying what? Yeah, I think.
Now that's not very nice,
I think
is it?
he's
How do you
in a
know
lot of
60 Minutes
memes.
made a piece on you called you nature's couch potato.
Why so slow? Why do they move so slow?
Why so
are they
slow?
cute or are they so ugly they're cute? Oh no, they're cute. You like a B-list animal. Yeah.
What the? They're like a B-list animal? What's wrong? What's
I
wrong
won't
with this
stand for
lady?
this, okay? And they posted this on Christmas, no less. Do they have no souls?
Sloths are
Probably not,
cute.
but
They seem pretty
I
cute.
think we knew that already.
I wouldn't
All right,
touch one
moving
though.
on. Sloths are some of the best guys. You got Sid from Ice Age, Sloth from the Goonies,
Uh.
one of the 7 deadly sins. Hey, remember, in the back of your head, that's what we're here to protect. Look, just to remind you what a sloth is,
No.
and just to remind you what you're fighting for, you're defending the honor of the sluggish tree dwellers of Central and South. Okay, even Google's going in on
Sluggish.
them. Will no one come to bat for my boy the sloth? That's why I'm here, okay? But you know what's just as bad as slandering innocent arboreal animals? Leaving your privacy unprotected. And that's where Nord about
I can relate to
VPN makes
sloths.
right to your
I
screen.
think.
Nord is together with NordVPN with the same VPN.com giving it a test.
That is a lot. This is a long ad. That is a long ad.
Let's see what 60 Minutes has to say about our tropical friends, shall we?
The stopwatch has long been the symbol of 60 Minutes, but any measure of time is pointless for the subject of our next story, the slow-moving sloth.
Wow.
First of all, just like, why so serious about sloths of all things? Like, the vibe is off right away.
You might think these distant relatives of the armadillo would make the perfect meal for
The
just about
armadillo?
anything faster.
Wait a minute, sloths are related to armadillos? I legitimately did not
Wait,
know
what?
that. But hold on,
They
why
are?
would you assume any relative of an armadillo would be tasty? I mean, the armadillo doesn't
This
look
dude's
tasty
name?
at all.
His name's John Tron. Jontron.
It's like the opposite of tasty. It's got armor. What the fuck?
What is
I don't know why that comes up when you type armadillo.
And yet somehow sloths have been hanging on in one form or another for 64 million years.
What I can't stand is that any amount of these have survived to this date. I'm spreading awareness because I'm sick of these fuckers just sitting up there. That's
Thought that was a
attitude. He's got
Bible
attitude.
book for a second.
Am I reading that wrong? That's attitude, I think.
To understand this quirky animal,
Oh, in the
60
back.
Minutes hung out with
I
a
see.
quirky zoologist.
Okay, so not only are you going to insult the defenseless animal, but you're also going to just straight up insult the expert that you brought onto your program as well.
Wow.
Is no one safe? You're just going to call her quirky?
Quirky.
Scientists are making new discoveries about a creature that's turned survival of the fittest upside down.
But if it's lived for that long, obviously it's fit in some way. So, unless you're just saying because they live upside down, that still wouldn't turn the concept upside down. So here's where we meet Lucy Cook, the aforementioned
quirky zoologist.
Their words,
Quirky
not mine.
zoologist.
And she's joined by 60 Minutes on-the-ground reporter, Sharon Alfonsi.
This is an area where there are lots of sloths, so that we have that on our side.
Perfect. Great start. That's how you know she's a professional.
The first thing we learned about sloths is that it's hard to spot them in the wild. Lucy Cook scanned the treetops. The sloth is a master of disguise.
Like not 2 minutes ago, you're saying it's a useless piece of shit, and now you're like, oh, a perfectly camouflaged miracle of nature. Get your story straight, 60 Minutes. If I were a sloth, I would very slowly contact a lawyer.
There's one up there. She's hunched over, so what we're
Very
looking
slowly.
at is her back.
That is not the side of the sloth we went all the way to Central America to see.
Listen, little pro tip here. Just go 180 around that sucker. You'll get the whole view you were looking for. Costa Rica trip salvaged.
Their eyesight is lousy. Their hearing not much better.
What?
In the tree, they
Why?
I feel like maybe could you have gotten a more flattering shot for us here?
Yeah.
This guy looks like he just woke up from being unconscious in the trenches of World War I. For Christ's sakes.
Being nature's couch potato is the reason sloths have survived for more than 60 million years in spite of, well, themselves.
This thing is
Themselves.
basically dog shit. And the fact that it's alive is, I might as well film it to show you how dog shit it is. I wouldn't have left this alive if I saw it.
In a tree, they can move like a Tai Chi master.
Whoa.
But on the ground, Cook says gravity removes any shred of dignity.
My man is clearly over here just trying to get a 4 a.m. bag of Doritos. Don't tell me you haven't been there. Sharon's just over here
What?
like, just go. Just do the thing.
That
Don't tell
editing
me you
is-
haven't been there. My man is clearly over here just trying to get a 4 a.m. bag.
Look at that. But they got like a 3D model of it and everything. What? Or is this like a commercial or something? This doesn't look like a real sloth anymore.
Get Doritos.
Yeah, this is like from a movie or something. Or an ad.
Don't tell me you haven't been there. Sharon's just over here like, just go. Just do the thing you're supposed to do. Oh, you're pissing me
So you?
off.
The conquistadors that first observed them, they
Oh
said
no.
terrible
Any sloths
things.
in
One said
chat?
it was the stupidest animal that he'd ever seen, and another said one more defect would have made its life impossible, and they just didn't understand them, you know.
¿Qué es esto? Esto no es oro. ¿Qué sentido tiene? Ni siquiera puede resistir mi espada. Qué inútil.
Cook says what those early explorers didn't understand
Was English. But that's irrelevant.
and what is frankly hard
Yes,
to believe when
okay.
you watch the effort it takes for a sloth just to blink is that this hairy ninja is uniquely built to survive.
With the bugs
Once
crawling
again,
all
you're just
over
pointing
it.
out that it's a perfectly adapted animal, and your whole thesis thus far is wrong?
Why so slow? Why do they move so
I'm
slow?
eepy all the
Well, you
time.
just said because that's the way they do
Me
it.
too. I'm
you
sloth.
appear to be the slow one. You're definitely amongst the slow in my final analysis here.
Sloths typically only climb to the ground for bathroom breaks. With habits like that and nails like this, you can understand.
What? What are you gonna glean from that? With fingers like this and going to the floor to shit, we can really glean that.
Nothing
You
at
can
all.
understand why they are solitary creatures.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
they
don't
keep
know
getting
where they were
bullied by
what they
people
were
like
going
you.
with that.
They've got some emotional scars, Kay. You've turned them introverted.
And prefer to be alone
Yeah.
until
Oh,
they
look at
don't.
him munching.
What more? True. You know what else that actually applies to? Hard-hitting journalism.
The females will climb to the top of a tree when they're in heat and scream for sex. But they scream in D sharp.
What?
How do you know that?
How do you know
I'll
that?
do it, and he may well, on the strength of my impersonation.
So he might just sing slow until they want it.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
I will not have you speak to me that way. This lady's gone through her paces, okay? That's something you can't get out of a textbook. That's learned in
The
the heat
jump
of battle.
scares. So funny.
I love the lady's still smiling, but she's still like, you can stop now. I got it. I got the idea.
Behind Lucy Cook's cheeky sense of humor is a hefty resume.
Why does she look like
Lion
she's
D
preparing
sharp.
for like a stew? It's got like the mint and everything here.
She has a master's degree from Oxford and published 4
Whoa.
books, including 2 on sloths, leading to donations for conservation.
That's really cool,
and
actually.
crowds at lectures that mix biology with stand-up.
You hate to hear it. You hate to hear it. We know it's coming, don't we? Mixing
What?
biology and stand-up, and it's a TED Talk. That's not a good combination of
Oh.
words.
We humans are obsessed with speed. We idolize animals like the cheetah, capable of doing 0 to 60 in 3 seconds flat. Well, so what?
Huh? I don't know, man. Maybe I just don't get zoology humor. You know, it's a cut above.
Valdez gave the first description of a sloth.
And it sounds like a
in his
tough job.
Encyclopedia of the New
A zoology comedian. I mean, there's not. I mean, good luck. Good luck.
World. He said the sloth was the stupidest animal that can be found in the world. I have never seen such an ugly animal or one that
Jesus.
is more useless.
Listen, first of all, don't talk about me that way. Second of all, what is going on here? I mean, this is uncharitable, even for 15th century standards. This is
Hi,
not like a
Cresswell,
sloth at
welcome.
all. What's with the tiny face and head and the spindly
I love that
legs?
drawing.
You
It's
having
so-
a bad day when you did this one or something?
Are they cute or are they so ugly they're cute?
Are they really good, or is it just my brain's playing a trick on me because it's so horrifying I have to make myself believe it's good? Is it a self-preservation thing that I'm doing?
Oh, no, they're cute, surely.
No, yeah,
Surely.
They're just regular cute.
But then, I mean, I think a naked mole rat's cute, so you're asking the wrong person.
Yeah, you're really not making this easy for me. You know, I'm trying to be
What-
in your corner here, but I mean, he's fine. He's all right. He's. Yeah, but why is she like that?
That's a framed
You're
picture.
like a B-list animal.
Yeah.
What is? I'm not even joking. Like the vendetta from this lane. Why does she hate sloths so much? I'm still just reeling from that. Did you really say B-list animal?
Yeah, sloth stole her husband or something.
Are you okay? You been in journalism too long?
Just look how one of those B-list animals can leave Lucy Cook starstruck. You guys have got to see this. Cook noticed this.
What is that?
Cool. What is it?
What looks like fluffy golf balls.
What fluffy golf balls? I need to know how you're getting golf ball from this. Like caterpillar, okay, a fruit if you're stretching, but golf balls? What does this look like from your perspective? Oh, someone playing a bit of 18 hole up here? I see a couple 6 and 4s.
She realized was a cluster of something we'd never heard of.
Come and have a look, Sharon.
The elusive Caribbean white tent-making bats.
Okay, I wasn't
What?
expecting bats. I'm not gonna lie.
Bats.
Like, my heart rate's gone right up. I'm
Oh,
going to
the-
start pouring into
now
it.
I do
might
see
start
it.
Crying.
I shouldn't have seen the bats. I shouldn't have seen the bats. That does kill me. That kills me. Oh, does somebody have the defibrillator?
It's just a miracle of evolution.
I
mean,
do
it's
see
just
it.
why.
Bats now.
Why?
I think
Look at
that's
the little
actually,
ears.
that's your job. When you got that master's degree from Oxford, society kind of looks to you for this, the answer to why on that.
That's about as exciting as it gets.
All right, come on. It's not that serious. You know, calm down.
Your latest book is called
Bitch.
Ouch.
What?
But can I still get the book name?
I really like you and your work, but yeah, my book's called Bitch.
Bitch.
Oh
And I have it. I bought it.
my
Let's
gosh,
see
you
what we can
bought
learn
it.
from this manuscript. If you ever wondered what a monkey's O face looked like, now you know. There, that's what it says. There you go. You ever been curious?
What?
Is this on the up and up?
Just as a female was
Cool
prepared
book, I
for
guess.
release before getting a lift to a promising tree.
Off she goes.
And if she falls asleep in the middle of the release, is that a bad thing?
Yeah, that'd be a bad thing. What do you mean? No, yeah, she'll just keep climbing the tree till she gets to the top. She won't fall asleep because, yeah, what do you mean? So, after hearing enough of this baseless slander, I decided to come here to the source at Animal
Whoa.
Adventures and ask these magnificent creatures how they really felt about it all themselves. And by the way, Costa Rica was unnecessary. We're in Bolton, Massachusetts, so you could have saved on airfare.
Massachusetts.
Let's go. Here we are, an audience with a two-toed sloth. Do you feel like a B-list animal? True. Okay, so we have a stunning rebuttal of the statements by 60 Minutes. You want more? You want to speak more? a lot more to say than I thought. Sorry, I think there's a pterodactyl or something back there. That's a macaque's O face. Yeah, here you go.
I love putting microphones in front of animals because they just never know what to do with it.
What do you think? There's just tortoises in coitus and a giant alligator staring on. A little bit exhibitionist in here. Do you think maybe you should be getting a room? I'll take that as a no.
Why are they just in there?
Honestly, I think we could just hang out. I think it might be fun.
He
He's
seems
like
chill.
undoubtedly a cool guy, like a really
Yeah.
cool guy.
Yeah, he
I
seems
like
chill.
You. I like you, Sid.
Nice guy. Pretty nice guy. Mm-hmm. Do I feel eepy yet? I can't go to bed because I've got a whole day ahead of me. Yeah. But it won't be a long day. Just 2 classes, and then I can go home and do whatever. I think that's all though. I think I should probably eat breakfast at least because I am getting hungry. Or breakfast. I don't know what it won't be breakfast, but it's a meal. I need to get up and eat a meal. But yeah, thank you so much for just hanging out with me. This was fun. This is fun. Maybe I'll do this more often. I need to find more videos that we can watch. Okay, yeah, good night. If you're going to bed, then good night. If you've still got a day ahead of you, then I hope it goes well. Okay, bye everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye.